very sorry. Just had to take care of some technical issues, which I hope are resolved. Let's do a quick test. Make sure the sound is coming through. If it's not, no worries. I'll switch it over just 1 second. Today, I'm going to be asking the question, or talking about the United Kingdom's Metropolitan Police. Oh, here we go. Hello, Linking Atlas. How's it going? Hello, Linking Atlas. We are good. We can see me. Okay. How's it going, Linking Atlas? Thank you for being here. Please. Thank you. Yes, everyone like, subscribe, all that good jazz. You can do a super chat. We are on the road to 3,000 subs. Welcome, Michael Moore. By the way, I mailed your postcard. You should be getting it shortly. It's a special postcard. It's actually got a QR code on the back, which you can learn more about Freemasonry in South America through the postcard, specifically the Museum of Freemasonry in South America. Yes, thank you. It's good to be back. It was great to be away. It was one of my definitely most favorite trips ever. I was thinking of talking about it on the stream, but I think I'm going to wait and actually talk about it during my 24-hour live stream instead. So just because we're going to have a long 24 hours is a long time, so talking about my trip should be really fun. I'll share pictures, I'll share photos, all that do jazz. Good, Brother Courtney. I'm glad you sent the pictures, or seen the pictures, I should say, and I hope that you enjoyed them. Oh, we got some hearts. That might be smoky. I'm trying to find my poll question here. Here it is. Do you support How is it going, Smokey? Hello, 7353. Hello, Dream Seeker. I hope you guys are all doing well. All right, answer this poll question. Let's give it a bit of time. Let's see who joins. I am doing well. How are you? Thank you, everybody, for being here. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. About 1 hour in, I'm going to start on my main topic. Today's topic is going to be the United Kingdom's decision to make Freemasonry a declarable association. I'm actually one of the ones who's not as concerned about it as others. I know a lot of people, including within Freemasonry, are quite concerned about it. I'm one of the ones who's actually not. So yeah, we will talk about what my thoughts are on it, but I want to know your thoughts. So please take a moment to answer the poll question. Well, thank you, Slayer67. Please hit like and subscribe. I'm very sorry about that, Milan. My mom passed away from cancer about a year ago, so it really sucked, but I know how sad it is. I was lucky in that I was older when she passed away, so I got a lot of years with her. But it always sucks to lose your mom. Yucky Slob, well, please hit like and subscribe. Well, Nigerian Nightmare, there you go. 9. All right, well, I'm very sorry. First of all, if you're 9, make sure you have your parents' permission to be on the stream. That's very important. Make sure you have, parents' permission. Having said that, I'm very, very sorry. I can't imagine losing your mom at 9 years old. Like I said, I lost my mom a couple years ago, but thankfully I got a lot of years with her as well. So, yeah, we got a few. It's all right. We got a few trollish people in. Mitchie450, please hit like and subscribe. By the way, we're on the road to 3,000 subs. So I'd appreciate anybody hitting the like and subscribe button. It would be incredibly kind of you. Oh, I'm not going to fall for that, 8997. There's no one standing behind me, but points for effort. I'm actually not from any state. I'm from Canada. I am from Windsor, Ontario, Canada. But I was just in beautiful Illinois, one of my favorite places in the world, and Michigan as well. Billy John Joe, I think you might be calling me a fool. A fool's mouth is a destruction, his lips are the snare of the soul. Nonetheless, please hit like and subscribe. I'd appreciate it. Oscar Earnshaw, please hit like and subscribe as well. Thank you, everybody, for being here. 1 hour in, we're going to start talking about my main subject, which again is the United Kingdom's decision regarding making Freemasonry a declarable association and what that means. However, the first hour is just me hanging out and chatting and seeing what people want to say. So we do not worship the devil, Judy Winder. We do not worship any particular deity. Freemasonry is not a religion. Every Freemason has his own belief, his own supreme being. Sometimes it's Christian, sometimes it's Muslim, sometimes it's, Judaic, sometimes it's Hindu, indigenous. Yeah, well, Brother Michael Moore, there is concerns about if somebody wants to keep aspects of their life private, but are being forced to declare it, right? Is that what's the word I look for? Is that an abuse of power on the part of the government bosses? But I do have my own thoughts on that. Again, we'll wait about an hour in. I want to give it a bit of time for more people to join. Do I believe in Jesus? I am not personally a Christian, although I am reading the Bible right now because I want to be more conversant in Christian religion as well as all different religions for my Masonic brothers. However, I would describe myself as spiritual, but not necessarily following any particular religion. I don't necessarily follow any particular religion or religious belief. Why am I headed east? I'm in the East currently. I'm the Worshipful Master of Border Cities Lodge number 554. I'm not going to give you the specific answer to that question, though, David, because this is a public chat. You identify as, I'd say religiously spiritual, if that makes any sense. I think I'm a human being. And Slayer, oops, sorry about that. There we go, that's better. We do not. Spirit of Justice, I loved it. I genuinely loved it. I thought it was, and I know this is going to sound, because I know a lot of people didn't like it. I thought it was the perfect ending to his career. I absolutely thought it was the right call to have him tap, to have him kind of quote unquote smile at the camera. I don't think he smiled per se. I think it was him saying, he said it on interviews. He said, I can no longer give physically my best in the ring, so I don't want to keep going if I can no longer give my best. And I think him tapping was an acknowledgement that he's gotten older and he can no longer give his best. There was a little bit of a tear in my eye, I'm not going to lie. What's interesting is I have this tattoo. I posted it on Instagram. It says the next one. And the reason I got this tattoo is John Cena was once asked his favorite match or his favorite moment, and he responded the next one, which I loved. And so for me, whenever people ask me my favorite Masonic memory or my favorite Masonic moment, my answer is always the next one. So if you know, the next one in honor of Cena. Actually, hold on just one sec. I don't like this light behind me. I think it's too bright. There we go. It's a little bit better. I hope he doesn't, Spirit. Because I love Cena. In my opinion, Cena is the greatest sports entertainer to ever exist. Bret Hart is the best professional wrestler to ever exist. And both of those things are pretty incredible. But I think Cena's going to stay away. I think he's going to be a man of his word. I'm from Windsor, Azram. Please hit like and subscribe. Chad, I've got the Professor X thing a few times. Please hit like and subscribe. We do not, Slayer, because I'm a man and I've started as Freemason as a man and I've stayed within. So there's no agenda. I don't even know what that would look like or what that agenda would mean. I could use some hair transplants. I'm getting a little bit bald on top like my dad. I blame my dad. Good, Courtney. I'm glad. Yeah, I agree, Smokey. I think it was him telling the world he's finally given the torch. I think that was him telling the world the same thing, and I think it's beautiful. Genuinely, I had a little bit of a tear in my eye, so good for him. Hello from Russia. Hello from Canada. Please hit like and subscribe. Dumitru. Patrick. I would say Patrick is the greatest professional wrestler of all time. I think John Cena is the greatest sports entertainer of all time. And there's a little bit of a distinction there. They're both the GOATs in their respective fields. I don't think John Cena could do what, Bret Hart did. By the same token, I don't think Bret Hart could do what John Cena did. I think they were both absolutely incredible and absolutely the greatest in their respective kind of skill set. Slick Rick, I don't know what Agenda 2030 is, but I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. And Brother Courtney, thank you for being here. Thank you for being such a supporter, and thank you for all you do when it comes to Freemasonry. I believe in a supreme being, KJS. I'm not sure if I necessarily believe in quote unquote, like certainly not like a Christian God per se, or any particular religious belief. But that's not to say I don't believe in God of any sort, or a supreme being. Oh, well, in that case, my maternal grandfather had a lot of hair. So maybe I'll be okay because my mom's grandfather actually kept his hair pretty much throughout his whole life. Well, he would always be a superstar. Bret Hart would always be a superstar no matter at what point he came through, Patrick. He absolutely is one of the greatest of all times. No, Slayer, Freemasons do not control the world, nor do we control the media. And I don't want Freemasons to. I don't think the goal of Freemasonry should be to try to gain control of the world or the media. I do wish there was more Masonic influence in the world and in the media, because I think Freemasonry makes the world a better place. And because I think Freemasonry makes the world a better place, I think more of our Masonic ideals within the world, within media, would be better. But I don't believe we should be trying to control anything. That's not the goal of Freemasonry, nor should it be. Oh, well, I hope you get time and a half, Smokey. 679233 Siddhark Burp 407. Please hit like and subscribe. MathCure 190. Please hit like and subscribe. We are on the road to 3,000 subs. We're almost there, so. You found me though, Dad. And by the way, I'm glad that no issues with your tests. Keep up the good work. Do what your doctor tells you. Okay, we're going to have to remove Candy from the stream in just 1 second. Well, if I could, there we go. Sammy, I'm not sure what you mean by that, Sammy. Please hit like and subscribe. If you want to try to expand, you can. Well, yeah, HHH. If I'm very sorry that you're in gambling debt, I'm very sorry for anybody who's in any debt. I think there are people to talk to, right? Most casinos, I think, will allow you. Thank you, Madrigal. Most casinos will allow you to remove, which means you advise them, I don't want to be allowed in here anymore. Please keep my information. So if I try to come back in, you kick me out. There's usually, I don't know where you're from, but there's usually different support, like Gamblers Anonymous, that you can go to. That'd be my best advice. Sorry, I can't be of more help necessarily because I don't know where you're from. I know in Windsor, Ontario, PlaySmart through the government of Ontario is a really excellent resource. If you type PlaySmart into Google, PlaySmart Ontario, you'll find some great resources to help people struggling with gambling debt. And if you're out of Ontario, maybe that's a good place to start to at least get some ideas. Yes, Jim Jones is back. Made it back from Bogota. Was very happy to be back. Though I loved my trip. Absolutely loved my trip. It was incredible. 777. Yes. So I'm going to be talking about this more in, an hour in, but the United Kingdom's Metropolitan Police, which I understand is exclusively to London, England, recently made Freemasonry a declarable association. What that means is if you become a police officer in the Metropolitan Police Force and you're a Freemason, you need to declare it before, to have your job. You need to advise your supervisor. They actually listed it as a hierarchical organization, which means because it's an organization that pledges support of membership to one another, you have to declare that you are a Freemason. I'm almost there. Please hit that like, please hit that subscribe. It could, I'm supportive. I'm actually supportive of it, which might be surprising to people. I'm much more supportive of it than others, but yeah, we shall see. I have my reasons, and I'll talk about it about an hour in. I am not from the UK. I am from Canada, but my dad is from the UK. Well, you wouldn't get kicked out of Freemasons because there's nothing within Freemasonry that would get you kicked out of it, right? Like, I talk about being a Freemason all the time. I talk about how much I love it, how much I support it. I'm still a Freemason. So, declaring that you're a Freemason does not mean that you have to leave Freemasonry, nor should it. I love talking about being a Freemason. Spirit, let me know why you don't support it. I'd love to hear your reasoning. I am not Illuminati, Soldier. By the way, Soldier, please hit like and subscribe. Illuminati, they don't really exist. To my knowledge, they kind of ceased to exist around 1910. Illuminati was a separate group started by a gentleman called Adam Weishaupt in 1777. It was kind of started as an anti-Masonic group in a weird way because Adam Weishaupt thought Freemasonry was too expensive and not esoteric enough. So he started his own group, which did not make it very long. It's, as Dad points out, it's nothing new. And again, we want to be careful. They're not exposing it to the public. It's not as though they say they're Freemason, it goes on a list, and then the public sees it. They're exposing it to their bosses, to their supervisors, which again, that's not to say people can disagree with that, but it's not the same as exposing it in a public setting. Gravity through compensation. I have no idea what that means, but please hit like and subscribe. Eric 1, I am not a cult leader because Freemasonry is not a cult. I'm also not a war criminal because Freemasonry does not engage in wars. I am within Freemasonry a worshipful master, which means I'm kind of a CEO of a lodge, if you want to put it that way, which is not quite the same thing as, being a cult leader. The job of the worshipful master is to ensure that the lodge functions according to all of the rules of both the Grand Lodge and the bylaws of the lodge itself. So it's not quite the same as being a cult leader because cults require unyielding adherence to either a person or a set of ideas. Freemasonry does not require that. Freemasonry actually encourages people to put their family and their work first, as it should. Welcome, Tacoma, new member to Freemasonry. Congratulations. Jotar, I do think I'm a Freemason. I got some cards in my wallet to prove it. What if the Freemasons masters? That's the question I've got a lot. By the way, Ado, please hit like and subscribe. I love Canada. Here's what I always say to that question. How do I know that there aren't true Masons, true Masonic masters hiding the truth from me? Well, the simple answer is I can't know that, right? I can't prove a negative or disprove a negative. So people can always say that It's kind of like saying, how do you know there aren't invisible zebras in your apartment? It's like, I can't know for sure. I can't prove it. I have to just use my reason and my intellect and my observations to make those determinations. And having been a Freemason since 2007, having attended over 1,000 Masonic meetings, um, in North America, South America, Asia, and Europe. Many of them not advising people in advance I'd be there, but just showing up, on the fly. Having attended events with 33rd degree Masons, having attended events with Scottish Rite Masons, there has to be a certain point at which I've done a sufficient amount that I can reasonably guess or determine whether Freemasonry is of good intentions or evil intentions. And I feel like once I've done a sufficient amount, I'm willing to trust my judgment. I'm willing to trust what I've seen, what I've experienced, what I've been through. I'm willing to, count the number of hours of work I've put into this in order to, know that Freemasonry, while the individual Masons are human beings and have both all the good and bad qualities of human beings, Freemasonry as an organization is one that, when it's done right and appropriately, tries to make the world a better place. So that is my view on that. There are many. So Larry, by the way, Larry, please hit like and subscribe. Mercedes, please hit like and subscribe. There are many Christians within Freemasonry. Soldier, we do not worship Satan. There are Christians within Freemasonry, as well as Jewish members, Muslim or Islamic members, Hindu, Sikh. Freemasonry is not a religion. We do not require any person to believe in one specific religious belief. I would say by default, the majority of Masons, certainly in Canada, would be Christian, maybe even at least culturally so, in that they're most aware of Christianity. And if they had to pick a religion to which they ascribe, it would be some version of Christianity. However, I know I've sat in lodge with many Muslim members, Jewish members, Hindu, Indigenous. We do not worship Satan, though. We do not worship anything, right? There is no particular religious deity or God. So, Slayer of 67, there is what is called the liberal orders of Freemasonry, like the Grand Orient, that do accept atheists. The traditional, what would call quote unquote regular Freemasonry, does not accept atheists. However, atheism, like supreme being in Masonic context, is actually defined incredibly liberally. So a lot of people that maybe consider themselves atheists in that they don't follow a particular religious faith, but they do believe in a supreme being of a sort, they would be allowed to join Freemasonry. I know many members, myself is one, who would consider that to be the case. What does a declarable association mean? Absolutely no reason at all. Well, absolutely no reason at all. There's absolutely no reason at all for you to not hit the like and subscribe button. You see what I did there? A declarable association means that before you become a police officer under the auspices of the United Kingdom's Metropolitan Police Force, you need to declare that you're a Freemason to your superior officers or to your bosses, is what it means. What's my favorite movie? Hugo de Bostock. My favorite movie is Nightmare on Elm Street 4 or Nightmare on Elm Street 5. Today, it's Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5. But those are my two favorite movies of all time. I love them. And my favorite food is seafood. Any type of seafood I absolutely adore. So yeah, especially oysters, raw oysters. No, there's nothing wrong with not believing spirit of justice. There are many people who don't believe, and that's perfectly fine. However, if they are adamant that they don't believe in any supreme being outside of, zero, then they would not be able to join Freemasonry, at least the quote unquote regular Freemasonry. They could join the appendant, or they could join the liberal order. I did not know Rob Reiner passed away. That sucks. Okay, absolute. So I guess you're on the you're on the no vote. Lisa Street, please hit like and subscribe. She says hello. I'm assuming she, Lisa Street. Interesting, 64 votes. No, 45, unsure, 38, yes, 17. Not if Slayer, I mean, I don't like to say on the stream because I've talked to people who say they don't believe in any supreme being, but when I talk to them, they actually do believe in a supreme being. It's just not of any religious denomination. So what I say to that is the best thing you can do is if you want to learn more, talk to your local Masonic lodge, explain what you believe, um, and go from there. But if they were to ask you, do you believe in a supreme being, and you were to say no, not of any sort, any type, then you could not join the quote unquote regular Masonic bodies, but you could join the liberal Masonic order, like the Grand Orient of France. Um, Take care, young men. Thank you, Brother Courtney. I'm not personally a fan of capital punishment either, so I think you and I are on the same page on that one. But nonetheless, thank you all for being here. I hope everybody's doing well. Don't forget, hit that like, hit that subscribe button. We are on the road to 3,000 subs. We're almost there, and I cannot wait. Do you agree with the castle? I don't know what the castle law is, Dream Seeker. We do not 9559, but 9559, please hit the like and subscribe button. Admit, we do not own the world, nor should we, nor are we looking to. I think Freemasonry can help build a better world. I think we often do help build a better world, but we do not own the world, nor should we. It'd be too hard for us to own the world because Freemasonry is not a single organization, right? It's not like we're one group that has some type of global control. We're jurisdictional. So the Freemasonry in Ontario is under different jurisdiction than the Freemasonry in Texas, than the Freemasonry in England, than the Freemasonry in Russia, etc., etc. No new laws. See, absolutely no reason at all. I'm not a big fan. I speak exclusively for myself, once again, by the way. I'm not a big fan of this idea of the elites, because a lot of times when people talk about, oh, the elites are causing trouble, somewhere along the line, Freemasons get tagged in with this idea of the elites. I don't believe that's the case. I think the world is a lot more complicated than we sometimes realize or accept. And I think there's not a single kind of elite group that is controlling everything. Rather, it's a lot of different groups with conflicting interests. But I think the interests of Freemasonry land on the better angels of the world and the better angels of humanity, in my humble opinion. I mean, unfortunately, Mitt, you're not wrong. Freemasonry is absolutely getting a lot older demographically, a lot older in age, because we're not bringing in new members like we used to. And there's a lot of different reasons for that, which I don't want to get into now. We can talk about that on another stream. But I do think we within Freemasonry need to do a better job at encouraging young people to not necessarily even join, but just think about Freemasonry, find ways to make Freemasonry relevant to their lives, and relevant to the world in which they're part of. Zach 5945. By the way, Zach 5945, please hit like and subscribe. I don't disagree with you, Zach. I'm one of the few Masons who's not opposed to requiring membership declaration within law enforcement. The concerns, I'll talk about the concerns when we get to an hour in, but I can understand people having concerns about a slippery slope, because if you have to declare your membership within Freemasonry to have your job as a police officer, does that then mean you have to declare your Masonic affiliation to take part in community activities, right? What is the precedent that it's setting? I can understand why people might be concerned about that. By the way, everybody watching this, don't forget, you can do a super chat. Consider doing a super chat of just 99 cents. It helps out big time. You're not wrong, Dad. Sorry, Camg, we are not the Illuminati, but I will take a like and subscribe if you can. I have my own nose. John Mitchell, I have Cameron's nose. Please hit like and subscribe. Zach5945. Do you think the decline in Freemasonry has to do with the general youth? Well, because Freemasonry is not a religion, Zach. So, and yes, Poker Dream Lab, hit the like button. Freemasonry is not a religion, but I do think that as young people have become less, what's the word I'm looking for? Have become less interested, less engaged in institutions, whether they be civic institutions, civil institutions, or religious institutions, Freemasonry has suffered. It's not a disillusionment with religion per se, it's a disillusionment with institutions, which I think in America dates all the way back to the 60s and the Vietnam War, and veterans returning from Vietnam War, young men returning from the Vietnam War, feeling disillusioned with institutions overall. And within that disillusionment, turning away from civic and civil groups such as Freemasonry, Moose, Elks. Jeremy, I am 42. Please hit like and subscribe. Mitternacht 9559. Do I believe in secret societies? I don't know what you mean by that. I don't believe in secret societies. I believe in societies with private elements to them, like Freemasonry. It's not that Freemasonry is a secret society. It's a society that has private components to it. And those private components are important. But what I do believe in more than anything else is civic institutions, civil institutions. That is what I believe in the most. I think the world is made better when we have a greater number of civil and civic institutions in the world, whether it be Moose, Elks, Knights of Columbus, Freemasons, or any other such group. Balls 11. Please hit like and subscribe. Is Freemasonry a cult? It is not a cult. Freemasonry is not a cult. Freemasonry, the reason being, cults require unquestioning and unyielding support to a core group of beliefs and tenets, or to an individual. Freemasonry is a democracy. It's democratic in power, which is which is against a cult. In a cult, you can't vote on who the leader is. The leader is the leader because it's a cult, and you can't question that. As well, Freemasonry instructs its membership to put its family and work first, which a cult would not do. A cult actually tries to separate you from those things within the community. It doesn't want any separation between you and your between you and the cult brothers. Within Freemasonry, you're encouraged to put your family first. You're encouraged to put your work first. And if you struggle fulfilling your Masonic commitments, then you are asked not to, I said you don't have to come to the Masonic Lodge. Deal with your family first. I am in Freemasonry, Phoenix. Please hit like and subscribe, KA20X Phoenix. I've been a Freemason since 2007, so it's crazy to think it's been that long. Almost 20 years. You also can't leave a cult, as Poker Dream Lab points out. That's a huge difference. What is your Masonic commitment? Mitternacht9559. Please hit like and subscribe. Honestly, there is no specific Masonic commitment. Some may say that's a good thing, some may say that's a bad thing within Freemasonry. Rather, every Mason has to decide for himself what his commitment is going to be. Outside of needing to pay your dues every year, and dues can be anywhere between $100 to $400 per year, so some as cheap as $40 per year. I feel it's my commitment to show up to as many meetings as I can, to travel, to attend Masonic events. Others will attend 1 or 2 meetings a year, and that will be sufficient for them. Every Mason needs to decide for themselves what they feel their commitments are to the craft and to Freemasonry. Balls 11, sure, you can make friends by joining Freemasonry. A lot of actually new immigrants to a country will actually join a Masonic lodge as a way to make friends. It's not the exclusive way to make friends, certainly. There are many ways to make friends. But anytime you join a club or a group or a special organization, you are going to make friends because you're going to increase your social circle. 2030 subs. Congratulations. You're well on your way. There is Russian Freemasonry, Jonesy 94. There is Freemasonry in Russia. It has a very cool history to it. I am 4 subscriptions away from 3,000 subs. So it's already helped me out. 3,000 subs. I don't know. I feel like Israel is somehow involved, Big Red. Somehow involved in what? In Freemasonry? Because, I mean, Freemasonry exists in Israel. I'm actually a member of a lodge in Israel, Lodge Holy Land number 50, and very proud of it. But Freemasonry is not an Israeli, nor is it a Jewish organization, despite what some of those conspiracy theorists will say online. Trevor Scott, I'm not begging for money, but I am asking for money. If people would be so kind as to hit the like and subscribe button and consider doing a super chat of just 99 cents. Helps me promote, helps me with the goal of this channel, which is to promote the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it was located. Yes, 2 more to go, actually. 2 more to go. I'm at 2,998. The symbol is similar looking. This symbol, you mean? I don't think it's that similar looking. If I could actually get my arm up, show off my big muscles. There you go. Like this symbol? Because I don't think it looks that similar. You're talking about the Star of David, I assume? It is, which? No, I mean, there's no... I'm very much opposed to Nazis, so I do not want to have any Nazi symbols on me, that's for sure. I know it's a controversial statement to make in 2025, but I think the Nazis are terrible people, and I think the Nazis were completely anti, in their views and ideas, were completely anti to what Freemasonry stands for, which is religious tolerance, tolerance of diversity, tolerance of differences of opinion, just tolerance in general. I live in India. No, I mean, I don't know what your faith is, okay, Phoenix, but I know many Masons who are, Hindu, Sikh. I don't know I think India it's Sikh or Hindu, I believe. I've known Masons who are Sikh and Hindu, and there are many Masons in India. So absolutely not. You would not need to change your faith. By the way, thank you, everybody. We did it. 3,001 subscribers, 1 over. Let's not let it end now. Let's keep it going. Let's see if we can get as many over 3,000 as possible. Dion for peace. Please hit like and subscribe. Hindu. Yeah, I know many Hindu Freemasons. And poker, I did. Thank you so much for everybody who has helped. Oh, and now I'm back down to 2,999. I was up there, and then it dropped according to this. Maybe go back up again. My goal was to get to 3,000 subs before, 3,000 before Christmas, so I'm way ahead of that. Suzuki, no, I don't want to get my ass out of here. 20X Phoenix. Honestly, that's a tough question because every Freemason has to decide for themselves what the goal of Freemasonry is to them. I've always said, for me, the goal of Freemasonry is to fight to build a better world through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. That's always been the goal for me of Freemasonry. But everybody has different goals. Freemasonry does not have a singular goal. Every member needs to determine for himself what he wants to get from Freemasonry. For some, the goal is to get closer to their family. For some, the goal is to learn more about history. For some, the goal is charitable. For some, the goal is brotherhood. We do not deal with black magic, nor with demonic witchcraft, nor with witchcraft of any type. Jonesy94, please hit like and subscribe. We also are not dealing with Tartaria, which I think is supposed to be some unknown mythical realm that people can access, if I recall correctly. Good evening, Dylan from RSA. Dylan, how's it going? Thank you for being here. Thank you for leaving some comments. By the way, everybody watching this, if you haven't done so yet, we made it to 3,000 subscribers. Thank you so much. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button if you're new. He was a Mason, Mark. He was actually very well known for being a very active Freemason, even as president. And whenever he was taking some type of trip for presidential duties, He would often stop at a Masonic lodge meeting or correspond with Masons. It's pretty incredible, the work he did as a Mason. Big Red, what degree am I? I am an 18th degree Scottish Rite Mason, but what matters most is I'm a 3rd degree Master Mason. That's the highest degree within Freemasonry. That's the degree that matters the most. KA, I mean, Freemasonry, one of the best things about Freemasonry, genuinely, is the fact that we can travel around the world. Now, obviously, we don't get funding for it. We have to, pay for it ourselves and all that. It's not like Freemasons are giving us money to travel. Some lodges actually, let me rephrase, some lodges will if it's a special event. And I've seen it where lodges agree to pay for a flight for a brother. It's very rare, but it does happen if they want to send a brother to a special event. But having said that, if you are traveling or you can travel, one of the greatest things about Freemasonry is you can stop, I can be in Brazil and meet Masonic brothers. I can be in Bogota, Colombia and meet Masonic brothers. I can be in England and meet Masonic brothers. I can be in Philippines and meet my brothers. I can be in Chicago and meet my Masonic brothers. There's something really beautiful about landing somewhere you've never been to before and knowing you have family there and you can't wait to meet them. It's really beautiful. No, it's not 33rd Big Red. 33rd is the highest degree within Scottish Rite, but Scottish Rite is a dependent body of Freemasonry. The highest degree in Freemasonry is 3 degrees. That's the most important degree. Once you get your 3rd degree, you're able to move forward with your degrees, right? You're able to move forward with taking a lodge office. You become the worshipful master of the lodge. You can be active and involved within Freemasonry once you're at the 3rd degree. Now, every degree matters. I don't want people to hear me say that and think to themselves, they're not a real Mason if they're an entered apprentice, because I don't believe that. If you're an entered apprentice or a fellow craft, you can still contribute greatly to Freemasonry. You can still contribute greatly to your lodge. But if you want to, let's say, become an officer in your lodge, you need to be a 3rd degree Master Mason. OLS 3668, there are some bodies within Freemasonry, like York Rite, where they may say you need to be a Christian, but that's not Freemasonry itself. That's not Freemasonry as a whole. Certainly within the craft lodges, within the first 3 degrees, if they're saying you need to be a Christian to be a member, that's not okay. And that would be something I'd very much be opposed to, because that's not what Freemasonry is. Religious tolerance has always been at the forefront or a major component of Freemasonry. It's always been a major component of what Freemasonry is, to be tolerant of different religious beliefs of all of its members around the world, whether they be Sikh, Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Jewish. If you go back and you read the Anderson Constitutions, the section referring to on God and religion, it's one of the greatest explanations of Masonic religious tolerance that I think you'll ever read. So, all other religions, class, and I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, Freemasonry is not a religion, so it provides a different goal, right? Religions are about, amongst other things, spiritual salvation. That's not what Freemasonry is about. Freemasonry, in a lot of ways, is about how you get along here on Earth. If you're concerned about your soul and what happens to your soul, I would suggest you talk to a priest, talk to an imam, talk to a rabbi, talk to your spiritual leader, whomever it might be. Please, by the way, hit that like and subscribe button. We're at 3,000 subscribers, which is incredible. What an honor. Thank you so much. See if we can get a few more. Clausen, I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. Rackers, well, we're not a cult at all, so I'm not sure what you mean by that. WRACK. I just call you Kite, I guess, but please hit like and subscribe. Tommy Harvey, hello, please hit like and subscribe. Well, I'm working on getting a life by, hanging out here. Please do a super chat, just 99 cents. Thank you, Tommy Harvey. Oh, King, I was just in Manila. Well, and I say just, I was in Manila in June. Beautiful city, beautiful people. I loved it. I had a blast. I hope to get back there maybe next year. Fingers crossed. Thank you, King Hazel Blocks, for being here. Um, so Freemasonry is not a cult. Balls, I can't pronounce that. 8978. But let me know why you think it is. I'd love to at least get your thoughts as to why you think it is. Elder's Vault. That's a pretty negative view of Freemasonry. What gives you that impression of it? Okay, so I am not from Texas. It's Brian. I am from Canada, Windsor, Ontario, but I love Texas. It's an incredible state. A lot of great Masons in Texas. Thank you, Shannon. Please hit like and subscribe. I know of Saudi Arabia. Um, if you are on Patreon, what you get is, if you're a Patreon member, then you'll get some special correspondence. If you're a paying member on YouTube, what you're going to get is a special Christmas live stream, which we're going to talk about shortly. Or I'm going to post about that this week. So if you're a member on the YouTube stream, you're going to get a special members exclusive live stream. If you are a member of Patreon, you'll get some correspondence. Most of it has been mailed out, but not all of it yet. So we're still working on it. Nick, do Freemasons love each other? You have love in quotes. I'm not sure why. I mean, Freemasons, we practice brotherly love, which means I love my Masonic membership like I would love any other brother that I have. Brotherly love, in fact. Or Christmas or the holiday season. Call it what you will. A December 25th live stream. Kev, I'm not a big fan of knocking anybody's religious beliefs. I don't want to ever be a reviler of religion. If people find peace and comfort through their Islamic faith, then good for them. Oh, Nick Nelson with the jokes. Muslims have many religious observances, and good for them. I think it's, again, wonderful. I'm very proud of my Masonic brothers who are Muslim, who are Islamic. I love them as much as I do any other faith within the craft. William, nice. My dad is a Freemason, as are both of my grandfathers. I have his ring as well. I'm not sure if you are Mason, William, but if you're not, still wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining. Yeah, I mean, my advice is if they have a lot of sentimental value to you, then you should hold on to those items yourself. If, however, you want to, you can consider returning his Masonic items to his lodge. They may want them to pass down to other Masonic brothers, but they're yours, so they're yours to do with as you please. Leslie, when you're done hitting the balls or writing balls, please hit like and subscribe. I mean, are we secretive, balls? Because I'm here talking about Freemasonry and talking about it and why I love it. And there are many people on the chat who will tell you they're a Freemason, who have in the past said they were Freemasons. So what makes you think that it's a secretive organization? I have no legs, Keiki, LADT, so I cannot do a backflip. I have no legs. I can do a front flip off the top rope, actually. I've trained in professional wrestling, but I can't do a backflip. So I guess I'm SOL. Welcome from India. You don't have to feel bad for me. I'm very happy to have been born. I mean, even having no legs, it would have been different if I had been born, let's say 100 years ago, 200 years ago. Being born in Canada in 1983, I had a lot of amazing opportunities. I like who I am, no legs and all. Well, no filter. I'm not a fan of that. You should never like or dislike anybody based on like a religious faith, right? There are good Muslims. I'm sure there are bad Muslims as well. All the Muslims I've ever met in my life have been good people. I've been proud to call them friends and brothers. That doesn't mean there aren't bad Muslims out there, but you should never judge anyone based on their religious beliefs. I was born in 1983, so I feel very old, especially if you were born in 2002. Now you're making me feel ancient. Thank you so much for that. Well, they're bad people, right? There are bad Masons. There are bad Christians. It's human nature unfortunately, is such that within any group, there's going to be some good and not so good people. However, in my experience, those who are, faithful to the Muslim faith have always treated me very well and been good friends and good brothers. So, well, Mr. E, you can, but you shouldn't. I mean, that's like, I can like or dislike anybody based on their favorite food, but that doesn't mean I should. And I think within religion, I met enough people of all different faiths to find that they, are good people and treat me well, that to dislike somebody based on a religious belief would be counter to everything that I've experienced in my life. All right, when dealing with either Jewish people, Muslim people, Christian people, Hindu or Sikh, it would seem to me very silly, almost cruel in a way, to have had my own personal experiences be so positive and yet to have a negative view of a Muslim person, for example. Just look at what happened in Australia, right, with the shooting of the Jewish people, which was an absolute tragedy. But the person who stopped the shooter, to my understanding, was of the Muslim faith. So, or one of the shooters anyways. So I am weird, but I'm also asking for likes and subscribes and a super chat. So consider hitting the like button, hitting the subscribe button, and sharing the stream. I am 42. So I don't know if that's true or not, just Eden, but what I do know is all that proves is there are good people and bad people of every faith. Lotus flower. Well, I mean, Freemasonry and Freemasons do not worship Lucifer. I think someone's been reading a little bit too much morals and dogma. I will take it. I've been told I look like Shrek. Thank you, Brother Courtney. That should not stop you, by the way, from hitting the like and subscribe button to everybody watching this. We got over 3,000 subs, so I truly appreciate it. And thank you, Courtney, for this kindness as well. Well, I'm getting along with everybody, so please hit like and subscribe. I would truly, truly appreciate it. We're going to talk about the main subject, by the way, which is, again, the declarable association policy out of the London's Metro Police in just one sec. But first, we're going to give it a bit more time to see who else joins. The first hour, I always wait to just see who joins. Yes, Night Elements. That's good advice. Night Elements, also, please hit the like and subscribe button. I would truly appreciate it. And by the way, I brought it up, but today, I understand, is the second day of Hanukkah, if I recall correctly. To all of my Jewish friends, my Jewish brothers, my Masonic Jewish family, I wish you a happy Hanukkah. I understand, having the shooting in Australia take place on Hanukkah can be especially, it's always going to be tragic, but especially sad. I just hope that at least, within Freemasonry, you'll always have a home, you'll always be brothers, you're part of my family, and I wish you a happy Hanukkah. What do you think? Well, I think it's possible for anybody to get one if they're really dedicated, but you want to make it as hard as you can. What do you think of AI? Honestly, I'm more pro AI than a lot of people. I tend to be pro technology as a general rule. I mean, it's very hard for me being with no legs. Like my wheelchair is a type of technology. This computer, what I'm doing here, is a type of technology, right? Technology has been nothing but good to me over the last several years, or since my whole life, really. Whether it be medical technology, computer technology. So it seems to me very uncool to be judging harshly a new form of technology, especially when, like I said, technology has been nothing but good to me over the years. Total Tech. Yes, I got an ugly face, an ugly mug, but you can still hit like and subscribe. Handman, hello. Please hit like and subscribe. JM, hit like and subscribe as well. Interestingly enough, in terms of these questions, we have got 132 votes. Do you support the UK's Met Police announcement that Freemasonry is now a declarable association? Unsure, 41%. Does not support, 39%. Yes, 20%. Interesting. Well, according to the stream, I have an ugly mug, total tech, which is fine. I've grown to accept that. If you're going to be on YouTube, you got to accept the fact people are going to talk poop about you in your face, which is perfectly fine. Yes, it is. And don't let that stop you from hitting the like and subscribe button. I used to bully this guy in high school. I don't think so, the fifth loco, unless you went to high school at Murdoch McKay. Please hit like and subscribe, though. I'd very much appreciate it. I want to get over 3,000 subs. I'm at 3,006 subs, which is absolutely incredible. So thank you so much. Not saying all Freemasons are evil. The problem is, Josh, there is no top of the ranks, right? Because Freemasonry, it's jurisdictional. So, for example, the highest rank in Ontario is called the Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Ontario. He is the highest rank here in Ontario, and what he says, I have to follow. However, he has no control over Masons in Texas, and Masons in Texas have no control over what I do, or United Kingdom, or whatever it is, right? There's not a single Masonic organization or a single Masonic body that is of a higher rank, quote unquote, right? It's jurisdictional. So even if there was a desire for Freemasons to control the world or to have a higher rank, the highest you can be, like the highest rank you can be in Ontario, doesn't give you any authority or any power outside of Ontario. The highest rank you can be in England doesn't give you any power or authority outside of Ontario. So I just think it's really important to keep that in mind. If anything, the strength of Freemasonry is the fact that it maintains what's the word I was looking for? Maintains jurisdictional autonomy, maintains jurisdictional separation, right? The way the different jurisdictions relate to each other is through what's called recognition and regularity, which is a very different thing than ranking and control. People really go on here. Well, person, you can still hit the like and subscribe button, even if you do think I have diarrhea out of the mouth. Sorry, Josh, that is not the case. Every president in American history has not been a Freemason. It's either been 14 or 15, depending how you want to count it. Maybe 16, but that gets questionable. But that's it, which I guess you could say is a lot. It depends how you want to define a lot. But the majority have actually not been Freemasons. Fatima, I'm from Canada, Windsor, Ontario, Canada. Happy birthday to SJ's Papa, 67 years old. Thank you, Lotus Flower. I appreciate that. I'm doing well. Fatima, Canada. I am from Canada. And, I love being from Canada. Greatest country in the world. Part of it is because we have the greatest neighbors in the world. Having said that, I try to love every country. One of the best parts about being a Freemason is the fact that I can be a traveler. And I take great pride in that. Sorry, MU, I'm actually asking people for money right now on the super chat. Please consider doing a 99-cent super chat. Fatima, Middle Eastern, I'm assuming? Pakistan, India? That's just a guess. I could be way off. And if I am, I'm very sorry. Seamus, Y2S, hello. Did I get it? Okay, so I was right. All right, well, there you go. I had a close guess. Josh, so that was actually not a myth, what's the word I'm looking for? A scam, a fraud. Albert Pike never made any predictions regarding a third World War or the First and Second World War. That wasn't him. That was somebody pretending to be him. And Albert Pike Albert Pike has been way overrated when it comes to Freemasonry. He was a dude out of Arkansas. He wrote Morals and Dogma. He wrote a lot of newspaper articles. He was a newspaper editor. However, he, spoke for himself. He spoke for his own views on Freemasonry. He was not speaking for the craft as a whole or for the craft around the world. Just always make sure to remember that. Thank you. I got a bunch of cool. Yeah. Actually, me and my friends are going to get another tattoo on the 18th, which I'm very much looking forward to. We'll live stream from the tattoo parlor is my plan, at least a little bit, just to show off everything. Hi, I was in the British Merchant Navy in the mid-70s. You do not have to be an astronaut to be a Freemason. You do not have to be a Freemason to be an astronaut. I've never heard of that before. There have been Masonic astronauts, Buzz Aldrin famously, but the majority of astronauts have not been Freemasons, to my knowledge. So you do not. I mean, if anybody wants to send me any information and wants me to check it out, you're encouraged to do so. info@squareandcompass.ca. I know very little about Pakistan. I know that there's Freemasonry in Pakistan, Fatima. By the way, Fatima, please hit the like and subscribe button. Beyond that, I know very little about it. I wish I knew more about it. I wish I could say I knew more, obviously. Well, thank you for that, Josh Wick. At least I appreciate you wishing me good luck on my travels. This is a LGBTQ safe space. I can't pronounce your name, Agus 3024. This is a safe space for everybody. Craft, as in, so Freemasonry does not engage in any witchcraft. I'm very sorry to disappoint you. You'll be very bored if you ever join Freemasonry. I think you'd be very bored, to be honest. Because if you're expecting witchcraft, you will not find any. Well, 3024, welcome from France. Please hit like and please hit subscribe. And I hope that you are doing well. I don't know who Madame Helena was, but the term Madame makes me think no. There is Masonic organizations and orders for women. The Order of Women Freemasons, Co-Masonry, as well as Eastern Star, obviously. But I do not know to what you are referring. Not to mention the amazing food dish, including the dessert. Sorry, Brother Courtney, I think I missed something above. What was the dish you had? TL Koch? So our government is not owned by King Charles. Our government, we are part of the monarchy, but the political decisions are made by Mark Carney. Never seen it Rolling the Dice, but I should because I know how many Masonic references it has in it. So TLCCHH, the Metropolitan Police Force, which is the United Kingdom's London Police Force, has just made a requirement that if a police officer is a Freemason, he must disclose his membership to his boss, that he's a Freemason. So that's what the poll is referring to. That is true. I mean, but oh my gosh. So King Charles's father was a Freemason. King George, famously from the King's Speech, was a Freemason. There have been many monarchs, not just in England, by the way, who've been Freemasons. Freemason, WTF is that? Freemasonry is a civic organization. It's a social group, it's a social club that has been around since 1717 or earlier, that derived or evolved from stonemason guilds of the Middle Ages. I'm a Freemason from New Zealand. Stinky farter. Well, I hope that your farts are not too stinky. I'm happy I can't smell them through the screen. Please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. Welcome from New Zealand. I sadly know very little about Freemasonry in New Zealand. I wish I knew more. Hopefully, I will over time learn more about Freemasonry in New Zealand. There are Freemasons in Canada. I'm a Freemason out of Canada. I was joined Freemasonry in Windsor, Ontario. And I've been a Freemason since 2007. It's jurisdictional, so different provinces are under different jurisdictions, different Grand Masters, but almost anywhere in Canada, you should be able to find a Masonic lodge somewhere within your area. Well, it's a bit more than that, although unfortunately there are times, Stinky Farter, where people can use it as a way to imbibe. So some Masonic lodges, in fairness, are dry. They don't allow drinking in their lodges. So it's a little bit more than that. But there are Masonic groups for women. Again, Eastern Star, Co-Masonry, Order of Women Freemasons. So you want to keep that in mind as well. Jackie Buys says hello. Hello, Jackie Buys. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe button, Jackie Buys. Buy a like, buy a subscribe. How often did Germans first start Freemasonry? No, Germans didn't first. I mean, Masonry, stonemasonry, where that first started, that depends how far back you want to go. You can go all the way back to, our ancient human ancestors who built things out of stone, first stone tools. But Freemasonry either started in Scotland or in England. The official kind of start date for Grand Lodge is June 24th, 1717 in United Grand Lodge of England in London, England. There's earlier examples of speculative Masons going back to 1634, if I recall correctly, in Scotland. My husband's lodge, so Deborah Bond, yeah, many Masonic lodges don't have alcohol. Sometimes it's requirement of Grand Lodge not have alcohol. Sometimes it's a lodge choice. It just depends on the lodge you're in. A beer a day keeps the dumb. I mean, I don't drink faceless. Maybe that's why I have to deal with dumb people sometimes, but I don't drink at all. And Freemasonry is not above any governments, nor should it be, right? I think Freemasonry, we are first and foremost citizens. Egyptian Masonry has entered the chat and is judging. Fair enough, judge away, but I hope that won't stop you from hitting the like and subscribe button. RAW Zilla, I agree with you on that one. I'm doing ACCA and looking forward for Canada. I do not know what ACCA is, Fatima. I'm very sorry. How often do I visit the Masonic lodges? Very, very often. I mean, I try to, well, Ben, not everybody can see what you wrote, Ben9291. I hope that if you're being serious and that's how you feel, you find some people to talk to and find some people to get some help. You may want to consider calling 988 if you're in Canada, the 24-hour line, to think about some of those, to talk to people about the thoughts you may be having. You may want to talk to, or seek professional help, because I hope you stick around. Okay, I'm the worst with money, so I am not taking any chartered accounting courses, I promise you. No introduction needed. Is that a cup of coffee? Because no introduction needed. I love coffee. Coffee is my favorite thing in the world. Lord Xenu, well, I definitely don't agree with that. I mean, I wish there were more Freemasons who are government members, because I think the world would be a better place if there were more Masonic ideals within government. Having said that, I know very few government officials who are Freemasons. I actually know two, and they're both at the local city councils level or cities council level. So it's not really a big issue. Thank you, Stacy. Please hit that like and subscribe button, Stacy8722. That's awesome, Deborah. As it should. Freemasons often help communities in a variety of different ways. They raise money for scholarships. They collect, canned goods. Like Morton Grove is doing a canned good drive. They do a ton of stuff like that. It's really incredible the stuff that they do within our Masonic lodges. So, yeah, they do a really wonderful job of, Freemasonry is not a charity per se, but that doesn't stop them from doing a ton to help the world and make the world a better place. 988 hotline is US too. Okay, thank you, brother Michael Moore. I believed 988 was the US hotline too, but I wasn't positive. I know that's the hotline in Canada. Fake community outreach. It's not fake if you need food to survive, and the Masons donate a whole bunch of stuff to your local food pantry or to your local food pantry. It's not going to feel so fake when you're eating the food. Scribby, with the jokes. It is good to know, right? I've always talked about this before, Michael Moore. One thing we're taught within Freemasonry is we are to provide help and assistance to our Masonic brothers to the best of our skill and abilities. But we have a responsibility to try to grow our skill and abilities in order to be able to help more. So that means knowing things like where the local food banks are, what the local crisis numbers are. So if a brother comes to you and needs help, let's say he's having thoughts of self-harm or even worse, you have the number to give him to support him, even if you can't talk to him at that moment, or if you have to leave him at some point. Maybe you can talk to him for an hour, but then you have to go. You've given him the correct number to call to get more support. It's up to us to grow our abilities so we can help as many brothers as we can in as many different ways as we can. Sorry, Fatima, I don't know anything about ACCA, but again, I would say congratulations to you as well. If you are passing the chartered accountant's work, good for you. You should be very proud of yourself, because it's not something I could do at all to save my life. Deborah, he was a Mason. The number goes back and forth, but approximately nine of the founding fathers were Freemasons, somewhere between 9 and 11. People don't know the exact number, but George Washington, Paul Revere, Ben Franklin, John Hancock, those are the most famous ones. People need to help grow food. Freemasons actually have helped with that as well in the past, like donating to local community gardens. Rolling the dice, you'd have to define bad people. Bad people can do good things. Good people can do bad things. It's very complicated. For example, if Masons are holding a canned food drive to collect canned food for a local food bank, we're not necessarily going to know who is, whether the cans of food come from good people or bad people. We just know we got cans of food and we're going to deliver them to the food bank. It'd be strange to ask people, like, you can only donate to charity if you're a good person, quote unquote, because the people who need the food aren't going to care. They're just going to want the food, right? It's not our job to judge the good or bad of who's donating to charitable causes. Well, H. Busta, I'm a Freemason. I don't think I'm a coward, but you're welcome to have whatever view you want. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Sketch, please hit like and subscribe. I talk about Freemasonry. I talk about my Masonic journey, Masonic ideas I have, my thoughts on Freemasonry. Please hit like and subscribe. That's a huge issue, Deborah Bond. You're not wrong. That's a huge issue. The number of pretend Masonic groups that exist online. That's something that is just, when it comes to online spaces, there's almost nothing you can do about it, for better or worse, right? You can, however it works, unfortunately, all I can do as a quote unquote legitimate Freemason is do my best to try and, demonstrate what Freemasonry truly is, to, as, the dedication to this channel, promote the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located. I'm a Methodist Christian. Good for you, Scrib. All religions are welcome here. I don't believe in aliens. Rudy, 92, please hit like and subscribe. I think we are alone in the universe. Yes, as Kevin Billington says, must believe in a supreme being of any faith. I know I got a big square blockhead, Kevin Dickerson. You can still hit the like and subscribe button. Well, I mean, they're very often pretend groups. They very often just exist online. And then you get into the whole irregular versus clandestine debate. That's a whole other topic. It'd be fun to do as a topic on this channel, but maybe another time. Don't forget, you can do a super chat of just 99 cents if you are so interested. All right. We asked the poll question at the start, and we currently have 163 votes. Do you support the United Kingdom's Metropolitan Police announcement that Freemasonry is now a declarable association? So I'm going to start by reading this article. This is from The Guardian, dated December 11th, 2025. Okay, thank you for the vote. YouTube police, you can still hit like and subscribe while you're policing me. Metropolitan police officers must tell their bosses if they are Freemasons, the force has announced, amid fears membership could be linked to corruption. Britain's largest force said anyone who was part or had been a member of a hierarchical organization that requires members to support and protect each other must declare it. The body representing Freemasons condemned the rule and said it would consider legal action. We want to make one thing very clear. Good day, Freemason. Lord, I hope we don't. The body representing Freemasons condemned the rule and said it would consider legal action. So this, again, is one example of a misunderstanding of what Freemasonry is. In this case, coming from The Guardian, there is no body representing Freemasons. Freemasonry is jurisdictional. So what they should have said is the body representing Freemasons in the United Kingdom. Specifically, the body representing regular Masons within the United Kingdom condemned the rule. For example, this rule, like my Grand Lodge, to my knowledge, has said nothing about it here in Ontario, and they represent Freemasons in Ontario. So right off the bat, a little bit of a misunderstanding of what Freemasonry is. We are not a higher power. We are jurisdictional. And let's not do that, Lord Zenu, because one day maybe I'll be in government and I'm a Freemason and I don't want to get arrested. The other thing that right off the bat, The Guardian is getting wrong, or not wrong, but misunderstanding. Britain's largest force said anyone who was part of or had been a member of a hierarchical organization that requires members to support and protect each other must declare it. So they're saying here, they're calling Freemasonry a hierarchical organization that requires members to support and protect each other, which is partially true. We are within Freemasonry called upon to support and protect our brothers. However, not if our brothers are doing anything illegal or otherwise committing any criminal acts. In fact, we are specifically instructed, and this goes all the way back to the Anderson Constitution, and even before that, this goes back to the Regius poem. If a brother, for example, if I find out a brother is committing a criminal act, I am required not to protect them, but rather to inform the police or inform the appropriate authorities immediately of what they're doing, right? So this is an example of The Guardian getting something and the police force getting something 50% right. Yes, we are required to support and protect each other. However, not if we are in violation of any type of law. And in those cases, we are in fact required to take whatever steps are necessary to to, stop the illegal act, whether it be informing the police or, not just informing the police, but also removing them from Freemasonry. I have known brothers who, unfortunately, they messed up, they screwed up, have been removed from Freemasonry for committing a criminal act because it's considered a breach of the bylaws. The Illuminati is not what I am. I'm not an Illuminati. I'm a Freemason. Different organizations. Illuminati no longer exists. The issue of Freemasons in the Met has been long-running Metropolitan Police, but previous commissioners have either thought tougher rules were not justified or not worth the pain. The current commissioner, Mark Rowley, was moved to act as part of his drive to show the public the force can be trusted. The Guardian also understands, however, that a recent case of alleged wrongdoing in the force contains allegations that the acts under investigation may be linked to Freemasonry. The Met has held intelligence for years of potential corruption linked to personal relationships formed through membership of the Freemasons, but nothing has been proved. The force says it surveys Reggie along because I love Freemasonry. It's the thing I love most, more than almost anything else. Why I love it more than anything else? Who knows? It's just something about me. It's like why I love my favorite song. Why do we like anything we like, Why do we like our favorite song? Why do we like our favorite food? There's something unique about me that responds to Freemasonry. By the way, Lonely Ghost, Reggie, please hit like and subscribe. We are not the devil's little like and rolling of the dice. We are not a secret society either. We are a society that has private elements to it. Reggie Long, it is my passion. It is my passion. If you want to help me promote my passion, hit the like and subscribe button. The force says it surveyed its officers and staff, and that 2/3 back the restriction because it affects public perception of police impartiality or a society with secrets. Commander Simon Messinger said, after such conclusive results from our consultation, we have decided now is the right time to address long-standing concerns, and the public and staff confidence must take precedence over the secrecy of any membership organization. I wouldn't use the term secrecy, I'd use the term privacy. Secrecy always has a negative connotation to it, but there are many reasons to keep something private, right? Private in terms of, sometimes there's financial reasons, sometimes it's about personal safety. Sometimes privacy is about a person's desire to maintain aspects of themselves separate from other aspects of themselves. They may want to be, a police officer when they're a police officer and a Mason when they're a Mason. They don't want to feel that the two intrude on one another, which is human nature. Well, Lord Xenu, that is not the case. The Scottish are running scared. I can't run anywhere. I got no legs. Not that I'm Scottish, but still. The issue has dogged policing with numerous allegations that Freemasonry membership has led to people covering up for wrongdoings in keeping with the organization's credo that members stand by one another. Once again, not at the cost of criminal activity or criminal actions. I agree. And rolling the dice, it is not true. We do not own any unions. The official inquiry into the 1987 murder of the private investigator Daniel Morgan and police corruption that hampered the hunt to find his killers recommended tighter rules on Freemasons and policing. The inquiry's report in 2021 said a source of recurring suspicion and mistrust in the investigations of Daniel Morgan's murder has been police officers' membership within Freemasonry. It noted that one detective involved was a Freemason who later went to work with the prime suspect, and that 10 police officers who were prominent in the Daniel Morgan murder investigation were Freemasons. But it also stated the panel has not seen evidence that Masonic channels were corruptly used in connection with either the commission of the murder or to subvert police investigations. I think I should read that one more time. But it also stated the panel has not seen evidence that Masonic channels were corruptly used in connection with either the commission of the murder or to subvert the police investigations. Well, rolling the dice, I don't have any money, so can't follow it there. Well, carpenters, maybe, I don't know, but Freemasonry, squares, compasses, those are tools that are used by many journeymen or many craftsmen, if you will. Well, square and compasses I mean, Freemasonry derived from stonemasonry. That was a union, Masonic guilds. Freemasonry, in a sense, was the original union, but we don't control other unions. Saying it that way would be silly, right? It's just that we evolved from a union, so we all share similar symbology. Young and powerful. Is it true there's a huge homosexuality issue within Freemasonry? I have no idea what that means. No. I mean, we welcome men who are gay. I've known some gay Freemasons. They're great guys. It wouldn't be an issue one way or the other. I don't know why it would be an issue to have homosexual membership. Hold on just one sec. Police lodges have been set up, such as the Manor of St. James for Met officers, and it's metaphorical. We don't build anything literal with our tools. We build ourselves. We build the community by making moral decisions and having a moral understanding of the world. So this square, for example, is a Masonic tool. Stonemasons, use it to help shape stone to make it properly square. Freemasons use it to remind ourselves to live our lives in accordance with virtue and with morality. It's about building ourselves. And no, you do not, rolling the dice. No, you do not. One of those was the Met officer John Tully, who went on to chair the Federation. After retirement from policing, he was an administrator at the United Grand Lodge of England. Tully told The Guardian that membership never did him any favors, serving his entire career as a constable. If they are going to make Freemasons declare their membership, are they going to make them declare their membership of their local tennis club? They need to be consistent, he said. And that, to me, is the key term, which we're going to get back to in a second. The former Police Federation chair, Steve White, has said Freemasons were blocking reform and thwarting the progress of women and people from Black minority ethnic communities in the ranks, which should not be the case because Freemasonry actually welcomes minority communities, and women Freemasons are a very important part of UGLE. If you're a private citizen, then you keep your privacy. That's a very valid point. And if you are a private citizen, you should be able to keep your associations private. In a Guardian interview to mark his departure as a leader of rank and file officers in England and Wales in 2017, there have been occasions when colleagues of mine have suspected that Freemasons have been an obstacle to reform. We need to make sure that people are making decisions for the right reasons, and there is a need for future continuing cultural reform in the Fed, which should be reflective of the makeup of policing. The Grand Lodge says that the history of Freemasonry, the widely accepted view from many Masonic scholars, is that Freemasonry originates from the medieval stone masons that built many of our castles and cathedrals. It says the first recorded introduction of someone into Freemasonry in the UK was in 1646. The first Grand Lodge formed in London in 1717. So that was an article from The Guardian. Once again, the gist being the Metropolitan Police, which is the largest police force in the United Kingdom, has described Freemasonry as a hierarchical organization, and as such is requiring any police officer who either is or has been a Mason to report to their supervisor their Masonic affiliations. No, Shriners are Masons, but they're not 33rd degree. You can be a 3rd degree Mason and a Shriner. The United Grand Lodge of England responded to this. And let me actually get the actual statements to read what they say. Give me 1 second. No, not all the royals are in it. That is not true. Many royals have been in it, but not all, Kevin Billington. I actually might be getting my United Kingdom citizenship because my pops is from England. Well, Lord Xenu, I don't think anybody wants to be put on a list. Historically, we know the danger that can be. Having said that, put me on the list. I'm a Freemason and I'm proud of it. And I'm happy to say it to anybody who may ask. And I'm not a witch either, Jim Baker, but I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. So this was published by the United Grand Lodge of England in response to the decision to make Freemasonry a declarable association. The United Grand Lodge of England, the home of Freemasonry in England, Wales, and the Channel Islands, notes today's announcement by the Metropolitan Police that will now require mandatory declaration of membership of Freemasonry as a declarable association, meaning that male and female officers and staff who are Freemasons will be compelled to inform the Met of this. Sandwich 14, I believe. I think I might be getting that number incorrect. 14 or 15. Right now, it's just the Met Police, James, but it is the biggest police force in the United Kingdom, which is why it's concerning for many, because it could be more. More may take the lead of it. Whilst aware of recent concerns over police vetting procedures, UGLE considers this policy decision to be unlawful, disproportionate, unfair, and discriminatory. UGLE has endeavored to engage constructively and openly with the Met on this matter over recent weeks and is most disappointed that it has reached the decision without a genuine dialogue or any direct engagement with UGLE on the substantive reasons which affect the integrity and the positive regard in which our members are held. Commenting on behalf of the United Grand Lodge of England, the Order of Women Freemasons, and the Honourable Fraternity of Ancient Masons, Adrian Marsh said, "We are disappointed that a decision which potentially affects our members has been taken without open or effective consultation. Our values of integrity, friendship, respect, and service are paramount in Freemasonry and have never been of more importance. We see this action as unwarranted, and we are carefully considering an appropriate response. We will issue a further statement in due course." Well, thank you, Scribbly. I'm glad that you're here. Please hit that like and subscribe button if you've not done so yet. There was also an interview done by Sir Mark Rowley, lieutenant, I believe, with the Met Police, and on December 13th, United Grand Lodge of England responded to it. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Yesterday, Friday, December 12th, we, the United Grand Lodge of England, was made aware of comments by Sir Mark Rowley, Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, on LBC Radio. United Grand Lodge of England, the Order of Women Freemasons, and the Honourable Fraternity of Ancient Freemasons note the comments made by the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police on Friday's edition of Nick Ferrari's LBC radio show. We feel compelled to respond to and correct several inaccurate and misleading representations of both the recent consultations held within the Metropolitan Police and Freemasonry in general. In the interview, the Commissioner claimed that 2/3 of our officers think it ought to be declarable. This contradicts the Met's own statement, which claimed that 2,000 colleagues completed the survey. Considering that the Metropolitan Police website states that there are 46,000 Met Police officers and staff, this statement is evidently false. It also highlights that the survey being used as the basis of the policy change was completed by under 5% of officers and staff. The Commissioner goes on to say, "We've looked at the intelligence picture today and a combination of factors. I'm satisfied that this is absolutely necessary. At no point has this evidence been shared with us to allow us to address concerns and, if necessary, take action. We call on the Commissioner's office to release this intelligence as soon as practical, to enable us and the public to evaluate its credibility as a reason for this policy to be enacted." Towards the end of the interview, the Commissioner states there are many, many women officers in the organization, particularly who are massively relieved by this decision because they feel they're disadvantaged by, sadly, a boys' club. As proud female Freemasons, we in the Order of Women Freemasons and the Honourable Fraternity of Ancient Freemasons take particular offense to this misleading and inaccurate statement. Women have been Freemasons now for over a century, longer than they have had the right to vote. We are proud of our history and heritage, and inaccurate representations such as this are disappointing, as per our statement released on Thursday, 11th December 2025. We continue to discuss our next steps on this matter and will be making a further announcement on our intentions in due course. Adrian Marsh, on behalf of the United Grand Lodge of England, Order of Women Freemasons, and Honourable Fraternity of Ancient Freemasons. So now I've not yet given my opinion. I've just been reading the opinions thus far from the BBC, as well as from The Guardian, as well as from United Grand Lodge of England. To give you a little bit of, we do not sacrifice kids, Jim Baker. We do not sacrifice anything except for our time and energies. So let me give you my thoughts on this. And I'm coming at it from two different perspectives. The first is as a Freemason, as a proud Freemason, as a Freemason, we sacrifice beers, exactly. As a Freemason who's been one for almost 20 years, since 2007. And as a Freemason who genuinely believes that Freemasonry makes the world a better place. If it's done right, and that the more Freemasons that exist, whether they be in policing, in government, in janitorial staff, in hospitals, at school, it makes things better. But I'm also coming at this as someone who, for much of his professional career, for 10 years, was involved in criminal justice system, including working very closely with police. Welcome back. I was a probation officer for 5 years. Actually, more than that, almost 7 years. And I was a rehab officer working in a jail for 5 years. And what that meant is I was very often in contact with police, working with them, as well as in contact with many, obviously, criminals, either criminals on probation or criminals in jail. Hello, James Graham. Please hit like and subscribe. I'd very much appreciate it. I can absolutely understand why the idea of a Freemason being put on a list, whether that list is public or private, would be incredibly concerning, especially if you look historically at times in the past where Freemasons have been targeted for discrimination, whether it be in Nazi Germany, the Soviet era, whatever it might be, right? Now, the declarable list to which a Freemason, must disclose his membership, it's technically to his bosses. It's not public. So if I was a police officer in the United Kingdom, I have to declare my membership to my bosses. In theory, that remains private between me and my boss. It's not meant to be public, to my understanding. However, information can get hacked. Information can get leaked. Information can be released accidentally, right? Suddenly, you are at the risk of somebody getting into that information that you've been forced to declare. Or are you concerned about, discrimination from your bosses? Let's say you have a boss who doesn't like Freemasonry. You have a boss who, has seen videos online of people saying that Freemasons are devil worshippers or are evil, and you believe it. Are you now at risk of discrimination because your boss has incorrect information about Freemasonry? That's obviously a very relevant and genuine concern. And also, any type of organization forcing someone to disclose information about themselves, that is potential danger of government overreach, obviously. Sorry, Linking Alice, I'm not missing your comments. I'm just trying to focus on this topic for now. I promise I'll get back to your comments once I'm done. Matthew Blanchard, please hit like and subscribe. But Lord Xenu, so I know, Lord Xenu, you're not a fan of Freemasonry. This may shock you. I don't 100% disagree with you. I don't completely agree with you either. As Bishop points out, you're absolutely right. First of all, when I was working either in the jail or when I was working as a probation officer, I did not disclose that I was a Freemason officially. I talked about being a Freemason all the time, and people knew I was a Freemason. Like my bosses knew I was a Freemason because I would never want to hide it. I was proud of it. However, if anybody came to either be supervised by me as a probation officer, or if there was a Mason in jail, not even somebody I knew, but it could happen, right? Where somebody sees me, sees my tattoos, sees this tattoo, whatever it is, and recognizes I'm a Mason and says they're a Mason themselves, which could happen. And it did unfortunately happen where there were times I would meet guys in custody. I would always disclose to my boss immediately that I could not, I was not able to supervise them. I was not able to, work with them. Not because it would, again, I'm a citizen of the community first. I'm a citizen of Canada first. I have responsibility as a Freemason, not to condone or protect somebody who's committing criminal acts, but to do my job. But because I understood how it could look to other people, right? And so we were taught always about the idea of conflict of interest. And what we were talking about when it came to conflict of interest, or what we were taught, is there's three ways to think of it: the bell, the book, and the candle. So whether you're doing anything wrong or not, if it looks like there's a potential for things to be wrong, that's a problem. If it sounds like there's the potential for something to be wrong, that could be a problem. Or if somebody were to read about it and it seems like there's potential for something to be wrong, that's a problem. Even if you do nothing wrong at all, just the idea of there being the possibility. And I wanted to be respectful of that. I am a Freemason. I want people to know that I am respectful of the laws of the country and respectful of how my decisions can appear to others. And so I would always disclose, I am a Freemason. And for this reason or that reason, I'm not able to supervise with this person, right? Because not that I would ever, again, as a Freemason, I'm taught to follow the laws of the country to which I belong and not to protect anybody, but I understand and recognized how it could look to other people if they were to find out. If, for example, Lord Xenu or Scribby were to find out that I, a Freemason, am supervising another Freemason, even though I wouldn't be doing anything wrong, they might have that view that I'm doing something wrong. And I have to respect that. I have to respect the views of others. I have to respect the views of the taxpayer for whom I was working at the time. Right? And so the problem with being one of the things that makes being a police officer such an incredibly challenging job, and why I have so much respect for police officers and I'm so impressed by the work they do. So for me, when I was a probation officer, I'd go there in the morning and I'd see, okay, I'm meeting with these 10 people or whatever it is. And I can, if there's a conflict of interest, if there's a conflict, whatever's happening, I can know right away, okay, there's a conflict. Or if I learn there's a conflict, I can switch clients. I can do what I need to do to avoid that conflict. I can make the decisions I need to make. Assalamu alaikum from Philadelphia. Welcome, Jump Chambers. I was a probation officer. Being a police officer, it's a different game. If you're a police officer, you have no idea in the morning when you start your shift what type of issues or problems you're going to deal with that day, where you're going to get called, what's going to happen, what's going to take place. Are you going to get called to a domestic disturbance? Are you going to get called to robbery? Are you going to get called to? You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know with whom you're going to be dealing with on a day-to-day basis. Because of that, it's an incredibly stressful job. It's an incredibly brave job. Nothing but respect for everybody who's a police officer. But you may end up getting called to deal with, to arrest, to interact with somebody who may themselves be a Freemason, may themselves be your brother. There's no way for you to know in advance. I can, if I discover myself in that situation, recuse myself, put somebody else in charge, or give somebody else that responsibility. I can say, I'm going to switch clients, I have a conflict of interest. Police can't do that. You don't know with whom you're going to be dealing with at the time, right? So in that situation, it makes sense to me to require disclosure of membership in advance. Because how else can you know? Like, there's nothing else you can do. You can't get a phone call, there's such and such happening at this address, and the police officer responds, I'm a Freemason, that guy's a Freemason, I can't respond to it. There could be a conflict of interest. You have to respond to it. So in that case, what else can be done but to disclose? In the same way, if there was ever a conflict of interest with me working with somebody, I would disclose it, as soon as I knew, because I don't want things to look badly to the taxpayers who are paying my salary or who were paying my salary. But Lord Zenu, Freemasonry is not a worldwide organization. Right? It's not a worldwide organization, it's jurisdictional. The Freemasons in England are part of a different organization than I'm a part of. That's not to say that we don't have recognition with each other, but it's not a worldwide organization. Right? But when I say all of this, I do have some concerns, right? The first, I would want more evidence. Well, it's worldwide, but that doesn't mean it's a single organization. It's a bit like carpenters unions. There's carpenters unions in America, there's carpenters unions in Canada, there's carpenters unions in England, but they're under different rules and governance and organizations. They're not all part of the same group. I am not a flat earther. So I would say, going back to my point, my concerns, this is just me speaking for myself personally. I have 3 concerns. First, I'd want more information about how private is the information being kept, right? About the disclosure. So if you're a Freemason and you are now required as part of the Metropolitan Police Force to disclose your associations, can you make sure that that disclosure is not going to be hacked, is not going to be released accidentally, is not going to be found out by the public? Because I think every Freemason should have the right to keep their membership as private as possible. I don't know why they'd want to. I'm proud to talk about it, but that's me. I would be concerned. I have not heard any information yet about how how protected that information is going to be. So that concerns me quite a bit. The other thing that concerns me is there are many quote unquote hierarchical organizations that exist. When I say that, those organizations that offer support to membership, the Moose, the Elks, the Oddfellows, right? There's so many of those groups and organizations that provide support. The fact that it's exclusive to Freemasonry, that concerns me, because that is putting, I believe, an unfair and unnecessary target on Masonic membership. Again, I'm fine with the idea of the taxpayer having a concern about conflict of interest and wanting those concerns dealt with. What I'm very concerned with, though, is when Freemasonry is exclusively focused upon as being the one hierarchical organization, when what Freemasonry focuses on in terms of mutual support, so does the Moose, so does the Elk, so do the Boy Scouts. So do, Rotarians, automobile clubs. Why is Freemasonry the exclusive group herein, right? I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's okay. That's my second concern. And my third concern is the focus on the quote-unquote male side of Freemason. Every one of these stories I've read talks about Freemasonry as being a fraternity. There's the Women's Order of Freemasons. So this idea that Freemasons in police force are holding women down or something, that's just not the case, because Freemasonry is welcome to women. In fact, there have been women Freemasons longer than women have had the right to vote in the United Kingdom. Michael Moore, if you're still there, let me know what your thoughts are. So, Lord Zenu, give me a second. I want to make sure I get this information out, my views on it. I want to know what Michael Moore thinks. But for me, For better or worse, I don't think we in Freemasonry get to decide what makes the taxpayer comfortable or not comfortable. If I'm going to take a job where I'm getting taxpayer dollars, I think it's completely fair that the public should have some expectations around how am I, not just how am I, but how is the organization to which I'm a member doing its best to avoid potential conflicts of interest. And that includes potentially declaring organizations, hierarchical organizations. Also, I think to be a Freemason, it's very relevant and very valuable to want to talk about it. If somebody was a Freemason, and I understand people like to keep things private, if you're joining it and you're not talking about it, in some ways you're doing a disservice to being a Freemason. However, having said all of, so I disclosed my being a Freemason to jobs in the law enforcement field I've had in the past. I can understand why people might be concerned about Freemasons having positions in which they're expected to enforce laws. I think those people need to recognize and understand, on the other side of it, first, the help and support we as Freemasons give is not meant to be anything that is against the law. We are not meant to support a brother in their criminal activities or criminal enterprises. In fact, if we're not a police officer, we're meant to inform the police of what we've seen. We need to make sure the information is kept safe. We need to make sure that no one is discriminated against because they are Freemasons. Again, if I disclose to my boss I'm a Freemason and they don't like Freemasons because of stuff they've seen online, will I get discriminated against for my promotion? Right. So I guess what I'm trying to say with this is there are a ton of both. It's not an illegitimate concern that the Met Police have. I think this might be, if not the best, the one way to deal with this concern and this issue. I don't know the other ways to deal with it. However, I can 100% understand why Masons would be concerned and why Masons would grow concerned at being put on a list. I hope that made sense. Honestly, the Germans round up. So you're not wrong, Brother Michael Moore. And for a lot of Masons, especially in Europe, having to disclose their membership and, it might bring back at least cultural memories of Nazi Germany in the 1930s. I can get that. I can understand why that would be a concern. And yeah, I'm trying to balance out that concern with the concerns of the taxpayer. And I know, so I don't necessarily have the best answer to that, except I can see both sides of the argument. I guess what I'd say is I, for one, as being involved in law enforcement and being put in potential conflict of interest situations in the past, can 100% get and understand why you'd want some type of disclosure process. If two people are part of the same group or organization, in probation, you can deal with it at the moment. You can just switch. There's no way to deal with it in the moment of being a police officer. Okay, so Zenu asked me the question, tell me who you call when you want to start a new lodge. Well, I mean, it depends where you are. I mean, you couldn't just start a new lodge. First, you have to join a lodge that is already within existence and become a Freemason. Then you need to get 7 more members who want to start a new lodge. Then you need to go to each of your local Masonic lodges and ask them for permission to start a new lodge. And then you go to your local Grand Lodge. So let's say you were in Ontario. Let's say you're in Manitoba, Winnipeg, and you want to start a new lodge. First, you need to join the Grand Lodge of Manitoba. Then you need to get 7 other members who want to start their own lodge. And then you need to get permission from the other lodges. There are no homosexual rituals one has to do. I'm very sorry to disappoint you rolling the dice. But there are no such rituals. Freemasonry is much too boring for that. Well, there is a hierarchy, but the hierarchy stops at the jurisdictional level. So, for example, Ultimately, to start a new lodge in Ontario, the final permission comes from the Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Ontario. But if I want to start a new lodge in Manitoba, the hierarchy ends with the Grand Master of Manitoba. It's not as though there's one So if you want to start, I don't know where you're from, Zenu. If you want to start a lodge, let's say you live in Texas. If you want to start a new lodge in Texas, the hierarchy ends at the Grand Master of Texas. Ontario doesn't get a say. Manitoba doesn't get a say. United Grand Lodge of England doesn't get a say, right? It stops at the jurisdiction to which you're a member, right? If that makes any sense. So it's not as though there's a single body. If I want to start a new lodge in Ontario, my permission comes from a different person and a different group than if you want to start a new lodge in Manitoba. Well, Scribbly, maybe I will fail because I guess Jesus wouldn't be first in my life. By the way, Dad, what did you think of what I said? Do you agree, disagree? Do you have any thoughts on what I said? By the way, there is what's called, there are some disclosure requirements in European countries as well for Freemasons, just for whatever it's worth. Andrew, please hit like and subscribe. Builder Bob, I am from Canada, Windsor, Ontario, Canada. Well, they do talk and meet with each other. It's called regularity and recognition. So, for example, I was just in Bogota, Colombia, and I got to sit in on some Masonic meetings, which was absolutely incredible. One of the best trips of my life, to be honest. And I could do that because we had what's called regularity and recognition with the Masonic brethren there. But the Grand Master of Colombia could not have kicked me out of Freemasonry. And he does not set rules for me. He can say I can't meet with him in that lodge if he has an issue, but he doesn't get to say whether I'm a Mason or not. That stays with Ontario. But regularity and recognition are not the same things as control. That's like saying, the President of the United States controls Canada because we have, communications between the two countries. Communicating does not indicate control. There is no singular Masonic body that controls everything, right? People think that, but they are incorrect. Second, Faulkner, please hit like and subscribe. Jim Baker, we do not worship the devil. We do not worship any Masonic group. We do not worship any deities. There's no such thing as a Masonic deity. My friend's dad is named Masons. Well, it's two equal partners. I mean, when I say equal, I mean legally equal partners. Economically, there are differences between the two, but they make trade deals by negotiating, which happens in Masonry. Two equal jurisdictions will negotiate to try to resolve some issue. It happens. No rolling of the dice. That is not the case. Dodge 631, please hit like and subscribe. Well, I am reading the Bible currently because I want to become more conversant in religious kind of beliefs from my Masonic brothers. No, that is not true, rolling of the dice. We did not start Planned Parenthood. Freemasonry is not a political organization, so we would not start any political groups. Or I don't know if you can call Planned Parenthood political per se, but call it what you want. We did not start it. All right. Let's just put you in a bit of a timeout here. Short 31253. There we go. Minotaur, no worries. I do my best. I don't know everything, but I do try my best. You say that. I mean, I don't think we do have members in every political government in the world. I've known a couple Masons who are politicians, always at the local level, like the city council level, or city councils, different cities, never beyond that. There was a time when Freemasonry was more ubiquitous. We had more members probably involved in politics, but certainly in the last 50 years, it's pretty steep decline. Well, Builder Bob, I hope you and your wife hit like and subscribe. Sparky Dave, I hope you will hit like and subscribe as well. Consider doing a super chat as well. I do not know any Masons who went to any island. I assume you're talking about the island on the news recently. You'd be very disappointed to know. At least I never got an invite, and I would not want to go because it seems like a creepy island to go to. We're not ruling anything, Lord Xenu. Again, you're going to be very disappointed if you're keen to join Freemasonry. If you think we're ruling the world, mostly we can't even agree on what to have for dinner. Andrew Dubois, make me a mod. I mean, I don't mind people coming on Andrew Dubois who say who aren't a fan of Freemasonry. I mean, if I started this channel to talk about the ways that Freemasonry or promote the ways Freemasonry is relevant to the world, part of what that means is I have to accept there are going to be people on the stream who don't like Freemasonry, for better or worse. Hopefully I can convince them that they're incorrect. But even if I can't, then hopefully what I can convince them of is at least I'm a good person, if nothing else. I hope that does something to help make them recognize that maybe they've got some incorrect ideas about Freemasonry. All right, 5159. I think I'm going to have to put you in a timeout as well. But I kind of made a deal with myself when I started this channel that I'm going to have to deal with the Jim Bakkers of the world, for better or worse. Jim Bakker, this is my idea. Actually, a lot of Masons aren't a huge fan of my YouTube channel because they get concerned. They think Freemasonry should be more quiet for a variety of reasons, historically, traditionally. There's this idea of like, don't let the good things you do, don't show off the good things you do, kind of like, a lot of Masons will still donate to charity anonymously because they don't want the credit for what they do. This was my idea. Every idea is my own. I speak for myself. Not everything I say, every Mason agrees with. Good people have served. Well, I mean, I'm personally, like I said, I'm not a believer in Christian religion per se. But I like to think with Freemasonry, it's not about serving God or Satan or any religious deity. It's about serving the community and the world. In terms of serving, my soul and anything to that extent, that is not between me. That is between my soul and my religious beliefs. It's not a Masonic idea. Freemasonry does not promise salvation, nor does it threaten damnation. Yes, Rondo. But thank you, Rondo, for being here. How's it going? I don't know if you heard what I was saying. What do you think about the United Kingdom Met Police's decision regarding disclosure of Freemasonry? I have no idea what FM26 is, Baratoris, but please hit like and subscribe. 777, please hit like and subscribe as well. I am very proud to say we've made it over 3,000 subs. So thank you so much. I will be back on, by the way, at 1 a.m. tonight. So I hope you guys will check me out then as well. Tomorrow, I was actually going to talk about Freemasonry and fonts, particularly the way that we as Freemasons communicate in written correspondence. Fonts has become a big issue lately, politically speaking. It's popping up all over the news. So why not take a few moments to talk about it? I was going to check my different Masonic correspondence and see the type of font that they use and just how we format our written communications in general. All right, Scribbity Worldwide. How much are you paying dues each month? I don't pay monthly dues. I pay yearly dues. Most Masonic lodges, it's yearly. It's very rarely is it monthly. I'm a member of 5 Masonic lodges. And so the cheapest one I'm a member of, it's $40 American per year. The most expensive is $175 Canadian per year, so about $150 American per year. Most people, in terms of their dues, pay between $100 to $500 per year. I find there's a big range because it depends on kind of where the Masonic Lodge is located, how expensive it is. I mean, Andrew, you're not wrong in terms of it's definitely, there's a fair argument to be made that Freemasonry is selling itself far too cheap. You're not wrong with that. Justin Case, G8L, please hit like and subscribe. I always answer, there is no singular thing that one gets as a member. It's a very personal thing. Some people get closer to their family if they had Masonic family connections. What I always say is it's not about what you get, it's about what you can contribute. I get the opportunity to try to make the world a better place through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth, which is something I'm incredibly proud of. You can still enjoy Christmas. That is true. What happens if you're late on your payments, rolling the dice? It depends on the lodge. I mean, I do know what's happening in Gaza. I think it's a tragedy. 777. I mean, most lodges will support a brother if he's late and try to offer different options to assist, payment plans, benevolence. As a general rule, lodges will try to support a brother if he's struggling as best as he can. Doesn't always, there are times if it's been several years, they can't get in touch. They may get suspension for non-payment of dues, but mostly lodges will try to work with the brother. Yeah, as Michael Moore says, they're usually remitted or they find a way to make it work. Freemasonry is not connected to the Greater Israeli Project. Freemasonry and Israel is a political entity. It's a country. Freemasonry is not political. What or who do you worship? I mean, Freemasonry does not worship any particular deity or faith. Freemasonry is not a religion. So, I mean, I can tell you, me personally, I worship a supreme being. The best way to describe it is the supreme being is the manifestation of the rational order of the universe. But that's me. Not to my knowledge, rolling the dice. I don't believe he is. 8 activists in UK jail on historic hunger strike. I don't know anything about that, but I know what's happening in Gaza. I think it's an incredible tragedy. I think as Freemasons, I love my brothers, Masonic brothers in Israel. I'm proud to be a member of a lodge in Israel, but I also wish nothing but relief, safety, kindness for people in Gaza, especially the children. I think it's an incredible tragedy what's happening, especially at the refugee camps right now. Mario knows it's good. Welcome. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. There is no Moloch nor Baal in Freemasonry. But it's not the people. I always believe you need to separate the people from the government of any country. I think it's really dangerous when you start to judge individuals in a country for the actions of its government, because that can become very dangerous very quickly. JRCE, please hit like and subscribe. My friend's dad is named Mason, Andrew Dubois. Well, I mean, you can be named Mason and not be a Mason. Mason's a very common name. So no, just because you're named Mason does not mean that you are a Freemason or affiliated with Freemasonry. Freemasonry is not connected to the Bohemian Grove, I'm very sorry to say. Jim Baker, Freemasonry is not the same thing as the Bohemian Grove, despite what Alex Jones may say. Thank you, Minotaur. Yes, it's an interesting crowd. Let me know, though, before you go, Minotaur, if what I said about the disclosure requirements made sense to you. If you think it worked, if you think it made sense regarding disclosure at United Kingdom. I do not know, Mr. Mack, what Fabian Socrete is. Hippie, I definitely don't agree with that. As someone who worked in law enforcement or community protection, pick your term, police have an incredibly hard job. I have nothing but respect for them and all they have to do. I have never seen a Bigfoot nor a Dogman. Andrew, I have no idea. I don't play Fortnite. I wish I could help you with that, but I got nothing. I'm very sorry. But thank you, everybody, once again for being here. Dad, so what did you think, though, Dad, before you go, of what I said? Did it make sense to you? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Do you think Freemasons should be required to disclose their membership? Burp, we are not. We can usually not even agree with what we want to have for dinner. So, ever had missing time? I'm not sure what you mean by that, rolling the losing dice. Like, no, I've never been drunk or high or passed out or anything like that. So, other than sleeping, I suppose, I've always known, where I am and what's going on. Tommy, good evening from Sweden. Thank you for being here. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. No. I mean, the closest they ever came to that was back in the day, and everybody's experienced this rolling the losing dice. But when I used to drive, now I just rely on public transport. But when I used to drive, I would take the same route to school every day, to university. So I'd wake up in the morning, get in the car. It was my dad's car, actually. Drive to school, drive back. Eventually, you kind of just start to zone out a little bit because you've taken the same path every day. People talk about that when it comes to driving, right? Because supposedly, it incorporates into your basal ganglia. It's like walking, or for me, wheeling. You don't think about it, you just do it. But beyond that, nope, never had any missing time. Linking Atlas, go to sleep. Okay, Dad is on the no side. Fair enough. I don't know about that. Minotaur, I liked England. I was just there. I'm actually working on getting my English citizenship. Hopefully I'll get it very soon. But I liked England quite a bit. I thought it was a really cool country. I didn't spend a ton of time there, but the time I did spend in it, I really enjoyed. I don't believe in UFOs. I mean, I believe they're unidentified flying objects. I don't believe they are aliens. I think within every organization, there's going to be good and not so good individuals, but I think overall, I have a lot of respect for police officers, for what they do, for the way they put their lives on the line. Yes, maybe they're just my friends flying around in the UFOs. If I had friends who were flying around in UFOs, I would really hope that you would tell me, to any Masons out there. Isn't Jim Baker a disgraced televangelist who stole money? I don't know who Jim Baker is, but if he was a disgraced evangelist who stole money from his membership, then, shame on Jim Baker. No, I think presidents are elected. I don't think they're selected. I've never believed that. I think, presidents are elected. You can argue about how democratic it is, if it's quote unquote democratic enough, because you have issues like the electoral college, etc. But I do definitely think they are elected. Now, again, are there ways to make the election process more democratic? Probably, but I think we should be a little bit more. I'm probably somewhat more positive about the democratic strength in the states than others. Oh, Freemason, I'd love to be there. Yes, you get to fly spaceships at 360 degrees. I would love to be there, Freemason. The Grand Lodge of Texas, an awesome Grand Lodge. Texas is an awesome state. And yeah, I would love to be there. But I've been traveling a lot, so I think I need to take a little bit of break from travel. Need to take a little bit of break from traveling. The amount of travel I've been doing. It's been wonderful. It's been exhausting, but it's been wonderful. Do I think you're meaning, do I like Donald Trump? The answer is no, I do not. I'm not a fan of Donald Trump at all. I guess relatively close. I never really visited a ton as a kid, but I do remember growing up, there was Masonic Christmas parties and Masonic events at the lodge. I remember going to those as a kid. I really enjoyed it quite a bit. So, yeah, I grew up kind of with a basic understanding of what Freemasonry was. And that's something I loved. I've never been to South Africa, Robert, but I want to go. Well, I'm not a British citizen right now, but I want to get my British citizenship because my dad's from England. So I'm eligible for it. So I'm applying for it at the moment. Sure, I support gay people. I support gay people and straight people. Spirit of Justice, they were wonderful. It was absolutely a blast. Incredibly friendly, incredibly kind, very welcoming. Even though I didn't bring my suit and tie with me, they still let me attend their meetings, which are all dress code specific. So that was really wonderful. They were really great. It was wonderful. They took me on tours of their buildings. I hope you guys all saw the pictures I posted. And by the way, don't forget, whenever I'm posting any pictures or anything special on YouTube, make sure that you like, share, whatever it might be. That stuff is incredibly valuable and helps big time. I'm going to be talking about my trip during my 24-hour live stream, which will take place December 21st. I'm going to start on December 21st at 2 p.m. and go to December 22nd at 2 p.m. I'm going to talk, the first bit is going to be about my trip and how much, how much I enjoyed it, how much I loved it, how I can't wait to return. Thank you, Andrew. Yes, mark your calendars, December 21st, 2 p.m. Eastern through to December 22nd, 2 p.m. Eastern. In the meantime, I'm also going to be live streaming my Getting a Tattoo on December 20th at probably around 12:30. Me and my friends go every year. We get tattoos. I'm going to get another Masonic tattoo. You'll learn more about it then. I hope you check that out. Tomorrow, I'm going to be talking about Masonic fonts, the way we as Masons, use fonts in our written communications, why it's very important that we think about these things, think about formatting of our written communications. Who is Hiram Abiff to me then? Well, I mean, Hiram Abiff to me is a legend. He's a myth. He's a Masonic myth. In the Bible, famously, they mention the architect of the King Solomon's temple as being Hiram. Never give his last name, interestingly enough. And I think Freemasons, when developing our Masonic rituals, we took that, we ran with it, and we created the myth of Hiram Abiff to help explain and demonstrate, amongst other things, the value of steadfastness and courage in our lives and maintaining our oaths and maintaining our oaths, maintaining our promise, being a good person, being just and upright and true. Yes, hit the sack, but thank you, Minotaur. But I don't believe that Hiram Abiff ever actually really. I don't believe there's ever a real person named Hiram Abiff. Right? I think that he's invented out of basically one line in the Bible. I think the Bible also refers to him as the widow's son, if I recall correctly. Right? He gets probably if there was a Hiram Abiff that existed, he probably was from Lebanon, is the most likely place he came from. Same thing with Hiram, king of Tyre, right? Do you miss I think I did, Mario. Sorry, I've just been busy answering other questions. Guy is fishy, says egg. I know I got a head that's shaped like an egg. But you can still hit the like and subscribe button. What was he? A Nephilim? That's a giant, right? No, he's just a regular guy. He was an architect. If he existed at all, he was an architect, probably from Lebanon. What was the best part of my trip? Asked Courtney. That's a great question. Gosh. The best part of my trip. I'm going to answer that, Courtney. I'm going to be right back. I have to pee like a racehorse. Oh my gosh, no one wants to see that on stream. Here you go. Probably, I'm going to give you the quick answer, then run to the washroom, then be back. It was probably taking part in the third degree, not taking part, watching the third degree. I don't drink. I just got my coffee. Taking part in the third degree, and I don't smoke either, or watching the third degree. And I'll tell you why that was so wonderful in just one moment. Here's my co-host. I'll be back in a moment. Be nice to my co-host. Everybody watching this. All right, I'm back. So Courtney, hello, Take It Harris. So it's a black dog, but we're looking for names. Welcome back, Mr. Keeps. I just ran to the washroom. I just came back. The best part of my trip to, and actually, by the way, Mr. Keeps, I'd be curious to know what your thoughts are on the United Kingdom's decision regarding disclosure of Masonic membership. While, for me personally, while I understand the concerns of Masons, and I explained why those concerns are understandable, I actually am supportive of it. And I explained why I'm supportive of it, but let me know what your thoughts are. Dakita, here you go. All right. You're still in Peru. How is Peru treating you, Mr. Keeps? And thank you for being here. But while you're in Peru, you should be focused on your vacation. I wish I was there. Peru sounds like a wonderful place. Yes, I promise you I washed my hands. Nobody be alarmed. I just went quickly so I could get back here with all of you. Thank you, Dylan. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Dakota, please hit like and subscribe. Everybody watching this, thank you all for being here. Don't forget, if you're under 18, get your parents' permission. Well, that's a bit harsh, Jim Baker. By the way, Mr. Keeps, I still have to send you your item, which you won at our last members exclusive live stream. You'll get that very soon, I promise you. Okay, so I'm going to mail it shortly. It's actually a very special postcard from my trip to Bogota. Now, being in Bogota, my favorite part of the trip, Albania, thank you. So I went to, well, first of all, I have to mention the absolutely, ooh, I'm really sorry about that, Mr. Keeps. Do what the doctor tells you. It's always my advice, but that sucks. And yes, the sun, I mean, it's funny, I was in Colombia and it's not that hot, so I didn't even think about it. But despite the fact it's not that hot, the sun was like really strong. I ended up getting a pretty decent sunburn, not even being that warm, just like wheeling around. So yeah, it was very, I got a nice sunburn, especially on my head. Liam, I don't think there is a 1%. I think it's more complicated than that. I think there's differing interests, but I think we all ultimately should be united by what we are, which is people. We're all having a human experience, and we should all be respectful of that. Dakita Harris, thank you for being here. Oh, don't worry. We're going to do another subscriber exclusive live stream, not a subscriber exclusive, member exclusive live stream on Christmas Day for a few minutes. It's interesting, spirit of justice. I had that same experience. I was in Colombia asking people where the washroom was. They don't call it that, so they had no idea what I was referring to, which is really interesting. I have no idea what a YN is. Sorry, Jim Baker, you are wrong. So, first of all, one thing I loved about Bogota, Colombia, and I just have to shout out again, is the lodge room at the Grand Lodge, particularly um, the the ceiling, the celestial canopy of the lodge room. It was, I actually met the guy who painted it, but it was literally a celestial canopy. Um, it was absolutely gorgeous. Not only was it really beautiful, all of it, so they had the stars, the planets, they had the Milky Way, they had galaxies, but they also had different lights that you could turn on and off. So sometimes you could turn it so that just the stars were shining. Sometimes you could turn it on so it was like a galaxy was illuminated. Sometimes you could illuminate different specific constellations, which was absolutely beautiful. One of my favorite songs is Simple Man by, or sorry, well, Simple Man by Leonard Skinner is my favorite song of all time. But one of my favorite songs is Lost Together by Blue Rodeo, a good Canadian band and a great song. The first lines of the song goes, "Strange and beautiful are the stars tonight that dance above your head." And seeing the stars above my head, especially when they were lit up, um, was really beautiful and made me think of that song. And it's one of those memories I'm going to take with me for a long time. But then, outside of that, I got the chance to, they had a third degree taking place, and I got the chance to attend. Even though I did not have my suit and tie, they still let me attend. They actually gave me like a robe to borrow, so I was kind of in somewhat fancy dress, like just a black smock, so I was somewhat fitting in, which was very kind of them. And Courtney, what I loved about that is like being part of the third degree, watching it. It was done entirely in Trolls Will Troll. It was done entirely in Spanish. So I could not understand, a single word that they were saying, and yet I understood everything, right? Every moment, every beat of the degree, everything that was happening, I knew exactly what was going on. I knew exactly what was happening. I could follow it beat for beat, and that to me really drove home the universality of the craft, right? So, Brother Courtney, it's this idea of being able to, like, it reminds me, it shows me the universality of Freemasonry. This idea that I can be somewhere in the world I've never been to before. I can be somewhere in the world where I don't speak the language, where I can't understand the words, and yet I can find a place, I can find a home, I can find brothers, I can find a place where they, feed me, they welcome me, they let me take part in their Masonic meetings, and even more so than that, a place where I can understand nothing and yet understand everything at exactly the same time. Andrew, what are you talking about? Rondo is an absolutely wonderful part of the stream. He's a wonderful part of the family, the Square and Compass family. So just calm down, Andrew. Anybody who threatens, and you're not even a moderator, you can't do anything, but anybody who makes such threats, not cool. Hello, sir. Hello, Cool Cat Tower. Please hit like and subscribe. Well, Jim Baker, you have your own views on it. That's fine. But it was a really special feeling. It was a really warm feeling to be, again, you don't need to understand the language to understand what's happening. And that shows the universality of the craft, which I really, really love. Yeah, it's funny how I was thinking back, how many of my greatest Masonic memories or most cherished Masonic memories have to do with the roof or the ceiling of the building in which I'm visiting. Like, I remember going to the barn raising ceremony in Paducah, Kentucky. It was a third degree in this old barn, and hearing the rain hitting the roof, the tin roof of the barn during the third degree felt really, really special to me. I always remember that sound, I think, as the brother was going through his third degree. Um, Calm down, Jim. I will time you out if you keep being kind of a jerk. Going to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and seeing the stars on their ceiling was really special. So yeah, it was. But I think the third degree and not understanding the language, but understanding everything was my favorite moment of my trip. Um, Good for you, Spirit. And as Spirit said, by the way, South American lodges are absolutely beautiful. Um, Absolutely beautiful. I've been to ones in Rio and Bogota. They were both incredible, and I loved them both very much. Yes, they did put me back together again, so please hit like and subscribe. I am going to mention another thing I really loved, another really special part of the trip. Um, so I flew, for whatever reason, it was super cheap to do so. I don't know why, but I flew out of Chicago. So I did round trip Chicago, so I flew from Chicago to Bogota, then flew back to Chicago, and there was about 10-hour wait between my flight arriving in Chicago and my bus back to Canada. And so I had those 10 hours, right? Not sure what to do. It's freezing outside. I love Chicago, but it was insanely cold. But nonetheless, so I'm trying to figure out what to do. Do I just wait at the airport, not go outside in the cold until I have to catch the bus to downtown Chicago? What do I do, right? Nice try, Nick Nelson. Please hit like and subscribe. But so I'm debating what to do. And then I realized Glenview Masonic Temple, one of my favorite Masonic buildings in the entire world, a home away from home, is having a lodge of instruction. And so because I'm very familiar with how to, travel in Chicago, I'm very familiar with the public transit system. I take the buses I need to take. I get to Glenview. I have to wheel 10 minutes in freezing temperature, but whatever. And I make it to the Glenview Masonic Temple. I see a bunch of brothers. They all know me. They all welcome me. They all call me worshipful because I'm worshipful master, even though they don't have to. They feed me some delicious Rosalie's beef sandwiches, some donuts, some coffee, which warmed me up. I get to hang out with them. I get to talk to them. I get a nice warm place to relax while I'm waiting for my bus back to Canada. And again, how many organizations? Thank you, Andrew. Everybody, Masonic organizations. How many other organizations exist in the world where I can have a 10-hour delay, 10-hour layover, and find a place that welcomes me, that feeds me, that, makes me feel like part of the family, that keeps me warm in freezing temperatures. And part of that is because I know Glenview and Chicago so well. I spend so much time there. It's a part of my home, part of my family. But part of it also is because I'm lucky enough to be a Mason and to be part of an organization that allows me to take part in such things and to have such opportunities. And that was a really special moment. I know people who've had to sleep overnight in airports or stay late in airports waiting for connections. I get fed. I get, taken care of because I'm a Mason. I'm lucky enough to be a Mason. I hope you will keep that in mind. I have no idea what the YN of New York is, Andrew Dubois, so I cannot help you because I do not know what YN is. Maximus Meridius, I got a big head. I know that, Maximus Meridius. Please hit like and subscribe. Turd Goblin, that's quite the name. Please hit like and subscribe. The word with which I align is nobody's concern. I used to always answer those questions, but now, because people love to say those things, you decide for yourself. Whatever you think is fine with me. Name, please hit like and subscribe as well. But Courtney, did that make sense, what I said? And yeah, by the way, I'm just going to mention one more time. I've mentioned this a lot on my different channels, on my different social media accounts. It is incredibly, incredibly important that if you don't have to, certainly. Yes, short knowledge, I'm a Freemason. But if you ever get the opportunity to attend a Masonic meeting conducted in a language that's not your native language, please consider going to it. Hearing Masonic ritual in a language that isn't your own is, believe me, incredibly special. I think it really helps drive home the universality of the craft in a way that almost nothing else can or does. So, yes, Gashumi, I am a Freemason. Please hit like and subscribe. I've been a Freemason since 2007, so almost 20 years, which is crazy to think it's been that long. I would not describe the rituals as ruthless and unforgiving. I think that's crazy. You don't want to think about it in terms of levels. That's the wrong way to think about it. The best way to think about it is in terms of degrees. I'm an 18th degree Scottish Rite, but the degree that matters most is 3rd degree Master Mason, which I am. Andrew, I do not know what the YNs are. So I guess I wish them well, but I have no idea what they are. For all I know, I could be wishing some terrible group well. I do not, Gary, but I have a Discord. I really wish I spent more time on my Discords. Gary, Francisco, please hit like and subscribe. I'd very much appreciate it. Geshumi, same as well. So when you say... Oh, well, I do not know what the YNs are. So there you go. I've never heard that expression before. I wish everybody well. Let's put it that way. Yo, Freemason. What do you mean by return to God, Gishumi? I feel like I never left my supreme being. We have different... In Freemasonry, it's not about, quote unquote, believing in a God or God. It's about believing in a supreme being. There are Christian Freemasons, Muslim Freemasons, Jewish Freemasons, Muslim Freemasons, Jewish, Hindu, Sikh. So I feel like I never left my God, to never have to return to him. Freemasonry is not satanic. Freemasonry is not a religion of any sort. Well, I don't worship Baal, so there you go. There are many Muslim Freemasons. I've known several of them. I'm proud to know them. They're my brothers. Traveling, for example, to different lodges in America, there are several Muslim Freemasons. I know at least a couple here as well. Hello, Gareth. Good to have you back. Thank you for joining once again. Don't forget that like button. Consider hitting the like button and consider doing a super chat, just 99 cents. I don't know what KUFR means, Geshumi, but Freemasonry is not that, I don't think. I've never heard of that expression before. But there are Freemasons who are Muslim, I can assure you. Jim, you are straight out of the... Nobody's out of the pit of anything, but I certainly don't think we should be being unkind to our Muslim brothers and friends. So I never heard of that expression. I mean, Freemasonry, though, does not disbelieve, nor does it believe in, Islamic religion, nor does it believe or disbelieve in any other. Freemasonry is up to the individual Mason to find his personal beliefs. However he chooses to do so. That's true, Gareth. There might be. There might be. But thank you so much for being here. I don't know if you saw Gareth, but we are now officially at over 3,000 subs. So nothing but gratefulness, nothing but thank you to everybody who's made that possible. We got a massive number of actually subs on this stream, so truly grateful. It does. I mean, it's all part of the Abrahamic religions, right? Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. There are, the big three. What I would say is, Freemasonry has, some would say borrowed, some would say stole, some would say paid homage to philosophies and beliefs and ideas of many different groups and religions and beliefs: Islamic, Christian, Judaism, in Chinese mythology, Stoic philosophy, Enlightenment era philosophies. Certainly, though, what it took from primarily was ultimately the stonemason guilds of the Middle Ages, more so than anything else, right? Some Egyptian mysticism as well, obviously. People like to mention those things also. Real Toyota MC. Hello, Real Toyota. Please hit like and subscribe. Jim, that is not my experience. I'm not Islamic myself, but all of the Islamic friends and brothers I've made seem interested in making the world a better place, just like me. Thank you, Gareth. That's very kind of you. Hey, I couldn't have made it this far without a lot of my Masonic, or a lot of my Square and Compass family, including yourself. You're definitely part of the family. It's been wonderful to have. You've been one of the ones since the start. That's true, but sometimes sheep can wear wolf's clothing as well. The point is, you have to rely on more than just how somebody looks. You have to judge beyond that. I think that's true for life, right? Never judge a book by its cover. I am not Eric One. I am part of the YouTube community, so please hit like and subscribe. Mary Cindy, same thing. Freemason man, can you explain what Freemasonry means to you and how you apply in your day-to-day life? Great question, or I guess great questions. I do really appreciate also the way you worded it when you said, can you explain what Freemasonry means to you, means to me? Because Freemasonry means different things to different people. Every Freemason will have his or her own view of what Freemasonry is, how it works, what it means to them, right? For me, Freemasonry means that the world can be made better through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth, or that it is worth fighting to make the world a better place through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. And the way I apply that in my day-to-day life, part of it is through oh my gosh, no, I can't think of the word. Temperance, right? One of the things we learn within Freemasonry is temperance, one of the philosophical ideas. And temperance is something I've always struggled with quite a bit. My personal what's the word I'm looking for? My personal disposition, personality, is when things are going well, I have a tendency to get really excited. When things are going badly, I tend to get really despondent. Within Freemasonry, we are taught about the value of temperance, which means just because things are going well, don't get too excited that you become presumptuous. And just because things are getting too, bad, or things are getting too challenging, don't get too despondent. And as I fight to make the world a better place, to build a better world through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth, sometimes it goes really well. Like today, getting over 3,000 subs, getting all the people joining, it's been incredible. Sometimes it goes really badly, and I fail. I've failed probably as many times as I've succeeded. I probably failed more times than I've succeeded. Temperance reminds me that just because today was a good day, don't get too presumptuous and therefore think I can rest on my laurels. And if tomorrow doesn't go quite as well, don't get too despondent. Take it day by day, moment by moment. Enjoy the moments that are good and don't allow the moments that are bad to get you too down, but remain motivated in my efforts. That is what Freemasonry means to me. That is one way I apply it in my day-to-day life. Clay Bread Bracelet, I'm doing very well. Thank you for being here. Please hit like and subscribe. Fishing Planet Terra, I do not want to conquer Earth. That seems like it'd be very hard, and it seems like it'd be a pain in the butt, to be honest. Please hit like and subscribe. Have to deal with who is this guy? Have to deal with the Jim Bakers of the world. It'd be exhausting. Are you kidding? Yes, we are actually, according to this, at 3,017 subs. What an honor. Let's see if we can get to 3,020. Who knows? Maybe we'll get close. Next milestone is I need to get 4,000 watch hours in the last year to get ad revenue through this stream. So anybody who's on, even Jim Baker, who's on here, you know, every hour he watches is 1 hour that gets me closer to helping turn my passion into a profession, my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. That is true. Fishing Planet Terra, that is something somebody wants to, you know, take over the world with. Say, I guess you'll just have to trust me. I'm very lazy. Controlling or taking over the world seems absolutely exhausting. I don't know how anybody could possibly want to do it. I'm just going to be honest with you. Take it for whatever it's worth. I just found out what YNs are. I'm not going to say it because I don't want to get in trouble. It's a vulgar term. But I'll let the other people make their jokes. I'm waiting on a phone call from a reference Mason that referenced me. Mario, you can. I mean, I don't know if they're just really busy with, a week, it's not a ton of time, but it does show, if they told you, don't call us, we'll call you, or I don't know. I guess what I'd say is it couldn't hurt, Mario. It couldn't hurt to give them a call and just see what's up. At least it shows you're interested and dedicated. So I guess I'd say it can't hurt anything. I am not British, but my dad is English. I'm working on getting my British citizenship, actually. Say bottle of water. Bottle of water. Please hit like and subscribe. I do not play Roblox. I do not know what that is. I heard it's like Fortnite, but I could be mistaken. So sorry, I cannot help you. We are, by the way, hanging out, chatting about Freemasonry. Thank you to everybody who's joined so far. It's been an awesome stream. Please hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. We've had some really excellent people joining. We're up to almost 3,020 subs, which is incredible. Let's give it a bit of time. Let's see who joins. Please hit the like button and the subscribe button. Learn English, mate. Oh, we got a British person on the stream. I was born in Canada. My dad is from England. Met a nice Canadian girl. You know how the rest of that goes. But I am from, born and raised in Canada, so that's my accent, for whatever it's worth. I was going to, I don't know what that is, the Roblox, or how that works, but please don't forget, hit like, hit subscribe. If you want to do a gift to me, consider doing a super chat, just 99 cents. And that will help out majorly. Justice, maybe, but you can still hit like and subscribe. A boot, yes. As Rondo says, oot in a boot. There's a moose in the hoose. It's oot in a boot. I don't think I have a terribly strong accent. What do you think, Rondo? How strong do you think my accent is as compared to other Canadians you've heard? Thank you, the Roblox player. That is incredibly kind of you. I really appreciate it. It's been an absolutely wonderful, awesome stream. I will be back on, by the way, at 1 a.m. tonight, so don't forget about that. Just a general chat, and then tomorrow, 1 p.m., talking about Masonic fonts. Fair enough, but you can still hit like and subscribe, Justice, even if it does suck. We got some hearts. Thank you so much for that. We got some hearts at 1 a.m. Don't forget, Andrew, it's 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I know what time zone you are, but it's 1 a.m. Thank you for the emojis, the Roblox player. That's very kind of you. And then 1 p.m. tomorrow. If you have, Justice, any thoughts on Freemasonry, please let me know. Guile Moat Events, same thing. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, please let me know. One thing about me, Justice, I will never be speechless. You can ask my dad, you can ask my friends. I will talk a lot, so I don't mind talking. Shoot. Fishing Planet Terra. I am a Freemason, Wilson. I'm not from the UK. I'm from Canada, but I'm working on getting my my UK citizenship. So what is this Masonry thing? This Masonry thing, Masonry refers to, well, for me, when I talk about Masonry, I'm referring to Freemasonry, which is a civic organization or civil club, which has existed since 1717 or earlier. It originated in the United Kingdom, either in Scotland or England, depending on your view, but then made its way around the world. And it's a social club or a civic group, like I said, that's existed for over 300 years. It originated from stonemasons, so men who did build houses out of stone, or worked with stone for human comfort, building houses, walls, pyramids, and evolved the stone guilds into a social club or social group. By all means, I love the emojis, Roblox player. It's incredibly kind of you. So please keep doing so. It helps the stream big time. I cannot, because the Illuminati do not exist. Very sorry to disappoint, but the Illuminati, they were founded in 1777. They made their way through till really the early 19th century, but they no longer exist. Sorry, they don't. I mean, there are groups that'll call themselves Illuminati, but I mean, I could start Cameron's Illuminati organization and have people meeting out of my basement. That doesn't mean it actually exists, right? Competent. Just because one calls themselves the Illuminati, it's a bit more complicated than that. Justice, I'm a Mason. Awesome. Welcome, Justice. Thank you for being here. Jake, I am a Mason. That's all that matters. I bleed stone. How about that? I bleed stone. There is nobody who controls the entire world. I've never believed that. Even before I was a Mason, I think it's a silly idea that the idea there's one group that controls the entire world. Well, again, that's a fair point, to be honest. We're not doing our Masonic rituals are either emulation or York, which is separate from Illuminati. But if there's a group that is, found Illuminati rituals and is performing them, and they want to call themselves the Illuminati, that's fine. They're allowed to. I think my concern with that as an idea is they're so small and kind of they're not a group that has any influence, power, or control. Again, you shouldn't just be able to put a sign on your door that says, Cameron's Illuminati group and you're the Illuminati. I think there needs to be a bit more of a formalized process for that. Sorry, Warrior Reels, we do not. Illuminati and Freemasonry are separate groups. Illuminati was started by Adam Weishaupt in 1777, and really it hasn't existed in any meaningful, organized fashion for the last 100 years or so. I raise taxes for fun. Well, don't do that. And why would you want to control the world? No one would want to control the world. And that's true. I mean, I can't prove a negative, right? Or disprove a negative, Will Watson. I'm not suggesting that there aren't groups that call themselves Illuminati. However, I think my dispute is whether they exist in any meaningful fashion or form. Because again, like I could put on my door Cameron's group of the Rising Sun, and you could argue, okay, there's a group that exists called the Rising Sun, but if it's just me with a sign in front of my door without any organizational structure, is it really a group? Does that really count? I think that's my point. So that's not the case, Will Watson. I think you might be referring to a letter that George Washington received when he was president, claiming that the Illuminati had infiltrated Freemasonry. He never responded to it because there's nothing to respond to because the letter was baloney. But I know a lot of people refer to that letter. There were probably 9 to 11 founding fathers who were Freemasons. George Washington, the most famous. Um, um, George Washington, Ben Franklin, Paul Revere, but the majority of founding fathers were not themselves Freemasons. Well, competent, you are incorrect, but you're still here, so okay. Please don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. Jim Baker's been on the stream. He's free. I don't know. He can hang out if he wants. I mean, I can't disprove a negative other than to say I've never come across anything that strikes me as legitimate. I do not know, competent. What did they find in Ben Franklin's basement? I legitimately have no idea to what you're referring. Well, I mean, I've never seen anything sacrificed other than my time. Clearly, Ben Franklin was having more fun than I was. Kid Corrupt 24. What is the point of Freemasonry? It's not. The point of Freemasonry ultimately is the same point as any other club, organization, or group, including the clubs, organizations, or groups that you created when you were a kid on the playground or created a tree fort and invited your friends. Human beings have an innate desire to belong to something bigger than themselves, to belong to a group that's bigger than themselves. When Aristotle said man is a political animal, he didn't mean that man, is Republican or Democrat or left or right or conservative or liberal. He meant that human beings have a desire to belong to groups and organizations beyond themselves. And Freemasonry, the point of Freemasonry is the same as the point of the knitting club or joining a chess club or joining a football team or joining a soccer team or taking part in a philosophy club or joining, an after school group or joining, creating Cameron's tree fort. When you're 8 years old, you invite all your friends to be part of your tree fort and you say, you're my friends, you can be part of this group, my other people can't. We have a desire to belong to something, and groups will always be formed and create themselves in order to fulfill that desire. Also, it's the reason why gangs created, whether it's the Hells Angels or your grandma's knitting circle or your grandma's card game or the mafia or Freemasonry, at the end of the day, they're fulfilling the same desire, which is to belong to something better than yourself, bigger than yourself. However, you then ask the question, okay, what makes Freemasonry a good way to express that desire or to fulfill that desire? And what makes the gangs a negative way to fulfill that desire? Because Freemasonry, ultimately, to me, the goal is to try to build a better world through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. So it takes that human desire to belong to something and then channels that desire into positive actions, positive outcomes, positive forces. Whereas if you join a gang, it's taking that same desire and channeling it to a negative thing. Beyond that, every Mason has to decide for himself what the point is. For me, the point is to try to make the world a better place through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. For others, it's the desire and the point to be closer to their family who may have been Freemasons. For others, it's to make new friends who, they may have moved to a new city, want to make some new friends. To others, it's because they love history, right? So there's the overarching anthropological point to Freemasonry, which is the desire to belong. There's the way we channel that desire through positive acts that make the world a better place. And then there's the individual point, which changes Mason to Mason, sometimes even moment to moment. Kid corrupt. Well, because there is no, it's kind of like I don't, because it didn't start with a specific point, kid corrupt, right? It didn't start with a specific. So a knitting club starts because people want to knit, right? And they want to do that with others. Freemasonry didn't start with that specific purpose, kid corrupt. The way Freemasonry started is in the 15th and 16th centuries, you had stone masons, right? Stone Masonic guilds. These were trade unions of men who built things out of stone, who fashioned stone for houses, for walls, whatever it is. They were basically trade unions, trade guilds. However, they also provided a sense of social support and camaraderie, and also in somewhat a social safety net. If you got sick, if you got injured, you could know that there'd be people to take care of you. And so what happened is a lot of men, at the start men exclusively, who did not want to work with stone or build things out of stone, but wanted to get the social aspect of Freemasonry, wanted to get the friendships, wanted to get the sense of belonging, asked if they could join Freemasonry and join the guilds. They would join the guilds, they would pay dues, they wouldn't learn how to build things out of stone, but they would have brothers, they would have support system in place, they would have a social group in place. And over time, the number of these people, known as speculative Masons, started to outnumber the number of stonemasons, and then it kind of expanded from there. So it really was started without any express purpose outside of the desire to belong to something bigger than oneself. And it then borrowed and developed rituals and ceremonies and private practices from stone masonry guilds at the first, and then borrowed from a lot of different organizations and groups and philosophies and religions along the way. Right? So that's why it's so hard to say, what does it do? It just started as a way to belong to something, and it expanded from there. Kid corrupt, I hope that made sense. We do not disembowel anyone who tries to leave. I've known many Masons who have not tried to leave, but have left Freemasonry. They still are walking around perfectly boweled. Freemasons are coming out. I don't know if we were ever in the shadows, Robert. I'm proud to be a Freemason. I'm proud to talk about being a Freemason. And I have no desire to be in any shadows for anyone. RIP anyone who's lost their life. What is apostasy? Apostasy that's a Catholic reference, right? Freemasonry welcomes men of all different faiths and beliefs. The Catholic Church may have its own views on Freemasonry, but that doesn't reflect how we view Catholics. I know many Catholic Freemasons. They have that here. Hello, Chevy 5S Speed. Please hit like and subscribe. I truly appreciate it. What do they have where you are? Freemasonry? They have Freemasonry everywhere. Not to give the conspiracy theorists any ideas of things they want to talk about. I personally was not a huge fan of Charlie Kirk iPad, but that's just my opinion. That does not reflect other people's opinions, and certainly I never want to see any wife lose a husband, any children lose a father. Please, by the way, iPad, take a moment to hit the like and subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it. Chevy 5 Speed, same thing. I am 2 subs away from 3,020 subs, which is crazy to think. Sorry, Kid Corrupt. You're incorrect on a couple of facts. Not every not every president has been a Freemason. In fact, the majority have not. I'm just going to double check. If I recall, the number is 14. Or 15, depending on how you view it. I would actually say 16 if you count Joe Biden, but that's still the minority, right? So the most Freemasons were not themselves, most presidents were not Freemasons. I don't know what small hats are. Not a big fan of Trump, last H, but please hit like and subscribe. If you want, I'm not familiar with left, right, and straight Will Watson. If you want to know the names of the Freemasons who were presidents, George Washington, James Monroe, Andrew Jackson, James Polk, James Buchanan, Andrew Johnson, James Garfield, William McKinley, Theodore Roosevelt, William H. Taft, made a Mason on sight, by the way, Warren G. Harding, Franklin Roosevelt, Harry Truman, Lyndon Johnson, Gerald Ford, probably Joe Biden, depending who you ask, and maybe Ronald Reagan. So not all of them, Jeb Bush. Will Watson, I am a 3rd degree Master Mason. I'm also 18th degree Scottish Rite, but the degree that matters is the 3rd degree. That is 100% not the case either. There have been some Masons who have been astronauts, like Buzz Aldrin, but the majority of astronauts have also not been Freemasons. So very sorry, Jeb Bush, to disappoint you, but you're wrong on that one as well. Neil Armstrong, the first man to land on the moon, was not a Freemason. So there you go. I don't know the names of all the other astronauts, but to my knowledge, actually, I'm wondering now. Alex Player, I do not like it. Chris Hadfield is not a Freemason to my knowledge. I do not like National Socialism. I do not like the Nazis at all. I think Freemasonry is completely opposed to National Socialism, to the Nazi Party, to anything like that. Freemasonry is about tolerance, respect, understanding, kindness. National Socialism is not. It seems to me it's about the opposite. What's up? Yes, I know I look like an egg. That shouldn't stop you from hitting the like and subscribe button. Sorry, Jeb, we do not sacrifice anything. We do not sacrifice kids nor anything else. The one thing we as Freemasons sacrifice is our time, and our dedication, and I guess sometimes our dues, which is, between $40 to $150 per year. We do not sacrifice anything else, neither kids, nor animals, nor humans, nor anything. The opposite. I do not support them. Josh, I do not support them at all. I think the Nazis are a terrible organization, a terrible group, and a terrible ideology. Kid, wouldn't that make Freemasonry the largest group? I don't know if it'd make the Freemason, the largest group. You could argue probably be religious, would probably be Christian, right? Or Protestant. It doesn't shock me that Freemasons, you would see a significant, pick your term, that you would see 14 or 15 Masons being presidents, because Freemasonry promotes ideals of public service and wanting to make the world a better place. So it strikes me as very likely that if you are a Freemason and you're dedicated to it, you're going to naturally be inclined to take on leadership roles within the world and within the community. And in some cases, that means getting all the way to being president, especially because Freemasonry was so ubiquitous for so many years, especially in the 1920s. So I think it's kind of like asking, why are people who play sports, why is there such a high percentage of physical fitness amongst those who play sports? It's because one kind of leads to the other, right? Freemasonry kind of, I think, leads you to view the community, to view yourself as a builder who wants to make the world a better place. So you're more likely to be interested in politics. Also, being a Freemason, you do have to kind of become decent at public speaking, decent at administration, especially become a master. And in those cases, those are skills that are somewhat transferable to political arena. So I don't think it's a conspiracy. I just think it's natural in the same way you'll see a lot of physical fitness amongst people who engage in sports. No, you can join. Kid Corrupt. You can be a Freemason. Freemason is men of all different faiths and religions and ethnicities and races. I've sat in lodge with many Black Freemasons, as well as Asian, European, Indigenous. When you talk about all Black Masonry group, I believe you're talking about Prince Hall, which, to be honest, in 2025 in many jurisdictions isn't even all Black. I know white Prince Hall Masons. I know Black Freemasons. If you're interested, the first thing you got to do is look at, finding out your local lodge, making sure it's recognized, and talking to them. Having said that, you could also join Prince Hall. Prince Hall is an incredible group. They were actually a really valuable part of the Civil Rights Act and Civil Rights Movement and helping ensure rights and protections for African American and Black men throughout the 17th, 18th, and 19th century. Prince Hall they are Masons as much as I'm a Mason, and they're an excellent group. You look like a guy that lives in the woods. Well, Akalovex, you can hit the like and subscribe button. You do not. Except burp, you're going to have to sacrifice some of your time, but that's it, nothing else. And I guess there are dues, so you have to sacrifice, your dues with a little bit of money. I've seen many Black Masons, 3338. I've actually had my worshipful master when I was joined was Black. Ronnie Mack, to be one, ask one. You find a local lodge that is recognized, you contact them, and you ask them about the joining process. And you ask them to which Grand Lodge they are affiliated with. What is a Freemason? iPad, a Freemason is a member of a Masonic lodge. I'm a Freemason. So if you're a member of a Masonic lodge or a member of Masonry, you are a Freemason. I don't think that's true. Slow 3338. That is, to my understanding, very not true, actually. Do I look like Beavis or Butthead, my computer? Please hit like and subscribe. I wouldn't even say that. I think you're kind of, hello, fat guy, please hit like and subscribe. I think, Will Watson, you're kind of overcomplicating it. If you want to join, go find your local Masonic lodge and talk to them. Talk to them about why you want to join, what you hope to gain from it, what you think you can contribute to it. Ask any questions. They'll talk to you, and you go from there. But at the start, don't think about anything, and don't think about making a good impression, making a bad. Just be yourself. It's like anything else. Just be yourself. Talk to them, and explain to them why you want to join, and go from there. One of the biggest mistakes you can make is trying to make an impression or try to be something you're not. Because if you are a Freemason, you're going to be spending a lot of time with these guys. If you're constantly trying to, put on an impression of what you think they want, eventually the impression is going to be too hard to maintain. Just be yourself. I know it sounds corny. Just be yourself. And no sacrificing of anything, 3338. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons. To everybody watching this, Bunker Wise, please hit like and subscribe. Will Watson, please hit like and subscribe. Mad Joker, please hit like and subscribe. No, we do not. We do not kill anybody for any reason. Prime, well, there is no such thing as the Illuminati Freemasons, so you cannot climb up that at all. You can climb, Masonic ranks, become a worshipful master, but it's the old expression, to be one, ask one. So what you need to do is find your local Masonic lodge and speak to them. But if you're trying to join the Illuminati Masons, you're going to be very disappointed because there is no such thing as the Illuminati Freemasons or Illuminati Masons. Do I look like Sinbad? I'll take it. Sinbad's a handsome fella. Please hit like and subscribe. 777. Canada is awesome. I love Canada. Greatest country in the world. I truly believe that, in part because we have the greatest neighbors in the world. But Canada is absolutely the greatest country in the world. There is not, Mad Joker. Please hit like and subscribe. I've got 1 sub away from 3,020 subs, which is crazy. Dirge, Surge, same thing. Please hit like and subscribe. Freemasonry is not political, so I can't speak to, who is or isn't corrupt. All I'll say is Freemasonry is not corrupt. There are individual Freemasons who are good. There are individual Freemasons who are bad. That's human nature. Freemasonry, at the end of the day, is about individuals of all different types. Unfortunately, not everyone's going to be honest. It's just the nature of what it means to be a human. But I do believe that within Freemasonry, if you are able to engage with the philosophies and the teachings of Freemasonry in a positive way, it will help you be a good person, be a better person. Well, thank you, 777, and thank you everybody for helping to make helping this channel so successful. 3,020 subscribers. That's insane. I'm beyond grateful for that. I don't know what registered Freemason means. That's a weird way to put it. I'm not saying you're not a Freemason. I'm just saying I've never heard anybody use the term Freemason. Give overview, explain Freemason in six words. Civil organization promoting brotherly love, engagement. That's the best I could do. It's hard to describe something you love in 6 words, but they do say brevity is the soul of wit. So I suppose I need to learn how to have more brevity in my answers as I describe Freemasonry. Interesting. I've never heard the term registered Freemason. Obviously, to be a Freemason, you get your dues cards. I've got several dues cards, and I'm proud of them. I guess I am on the registry by definition. Welcome to everybody who's joined. Thank you for it's been an excellent stream so far. I hope I was able to give my explanation well as to the disclosure policy of the United Kingdom's Met Police and Freemasonry. I hope all my answers have been good. I'm do my best. That's all I can say. I have no legs. I can't wash my feet. Please hit like and subscribe. But if you're a high-profile person, all he's doing is gaslighting at this point. He's trying to say all this stuff when no one ever said that, of course. If you're just, I don't know. So, Mad Joker, Freemasonry is not a religion. So if you're not a religion, if you're not a Mason, what religion would you prefer? Freemasonry is not a religion. Right, Freemasonry is not a religion. I don't know if I prefer any religion. I choose not to be a slanderer or reviler of any religion. I think everybody, if they find faith and happiness in their religious beliefs, then good for them. I am actually trying to learn more about different religions, though. I'm reading the Bible. I'm also going to read the Quran and other religious texts because I want to have a better understanding of religions, because to me, when it comes to Freemasonry, we welcome men of all different religious faiths and beliefs. I think it's important that I be at least conversant in the religious beliefs and understandings of my brothers. What ritual is performed? Well, so there's going to be slightly different rituals whenever, depending on which jurisdiction you're joining. It will always start, though, with your first degree or your initiation. You are initiated, passed, and raised. So it's called the initiation. It's the first degree within Freemasonry. There are going to be slight differences. let's say you're joining in Texas versus joining in Ontario versus joining in England, whether it's what's called emulation ritual or York rite, but it's an initiation process. Everybody goes through it. It's basically, the same beats wherever you are. I don't share too much about it because I think it can kind of ruin the experience, and it's important that you as a Freemason go into it, or you as an applicant go into it not knowing necessarily what exactly is going to happen. I always give the blanket caveat answer. Nothing in any Masonic ritual will be against your civic, religious, or family responsibilities, nor will anything in any Masonic ritual ever make you feel unsafe or will ever make you feel uncomfortable. If anything does, you're probably part of a clandestine lodge or a clandestine group. Well, Weeble, Wobble, Fleeb, you can still hit the like and subscribe button. That'd be very much appreciated. It's been a wonderful stream thus far. Jonathan, welcome. Thank you for being here. And by the way, if anybody wants to, thank you. We do not do that, Down syndrome. Please hit like and subscribe. That is not the case. I don't even know what that means. I still have the poll question up. So let me know if you support the UK's Met Police announcement that Freemasonry is now a declarable association. I'd love to know what your thoughts are on it. Hello from South Africa. It's wonderful to have somebody from South Africa in. I've had some people on stream before from South Africa, so it's great to have you back. Please hit the like and subscribe button, South Africa. I mean, 33rd degree. There's nothing really be above 33rd degree, unless you're talking about Memphis Mizraim. And that is primarily in Europe, not really part of North American Freemasonry. Stacy, thank you for being here. Please hit like and subscribe as well. Do I think Stranger Things... I've never seen an episode of Stranger Things. I know I'm super late to the party. So, guess what I'll say is I'm super late to the party. I should watch it, but I've never seen Stranger Things. Dean Winchester. Oh, we got some supernatural fandom in the stream. Dean Winchester, please hit like and subscribe. Interesting enough, I heard that there's some connections between Freemasons and Supernatural, the TV show. I've never seen an episode, so I can't say. I know I'm bad. I've seen clips of it galore. Never seen a full episode. I really want to. Jack Daniel Lenton. Hello, Jack Daniel. Please hit like and subscribe. Same thing with you, Dean Winchester. Please hit like and subscribe. I would truly appreciate it. Is Dean Winchester your favorite character then in... I consider doing a super chat, just 99 cents, if you can support the channel. In Supernatural. Mish, hello. What should I avoid in life and how to get happiness? Oh my gosh, those are some deep philosophical questions. What should you avoid in life? How do you maximize happiness? That's a tough question. That's a good question. I can see you, Michalika. Thank you for being here. What would I say to that? I think maybe the goal in life should not be to try to maximize. All right, Prime Race, enough of that. We're not going to be asking those questions. We're not going to talk to other people on the stream unless it's polite, or you can talk to me. To me, I don't know if the most important thing to do is to search for happiness. I think the most important thing is to search for a purpose, to search for a meaning, and hope that happiness comes with it. But I don't know if I'm the best person to give advice. Like, at the end of the day, you have to do what you think is right for you. You have to do what you think is best for you. I think, unfortunately, that's all that we can do in life. I don't think you'd ever want to feel chained to the earth. I mean, I think you should want to feel grateful that you're part of the earth, that you're here. I feel lucky to be alive. The chances of me existing are like 1 in a billion or something like that. So in some ways, I think it's almost as though you can view your time on earth here as a vacation. Like one of my favorite comics, Ricky Gervais, he had this really great joke, or not even joke, just statement. He said to him, being alive is like a vacation from non-existence, wherein like he doesn't exist, and then he gets to exist and he gets to eat cheese and drink wine and look at sunsets and look at beautiful women and read great books and watch great movies. And then he goes back to not existing again. No, I'm not exactly sure. I believe we stop existing. I like to think there's an immortal idea within us that continues past our death. Having said that, I do like the idea of viewing your time on earth as a little bit like a vacation, where we're lucky enough to be here, between whatever we were before we were born and whatever we are when we pass away. We get to be here, and we should be grateful for being here and all the things that we can experience while here. Thank you, Mad Jocker. Yes, you can follow my content not just on YouTube, although I definitely appreciate any subscriptions on YouTube. That's wonderful. You can follow me on Facebook. You can follow me on Instagram. You can follow me on Twitter. You can follow me on Blue Sky. You can follow me on, heck, Red Note for that matter. I'm not 100% sure if Will Watson is a Freemason. He might be. There's no such thing as a free and practices Freemason. Will, I believe you may be part of a clandestine lodge, which is fine. Clandestine lodges are, I have no beef with them, but they are probably not recognized by my Grand Lodge. So they're a different type of organization. Or you may actually even be part of Grand Orient. I don't know. But it's just, I suspect you may be part of a clandestine lodge, Will. Again, no way to know for sure, but some of the terms you're using, never heard the term registered Freemason, never heard the term free and practiced Freemason, even teaching beyond the 33rd. I mean, there is, again, Memphis Mizraim, but that's primarily within Europe. It's not recognized here certainly in most North American jurisdictions. So my Facebook is at Square Compass Essex. So you go to Facebook, you type in at Square Compass Essex. You can find me there. Please follow my Facebook. I'd very, very much appreciate it. And that goes for everybody watching this. It's not just a matter of following me on follow me on YouTube, although it's the most helpful. Becoming a member, whatever it is. You can, even on Patreon, you can become a member on Patreon. Completely for free as well. Doesn't cost you anything. So I hope you guys will keep those things in mind also. Mike Young? Okay, my grandfather was a Freemason as well. Actually, both of my grandfathers were Freemasons, as was my father. So they're everywhere. Jonathan, if your grandfather was a Shriner, he was also a Freemason. To be a Shriner, you must first be a Freemason. Nice. Yeah, I mean, probably. Hold on just one second. Mike Young, let me just... Probably stuff that looked, I'm assuming, oops, my stuff is stuck, like this, right, is my assumption, or like this, maybe, there you go, or like this. Okay, cufflinks and a necklace, that's awesome. Mike Young, my advice, obviously, they're yours. They came from your father. They're yours to do with as you please. Having said that, I always recommend, if possible, and you have those items, it's worth trying to get in touch with your local Masonic lodge, and if you're willing to, seeing if they would like to have them for their collection. Because we oftentimes in Masonic lodges have within them our Masonic collections of past members. We display them as a way to, recognize our past members, or we'll even do the thing where maybe we'll pass them down to another Mason when he joins. Yes, I got a big gap in my teeth. Paper mate, please hit like and subscribe. Wesley Pipes, I got a big forehead. Please hit like and subscribe as well. Mike Young, if you have any questions, let me know. I'll do my best to answer. I can't make any promises. I'll know everything, but I've been a Freemason since 2007, so almost 20 years, which is crazy to think it's been that long. Vienna, where is Vienna? I think there is. In Austria, Vienna Freemasons. Looks like there is, according to a quick Google search. Not a Messianic, but a Masonic. Okay, then by all means, Mike, they're yours. And obviously, if they're waiting for you to remember your grandfather, then you should keep them. What I would suggest, though, is, Mike, it might be worth putting in your will. I don't know how old you are. I don't know, if you've been thinking about that stuff yet. But putting in your will, when you pass away, what you want to happen to those Masonic items. So for example, for me, in my will, I have actually listed and named all of these jewels, if you can see them there. These are all Masonic jewels, like what I showed you. I have them all individually listed, and I say where they are to go upon my passing, which is back to the lodge. I also have them all specifically insured. So in my insurance, I have an actual list of these items that, what they are, how much they're worth. I got them officially appraised. So if I ever lose them, or heaven forbid they get stolen, I can go to insurance and I can go to police and have, a listing of what they are. Take the appraisals with the pictures of them to the pawn shops. So just take care of them, get them properly insured, get them properly appraised, get them, put in your will. So if everybody you do pass away and you want them to go back to your grandfather's Masonic lodge or the local Masonic lodge, that they make their way back there for whatever it's worth. He was from England. I'm in Canada. Hey, my dad is from England. I'm from Canada as well. Okay, no worries. Then I guess what I'd say is just make sure you get the items properly insured. And if you can, maybe consider just donating them back to the closest Masonic lodge to you, like physically located, when you pass away. Or maybe you want to pass them on to your family, which is certainly your right. And I encourage you to do that as well. So, Mad, I'm not so much promoting Freemasons. I'm promoting the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located. And the reason I'm doing that is because I love talking about Freemasonry, and I want to turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. So please hit like, please hit subscribe, consider doing a super chat. All that good jazz helps out big time. I'm from Western Canada. I grew up in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Currently live in Windsor, Ontario. So Freemasonry, when I tend to think of it, prime race, I tend to think of it as a fraternity and the male side, but there is also the Order of Women Freemasons. There is also Eastern Star. There's even co-Freemasonry. I see you, Easy, if a loving, AZ, I don't know, ASY. I see you. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Mike Young, I hope what I said made sense to you. If it did, let me know. And yeah, the thing about items like Masonic jewelry, special Masonic items, is they oftentimes, like I'll see people will have insurance for their property, but within that property will be included Masonic items, but they won't have them listed separately. They won't have them properly insured, properly, what's the word? Not insured, properly assessed by like a jeweler. they won't even have pictures of them. And that's really dangerous because let's say one of these items gets stolen. If you have pictures of it, you can take the pictures to the local pawn shops and say, and to a police officer. And when you're doing your report about what was stolen, you can explain, you can actually have pictures as part of your explanation as to what was stolen. The Masonic items should not be treated like other items for insurance purposes or for police purposes or for last circumstance purposes. They should be treated as something more unique and taken more care of. Okay, cool. You got them in your safe. Then I guess when this Mike Young, what I'd say though is at least take pictures of them and get them properly appraised for insurance purposes. Well, Rock Nation, because I got a big forehead, please hit like and subscribe. Jonathan, if you're going to be on stream, then one thing you have to accept is people are not going to be always nice on the stream, and that's okay. I choose to be part of YouTube, and so part of that means I choose to deal with this stuff. It's okay. The real speed racer, yes, you have to be a Shriner to be part of a Freemason. You have to be a Freemason to be a Shriner. I know I've gone through the degrees. I hear you, Asifa, but I got to talk to a lot of people on the stream, not just one person. I like to answer questions as they come. Good, Mike Young. That's awesome. And I'm happy that it's something that connects you to your grandfather. I know that sometimes, especially if your grandfather, like my grandfather on my dad's side, who was from England, he passed away before I was born. And yet, being a Freemason, it does make me feel very close to him. And that's a wonderful feeling. So I'm glad you managed to have that feeling as well through his Masonic items. Yeah, I do my best. Don't forget, you can follow me on all different channels. Here, my personal YouTube channel. You can also follow me on Instagram, Facebook, etc., etc. You do. I got pretty thick skin, I think. I try to have thick skin. I always think the internet's not real. As much as people might like to think it is, the internet's not real. I'm grateful for all of my Square and Compass family. People who are opposed to Freemasonry, though, or are mean or whatever it is, so be it. So be it. That's true, Mike Young. That is true. Iron Dragon, thank you for being here. We have many gods amongst men here. Please hit like and subscribe, by the way. I'd much appreciate it. Okay, my Instagram is @square_and_compass_promotions. So I hope that you guys will check that one out as well. Instagram.com/@square_and_compass_promotions. Pippa12E, thank you for being here. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. I would truly appreciate it. Thank you, everybody who's been part of the stream so far. It has been wonderful. We've been having a great turnout. It's been absolute blast. Let me know what you think of the poll question, and let me know if there's anything else you guys want to chat about. I'm just at this part of the stream where I'm talking, hanging out. So anything you guys want to talk about. We're at that stage of the stream. I will be back on at 1 a.m. tonight with another live stream, and then tomorrow 1 p.m. See you around. Like I said, Mike Young, if you're liking, if you're following, if you've got the, what's it called? If you've got the notification bell, then whenever I come on live, you'll get a notification. So the question, Eric Brooks, is about the Metropolitan Police's decision to require Freemasons to disclose their membership. The Metropolitan Police is the United Kingdom's largest police force out of London. All right, we have got a dying battery, so let me just see if I can get this plugged in. All right. Sorry, what is never going to happen, Eric Brooks? I'm not sure I understand your statement there. Oh, I don't tell people that. For that, you got to join. That is one of those things where I choose to keep it private because I think it ruins the experience if you know it in advance. Okay, let's see. I'm just trying to get this set up with my wonderful, terrible battery system. So that is not the case. I assure you, Eric Brooks. There are, first of all, I don't know what the term elite means, but Freemasons come from all walks of life, whether it be janitors, police officers, paramedics, fire crews, first responders. To be a Freemason, we come from all different parts of life. But there's not anything as it relates to quote unquote the elite, right? That's not what Freemasonry is about. Freemasonry does not recruit at all, but certainly does not recruit from this idea of the elite. Well, Matthew, I'm going to assume that your answer is legitimate, and yes, you don't buy corn, you just rent it, unfortunately. I do not live in Russia. I live in Canada, and I love Canada, by the way, greatest country in the world, but I do not live in Russia. I'd love to visit Russia. It's on my list. Thank you. Yes, follow me. Social media, Instagram, Facebook, all that good jazz. Oh, I see. Okay. Even in Russia, though, I mean, I know a little bit about Freemasonry in Russia, not as much as I'd like. I'd love to learn more. But I would say when it comes to Freemasonry in Russia, it's the same thing. It's not the elites. Oops. Oh my gosh, it's very frustrating. I got to get my system set up to charge my phone while I'm doing this. Absolutely, are you a Freemasonry? Like I said, I've been a Freemason since 2007, which is crazy how long time flies. Is Putin? I don't think so. Rolling the losing dice. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I don't believe he is. I've certainly never seen any evidence that he's a Freemason. Do you mind telling us one of your favorite jokes? One of my favorite Masonic joke of all time. How many Masons does it take to change a light bulb? I'll give you guys a couple seconds to see if you can answer. How many Masons does it take to change a light bulb? I'll give you the answer in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's a secret. So that's my favorite Masonic joke. It's a secret indeed. Well, no, that's the past masters, right? It's one Mason to change it and 10 past masters to tell them what to do. I've heard that joke a million times as well, or some version of that joke as well. So, yeah. Hey, we got Core. Welcome, Core. Thank you for being here. How's it going? Everybody, if you get the chance, check out Cora's channel, Black Raven Meditations. She does a lot of really cool stuff. She does a lot of live streaming as well. Cora, what's the next thing you got coming up? Let us know. And she's been on my channel a couple of times. We talked about poetry. We talked about our favorite literary works. She's been an excellent part of the Square and Compass family. Takes you 5 years. Well, I've been a Mason for almost 20, so I would hope at this point I'd be fully trusted. Hasta la vista, baby. I've just rewatched Terminator 2. What a great movie that was. Honestly, Javed, I feel like it's really underrated, underappreciated. What's the secret oath? There is no secret oath. There's a private oath. I think it's important that we distinguish between secret and private. But if you want to know what it is, you got to join. Because I can't tell you. What I will say, what I always say is the oaths that you take in Freemasonry do not in any way contradict anyone's religious, spiritual, civic, or familial requirements or responsibilities. Not even a little bit. At no point has any oath ever encouraged you to do anything that would be against your religion, against your society, against your country, or against your family. I did. Well, I got a few nominations. Didn't win, but that's okay. Still was nominated, which was a great honor. I was in London a couple weeks ago for it, or actually Scotland a couple weeks ago for it. So that was really special. I think having an oath is important. I think maintaining an oath is important. It demonstrates you're trustworthy. Oaths have been an important part of just human history in general, right? When it comes to people doing things, like oaths are a very important part of our history, right? Even going to court, you take an oath. Becoming a police officer, you take an oath. Becoming a doctor, our nature. Humans like the idea of taking oaths because I think it's in our nature to want to take an oath to something that demonstrates something bigger than ourselves, more important than ourselves, kind of a sacred bond. Scotland, I don't know if it's the highest place, but it's got some high places, that's for sure, and it was absolutely beautiful. I do not believe in aliens, Matt Jocker, or at least I don't believe aliens have ever visited Earth. Whether they exist or not, I have no idea. My suspicion is they don't, but I certainly don't believe aliens have ever visited Earth. What is seeing the light? I mean, seeing the light, Olmity, by the way, please hit like and subscribe. Seeing the light, it's not really a Masonic term per se. Light as a metaphor is often used within Freemasonry. It just means seeing truth, right? Seeing a truth, seeing your truth, seeing the truth. Pick your way to describe it. Or even in some cases, knowledge, right? Light is often discussed as connected to knowledge or being knowledgeable. So within Freemasonry, we do make use metaphorically of the idea of light as being a provider of knowledge or provider of wisdom. However, that is not exclusive to Freemasonry. Many groups use light in a very similar term. Apple tree, how old are Freemasons? Depends on how you want to define it. I usually say Freemasonry was formed June 24th, 1717. Now, of course, that's not completely true. There is Freemasonry that predates that. Speculative Masons joining in, for example, 1634. But I tend to say 1717. It's the easiest date to go with. Rose Qua, yes. 15 to 18. 15 to 18th is Rose Qua. So now Freemasonry, about 300 years. Now stone masonry, that dates literally millions of years. You can push that all the way back to our ancient human ancestors when they were creating stone tools, on the plains of Africa. So that's millions of years. But I would say Freemasonry, to keep it simple, June 24th, 1717, Feast of St. John the Baptist. It might, Jonathan. For that, you have to join. Please don't forget to learn what it means you have to join. Please don't forget, hit the like and subscribe button. Cerebrus, thank you for being here. It just depends how you define it, right? I mean, I think Freemasonry, the thing I'm a part of, genuinely, I think the oldest you can go is 1634. I think that's the oldest you can go. Stonemasonry, though, you can take that back much further. Old Minty, if you want to learn more about Freemasonry, my advice for people is always start with Chris Hodap and his work, Freemasonry for Dummies. It's a great book. It describes Freemasonry very, very well. I don't have one yet. I should get one, though. I'm going to do a Christmas stream for my members, by the way. So pay attention, become a member on the YouTube channel. You'll get to see my members exclusive channel, members exclusive stream. My people, okay. I mean, interesting enough, the cedars in Lebanon, even though they're lumber, they're wood, are actually a very important part of Masonic lore. At least, Hiram King of Tyre was from Lebanon, probably from the area with the tall cedars. We do like King Solomon. Core, not a big fan of eggnog. Not a big fan of eggnog. It's funny because I do actually like milk quite a bit. But eggnog never really been my thing. It is, for sure. Well, Jonathan 92, Freemasons didn't build the pyramids. Stonemasons built the pyramids. By definition, right? Anytime there's a stone structure, the builders will be stonemasons by default. How well trained they are or how well skilled they are is up for debate, I suppose, but it's stonemasonry. Freemasonry dates, several centuries after the fact. So yeah, I mean, we don't do each degree, Rondo. There are mandatory degrees that we have to do, and then there can be ones that we choose to do. I forget what the numbers are now. Like the fourth degree, which is part of Logic Perfection, you have to do. I know you have to do the 15th. I have to do the 18th. I can't remember which ones are required, but they are sequential in that you have to do the fourth degree first, and then you move on from there. But the Canadian Scottish Rite system is very similar to the southern jurisdiction in the States. BI-LONG. I do not know what that means, Rick Rebel. But please hit like, please hit subscribe. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. Can I get a shout out for Jeremy? I don't know who Jeremy is, but sure, Jeremy, shout out to you. Who cares, loser? Well, I care. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this stream. And you must care a little bit because you're here on the stream talking to me. I'll be back in one moment. I got to turn on another light because it's getting kind of dark. And I'm going to go grab a glass of water because I'm very thirsty. But I'm not going too far, I promise. And I'm coming right back. By the way, just a reminder, I have a lot of exciting things coming up tomorrow. So 1 a.m. stream tonight, 1 p.m. stream tomorrow, Eastern time. The 21st of December will be my last 24-hour live stream of 2025. We'll go from 2 p.m. December 21st to 2 p.m. December 22nd. On the 20th of December, I'll be live streaming my getting a tattoo, another Masonic tattoo. Make sure you check that stuff out. On the 17th, so 2 days, I'm going to be doing a shortened live stream on this channel. because I'm doing my Salvation Army bell ringers volunteering, and I'm going to live stream a little bit from that on my personal channel, youtube.com/Cameron Adamson. The point is, I have got a ton of stuff coming up. What you need to do is follow me on all my social media sites. So by doing so, you'll be keeping up to date with what I've got going on, and you'll know where to find me. I was born this way, Alex Campbell. I was born without legs. So I guess nothing happened to them. I just ended up never having them, which is okay. I mean, I do feel very lucky to be born when I was born in 1983 and where I was born in Canada, because it meant having no legs was not did not disqualify me from a lot of really amazing opportunities. I got other family members. They're all in either Winnipeg or England. I'm one in Toronto, I guess. I'm out here kind of alone in the world a little bit, but that's okay. I got my Square and Compass family and my Masonic family. I heard that Philosopher's Stone, Rainy Girl, Philosopher's Stone has to do with alchemy, the wanting to turn lead into gold. I think apple tree. My favorite United States president, LBJ, Lyndon B. Johnson. My favorite presidents are George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, FDR, LBJ, and Joe Biden. So what's interesting about that is you could argue all of those, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln, were themselves Freemasons. Well, I'm actually not a 33rd degree Mason. I understand I mean, stone in general is a very important part of Freemasonry and the craft, but I'm not 33rd. Oh my gosh. Well, Mad Jocker, you're going to see me getting my tattoo on the 20th. So I hope you'll tune in for that. That's this Saturday. There's, you know, oof. There's all these. Oof. So going through them, square and compass, Masonic symbol. These are all Masonic symbols. This is a past master's jewel. You wear it when you become a past master. I got it looking kind of broken up because I thought it indicated age. I think past master, should recognize age. Family member, and I got it pink because pink's my favorite color and was theirs as well at the time. These are my math equations, relativity, entropy. I got the C in blue, if you can see that, for my time with the I don't know how well you guys can see my time with the Conservative Party. This is Don Quixote, and this is a Masonic tattoo that I keep adding to. This says traveler. I consider myself a professional traveler as well as someone born to travel. The next one with the square and compass in the middle, pink, my favorite color. The next one in honor of John Cena and his statement that his favorite match would be the next one. So, Adeline, Australia, welcome back. It's been a little while. I know that you got the stuff I sent, I believe. So, thank you so much for sending me that. I think for sending me the stuff, for getting the stuff, for your support. Thank you so much. And this is from Halloween Part 5. Because I love scary movies, and I think Halloween Part 5 is underrated. I think the Halloween franchise, in some ways, gets underrated. Oh, there are windmills. You can see them back there. Those are all windmills. Like, that's a windmill. Right? This is I think it was Picasso who painted it. Because Don Quixote is my favorite. Well, it goes back and forth. Either Don Quixote or The Long Walk is my favorite book. Goes back and forth. You can. Well, that's awesome, Adeline. That's very kind. Don't forget, if you want to find the stream and you have trouble finding it, make sure you turn your notifications on for this channel. So anytime I'm streaming, you get a notification on YouTube. Share it with others. Also follow me on social media. Instagram, Facebook, that stuff helps big time. Jonathan MC Davitz 92. Oh my gosh, Jonathan, you've just opened up quite the can of worms within the horror community. I love the Rob Zombie remakes of Halloween. In fact, I'm going to say it, and I don't care what anybody thinks, I'm going to say it. In my humble opinion, the greatest film in the Halloween franchise is the original Halloween from '78. But number two, the second best film in the Halloween franchise is Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 from 2009. And then the third best in the Halloween franchise is Rob Zombie's 2007 Halloween remake. So take that. No worries, Adeline. Yeah, just make sure that you turn on your notifications and make sure that you, like I said, follow me on social media. If you don't, Instagram here, let me put this in for you. At Square and Compass. Just copy and paste that. You should be able to find it. So make sure you guys so the first one at Square _ Compass _ promotions is Instagram. At Square Compass Essex is Facebook, the Book of Faces. Well, I'm not a 33rd degree Mason, but Slick Rick, what I will say is there's no such thing as a secret oath. They're private oaths. I can tell you every oath I've taken, up to and including the 18th degree, has at no point made me concerned, or has no point been any oath that is in opposition to my to my civil requirements, to legal requirements, to religious requirements. No oath in any Masonic body will require you to be anti civil or religious organizations. I'll be back in just one moment. I just got a knock on my door. Mad Joker. When I come back, I'll tell you my favorite music and my favorite song. I promise. Be back in just 1 second, though.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it doing today?
It's going well.
That's
Sorry.
awesome.
I'm just online right now.
No. Oh my gosh, you're busy right now?
Yeah.
Should I come back in another time?
Sure.
What time? Like in like an hour? 30 minutes?
Say an hour.
An hour. Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much.
No worries. Okay, I'm back. Just had a knock on the door. Telling me my favorite musician and song. My favorite song in the whole wide world is Simple Man by Leonard Skinner. My second favorite song is Coffee at Midnight by, Prodigal by Blacktop Mojo. I love them both. What's the difference between secret and telling the truth? Well, I wouldn't, because again, I don't use the term Eric Brooks. I don't use the term secret, I use the term private. There are many reasons to maintain privacy, right? Sometimes you're maintaining your privacy for financial reasons, like Eric Brooks. You would never, your dad had great taste in music. I would never, Eric Brooks, ask you or tell you to put your bank information, or your social insurance number on the stream, nor would I ever tell you, and if anybody would ask you to do that, I hope you would say no, because that is private, and it's not private for anything nefarious. It's private because there's a good reason to keep it private. Sometimes you maintain privacy for your own safety, sometimes for security, sometimes for financial reasons, sometimes for business reasons. In the case of Freemasonry, Eric Brooks, we maintain the privacy of our rituals to maintain the bonds of brotherhood between us and our brethren. So, for example, imagine you had a family recipe and it gets passed down from your brother from your grandparents to your parents to you. You're going to keep that family recipe private, right? You're not going to keep it private because there's anything wrong about, your grandma's cookie recipe. But by maintaining its privacy, you are able to ensure that the bonds of brotherhood between yourself and the past and future generations of your family are maintained. Freemasonry is the same way, right? We ultimately, what we pass down is our ceremonies, is our rituals. That's the most important thing to pass down. If we share it all online, the danger of that is we are not able to, we don't have it to pass down to our brethren anymore. Hello, everyone. How are you? Thank you for being here. Hello, everyone. I'm doing well. I hope that you're doing well also. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. I hope everything I'm saying makes sense. Well, so the bonds of family. So the reason you maintain the privacy of the family recipe is to maintain the bonds of brotherhood, the bonds of the familial bonds between you and your grandparents and your parents and past and future generations. With Freemasonry, it's the bonds of brotherhood between past, present, and future generations. If what I said make any sense. I'm tired. I've been traveling all week. All right. What do you want from me, Rondo? I've been traveling all week. I am still a Freemason. I'm sure they will get sick of me sooner or later. That's kind of, but that's not exclusively the case, Slick Rick. I mean, the idea of going from darkness to light is not exclusive to Freemasonry by any means. Egyptian mysticism had that same idea in it, right? Also, it's a slight distinction, but Albert Pike was not a Satanist. He was a Luciferian, which is a different organization. Having said that, Freemasonry is not a religion. So it's neither about Satanism nor Luciferianism. I know, Rondo Ellsworth. I know. I get it. I'm just bugging you too. I don't necessarily have an idol, though Jim Carrey's very funny. For me, if I had to say an idol, I would say the rational nature of the universe and the mathematical equations which govern the universe. CD. Welcome back, Cyclic Discipline 8. It's been a while since I've seen you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it very much. I hope you're doing well. I hope we're going to have a great Christmas. It's wonderful to have you back again. I feel like I haven't seen you in a little bit. Now, in fairness, I haven't been streaming for a little bit. I've been traveling so much. I haven't had the regular stream as usual. But it's great to have you join once again. No one is banned for being gay. I hope it's great to have you all here, gay or straight. It's much appreciated. Dark Lord 777, please hit like and subscribe. And I don't disagree with you, Dark Lord. I think every act of kindness does generate its own momentum. It's like throwing stones in a lake. It ripples out. Stones being a very Masonic idea or very Masonic item. Hare Krishna, spread love and ask them. I have no idea what's happening with Ashen. Miss makes me sick. Whether I'm gay or straight is not relevant to Freemasonry. Freemasonry welcomes, we have many gay members and straight members. You can think, whether you think I'm gay or straight, does not matter. Miss makes me sick. Yes, you are kind of spamming a little bit. I try not to put people in timeout, but there you go. Live, it is okay if you being gay, being straight, it's fine with me. What it's not okay is if you did not hit the like and subscribe button. So please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe button. That is the most important thing. All right, Miss makes me sick. You got to say something else. Otherwise, I'm going to end this channel. Or I'm not going to end the channel. I'm going to, put you in timeout. You got to say something. You got to say something beyond the same thing over and over again here. Who says I'm looking for a husband? For that matter, who says I'm looking for a wife? Maybe I'm happy just being me right now and focusing on my channel. Might be a bot. Well, I hope you're not a bot. Profit is not important as compared to morality. I think morality, as we understand it, is more important. Having said that, when it comes to, a business, for example, which Freemasonry is not, but my point is, maintaining a private nature of your business operations may be important to maintain the business. With Freemasonry, again, the reason why maintaining a private element to our rituals are important, or is important, is because it helps us maintain the bonds of brotherhood between past and future generations of Masons. Nobody's bullying me, Liv Dom. It's fine. If you're going to be on YouTube, you're going to be on stream, you have to accept the fact you're going to get some interesting characters. That's just part of what it means to be streaming, for better or worse. So I appreciate it, Liv Dom, but it's okay. Having said that, though, please hit like and subscribe. It's the nature of social media. If you take it too seriously, you will drive yourself absolutely insane. Thank you, CD. I try to be awesome. Whether I always succeed or not is who knows, but I do try my best. So, CD, any plans for Christmas? What do you got coming up? Let me know. And I'm going to be doing a members exclusive live stream, both a Patreon members exclusive live stream and a YouTube members exclusive live stream. So make sure to turn into that. I do not know who that is, who this Gabe is, but please hit like and subscribe. All right, Miss Makes Me Sick. Gonna have to put you in a bit of a timeout. Maybe you can come back later when you've calmed down a little bit. I am a Freemason. I've been a Freemason since 2007. Which is crazy to think it's been 20 years. It's crazy how much time flies, believe me. Not as much as I'd like. I mean, I know a little bit about it, but very little. Interesting that Freemasons, some were involved in the Underground Railroad and getting, after Freemasonry was banned in Canada, under Queen Victoria, getting, slaves here. There was some Prince Hall and Masonic connections there. Don't think about it in terms of levels, Eric Brooks. That's not a good way to think about it. Think about it in terms of degrees. I'm a 18th degree Scottish Rite Mason. I'm also a 3rd degree Master Mason. That's what matters. Being the Master Mason is the most important degree. Yeah, but that's the nature of it, Apple Tree. If you want to be online, you better accept the fact there's going to be a lot of rude Masons. There's nothing you can do. There's not going to be a lot of rude people, I should say. That's the nature of being on YouTube. There's going to be a lot of people who have rude things to say about Freemasonry. There's really nothing else you can do about it. You just have to accept it. 98 degrees. 98 degrees. Honestly, I used to be the type of guy who would say, like, boy bands suck. I'm looking back on it. They had some pretty good music back in the day. Do you know any Oddfellow lodges? Unfortunately, Oddfellow lodges are declining as much as Masonic lodges. So I don't think any are. I don't think any Oddfellow lodges replaced Masonic lodges. I think, unfortunately, both are declining pretty significantly. Eric Brooks, the degree that matters most is 3rd degree Master Mason, which I am. I'm also 18th degree Scottish Rite, but that's not as important, right? What's important, what matters is 3rd degree Master Mason. That's as high as you can go in Freemasonry. Oh, there's never a time when Masonic lodges were closed in Canada. What I was saying is there was a time when slavery, like during the Underground Railroad, there was a lot of Masons involved in the Underground Road, especially Prince Hall, bringing slaves through America into Canada. Many times they actually ended up joining Prince Hall lodges, or in some cases joining Freemasonry. I was a Korn fan. I like Korn. I think, I'm of the view that you can love all music. Music is proof that God loves us and wants us to be happy. In fact, I just saw a quote on Facebook, which I really liked. They said, if art is how we decorate space, music is how we decorate time. And I really liked that. I thought that was a really great quote. So just think about it that way. If music is how we, or sorry, if art is how we decorate space, music is how we decorate time. By the way, I don't know if you ever heard it before, but Evanescence with Amy Lee did a really great cover of a Korn song. I remember getting, I think it was a DVD of them. It was really good, so you should check it out. I'm not going to give some examples because then they wouldn't be private. Not secret, but private. If I gave examples, that would defeat the whole purpose of them being private anything. Channel, Oddfellows. We're just hanging out at this point, by the way. If anybody wants to help support the channel, consider doing a super chat. Just 99 cents helps out majorly. Helps other people find the channel. This has been a great stream, though. I can't wait to be back on at 1 a.m. and then be back on again tomorrow at 1 p.m. We're going to talk about Masonic fonts, how we in Freemasonry communicate, and why it's important that we think about the way we communicate with the written word, with the written formats. That stuff is really, really valuable. No, it's been a awesome stream. Probably one of the highest streams I've had in terms of people showing up, and I made it to over 3,000 subscribers. The next goal is over 4,000 in watch hours. So so I can continue turning my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. Yes, get behind us, devil trolls, indeed. I don't disagree with that at all. But again, I do want to make it clear that we within Freemasonry, I'm actually going to put it this way. If you're in the YouTube space at all and you're choosing to be online, you have to accept that you're going to deal with some problems, that you're going to deal with some trolls, you're going to deal with some rude people. That's just the nature of being online, for better or worse. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's the nature of it. And if we in Freemasonry especially want to have an online presence, we need to be willing to put up with trolls and all that stuff as well. It's just part of it, for better or worse. Ken Amaro, I love coffee. Coffee is my favorite thing. Not in the way that you're engaging with it, apparently. That sounds terrible. Why? Don't do that. Don't waste. Put it down the right way. The right, drink the coffee. I do not condone coffee enemas on this channel. I do condone hitting the like and subscribe button, so please do so. What's up, man? Eric Berkson, that's true. To a certain extent, there is a leap of faith that goes into this. I guess what I can say is I hope that I demonstrate, outside of, again, saying there's nothing that contradicts civil, religious, family duties, or personal responsibility or safety. You kind of got to take a leap of faith on that, because we do choose to keep certain aspects of it private. Unfortunately, or fortunately, if we were to share that, ultimately it would take something away from the Masonic experience. Chad, I am from Windsor, Ontario, Canada. Born and raised in Winnipeg, now live in Windsor. Chad, please hit like and subscribe. Well, don't do both. Just do the one. Just from this side. Drink your coffee. Drink your coffee. It is not the Illuminati, Nick. It is not. The Illuminati was founded in 1777 by Adam Weishaupt. It is not the same as Freemasonry. In fact, the Illuminati really doesn't exist anymore. But 3279, you know what does exist? That like and subscribe button. So please hit like and please hit subscribe. I do not have Crohn's. I've known some people who do. If you suffer from Crohn's, then my heart goes out to you. I know how challenging it can be for people who have it. As I always say, talk to your doctor, do what your doctor says. Why join a lodge? Asks Nick. Honestly, every Mason, every person interested in joining has to decide for himself. I always say at its core, Freemasonry is about service. So joining a lodge is about, hopefully, joining a lodge is about serving the community by trying to join something that helps you make the world a better place through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. Some people join a lodge because they had family members who were Masons and want to be part of the same lodge to be close to them or feel closer to them. Some join because they want to make new friends. Some join because they're looking for some type of social safety net. Some join because they love being part of a Masonic. They love being part of a historical group. Some join just because they feel called to do so in some way. At its core, everybody joins for the same core reason, to be part of something bigger than themselves. But the nature of that, it depends on individuals. Merry Christmas to you as well. Let's no tickles or kisses. Let's calm down. Let's just say Merry Christmas and end with that. Well, the Knight Templars was a group during the 11th to 13th century that helped escort pilgrims on the Crusades. They eventually grew into almost like a multinational banking and knight organization. Friday the 13th, famously, they were put to death by the order of the Pope and the King of France. Eventually, Freemasons adopted many Knights Templar ideas and many Knights Templar symbols in order to kind of convey moral lessons. So yeah. Merry Christmas, Christ8547. Please hit like and subscribe. Queeneth Vuso, please hit like and subscribe. Do you believe in a God that exists outside your body? I believe in a supreme being, Will Watson. I do believe in a supreme being. I don't know about that, CD. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily the case. A lot of people have made great music who never touched drugs. A lot of people have made great music on drugs. It just depends, I think. But I would never suggest to anybody that they should use drugs for any creative purpose. I don't personally think that's a good idea. We do have pizza parties sometimes. We have refreshments after lodge. I could six buzz. Please hit like and subscribe. There's two types of Masonic meetings, Nick. There's the administrative meeting, where we deal with all the administrative stuff necessary to run an organization. Whether you're a Masonic organization or a knitting club, you need to have bank accounts and bills to be paid and schedules of events. You need to have a calendar. You need to be willing to do work. You need to have, meetings to talk about all the where you're going to meet. You need to have administrative meetings to deal with all the things that are administratively important within Freemasonry or within any organization. Then we have our ceremonies or our degrees where we bring in new Masons into the craft, which is really wonderful. Nothing's wrong with Canada. Canada is the greatest country in the world. Part of it because you're the greatest neighbors in the world. We'd never talk about politics in a lodge. In fact, one of the things that we are taught within Freemasonry very early on is we are not to discuss religion or politics while in a Masonic lodge that's meeting. So no religion, no politics. Kingdom of Heaven. Yes, Kingdom of Heaven, by the way, I just saw that. Great movie. Canadian tuxedo. I don't. I'm a bad Canadian. Canadian tuxedo means like a denim vest with denim pants and a denim shirt, which I do not own. Well, Whoopi Goldberg is a very handsome lady, so I'll take it. Actually, I like Whoopi Goldberg because she was in Star Trek: The Next Generation, which is one of my favorite television shows from back in the day. And interestingly enough, she was on Star Trek Picard Season 2. East Coast. I've been to Masonic lodges in Nova Scotia and loved it. It was really, really cool. So that's awesome. Um, did Jay Leno wear a Canadian tuxedo, all denim? That's in Newfoundland, right? Or is that in Nova Scotia? It is 5:30 here as well. So yes, and that's a good thing to bring up. Whenever I bring up times and say like I'm doing a 1 p.m. live stream or a 1 a.m. live stream, you can always assume it's 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Um, just give you a reminder. I'm sorry that you're from a poor family, Mad Joker. I hope things turn around for you. Oh, well then yes, maybe Jay Leno stole the Canadian tuxedo from the rest of us in Canada. Yeah, but that's what it is. I mean, it's people gathering just to do so, right? Because Nick, it didn't start with an express. So like a knitting club will start because people like knitting and want to get together to knit. Freemasonry started because people wanted to just gather, right? Like it started. So a very abridged history of Freemasonry. In the Middle Ages, 15th, 16th centuries, you had these stone mason guilds. And basically, they were basically trade unions, right? And they were responsible for training masons, new masons, apprentices, as well as providing all the social protections that a union provides. Eventually, people who were not themselves stonemasons but saw these guilds and liked the idea of having a social support system and a support group and liked the idea of being part of something bigger than themselves, they asked if they could join. And they joined, but they asked if they could be what we call speculative masons, which means they join the guild, they pay dues into it, but they don't learn how to be stonemasons. They don't do any work. They just pay dues into it and get the social benefits of it, as well as the social safety net benefit of it, as well as the strength of the numbers. Over time, the demand for stone masonry and stone mason works, they became, the demand reduced. As a result, the number of stonemasons reduced, while the number of Freemasons grew because people wanted to join for the social aspect of it. And eventually, the number of stonemasons or number of Freemasons greatly outnumbered the number of stonemasons. And the rest is kind of history. And we continued on this idea of meeting and joining. Sometimes we join for charitable work. Sometimes we join for, historical reasons. Sometimes we join for familial reasons. But at the end of the day, in many ways, Freemasonry represents the purest form of that desire we all have to be part of something bigger than ourselves. Nick, I hope that made sense. Hey, if you got sardines, that's okay. Sardines are wonderful. I love sardines. They're delicious. No worries, Nick. I hope what I said made sense. It can be hard to explain sometimes, but I hope what I said made sense. Thank you, 2685. As always, please hit the like and subscribe button. To anyone who's just joining for the first time, it's been a wonderful stream. We've got a great number of people here. It's actually been a really great stream. I do, Queen Lavu. So I promote the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it was located. And I love doing it. Oh, I love Nova Scotia. I went to Nova Scotia to visit some Masonic lodges there, and it was incredible. Well, I mean, Appalachia. Are you from Appalachia? Those are referenced in the Bible as well, if I recall correctly. But there's King Solomon's Temple, right? Within Freemasonry, the thing to keep in mind, right, is Freemasonry derives from stonemasons and stonemasonry. So obviously, from a symbolic perspective, we are going to use great stone buildings, great examples of stone masonry as a way to, share metaphorical lessons or to show respect to our Masonic forefathers, our stonemason forefathers, whether it be King Solomon's Temple, whether it be the pyramids. Those are great examples of stonemasonry that we use for metaphorical and moral guidance. The pillars were at the entrance of King Solomon's Temple. They're mentioned in the Bible. They're just an example of stonemasonry in ancient times, and what we can take from it is moral lessons of things like stability, strength, a respect for the a respect for the supreme being or our supreme being. And again, pillars in general, like if you look at this tattoo, I don't know how you can see it. Oh my gosh, it's so hard to. There are pillars on this tattoo I have here. The Ionic, the Doric, the Corinthian pillars, because again, architecture pillars, those are very important tools of stonemasonry or symbols of stonemasonry. I mean, yeah, I would say CD. So Masons don't come from India. Freemasons come from England. Stonemasons probably come from Africa, to be honest, or at the very least, Turkey. Yeah, CD. That's a good way to put it. There's a lot of lies and slander about Freemasons online. Unfortunately, that's just the nature of the beast. That's the nature of being online. When I say the beast, I mean the nature of being online. But hopefully, we within Freemasonry can produce content such as this to help set the record straight. I mean, I don't believe in demons, so not true. I'm not saying that people may not have believed that, but I don't believe in demons. I don't believe in supernatural. Metaphorically, people may have thought in those terms, and certainly there are plenty of rituals that people did in those times during the building of great temples. But I personally do not believe in the supernatural of any sort, so false. Whether King Solomon said he was doing it, that's another story. Jim Rat, welcome. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. I will be back in one moment. I have to run, though, to the washroom once again. Here's my co-host. Be nice to him. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. I'll be back in a moment. Because hold, do I have to go to the washroom? Okay. Who did I have to go? It's 45 here. I can't imagine 15-degree weather. Yeah, it is very cold. I was in Bogota, Colombia, and it was very comfortable. It was probably like room temperature for the whole time. So believe me, going from Bogota, Colombia, flying into Chicago, which was freezing cold. No, King Solomon wasn't from Ethiopia. There were Ethiopian kings who visited King Solomon, at least unless I'm mistaken. If you believe King Solomon was a real person, I think he might be more myth than real. But I remember, so I flew I remember, so I flew from Bogota to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. So it's like warm, warm. Then you fly from Fort Lauderdale to Chicago on what was the coldest day of not just the year, but of many years, to my knowledge. And it's minus a million degrees. And just even stepping from the plane to the jet, like to the whatever you call it, the bridge, the tunnel, it was freezing. And I was like, as someone who normally doesn't mind the cold, even I was a little bit like, this is too much. This is way too much. Um, but that's okay, because you know what? I still got to visit my Masonic brothers at the Glenview Masonic Temple. They welcomed me with open arms. They brought me food, some delicious beef. It was incredible. How do you feel about Scientology? I have no opinion about sorry, I have no opinion about Scientology. Um, I don't know enough about it. I think a Scientologist could be a Freemason. I've never met one, but I don't see why not, because I believe Scientologists believe in a supreme being. I mean, if it gives people a sense of comfort in their lives and happiness, I have no issue with it. But I don't know enough about it to say. Um, it's interesting. There are some people who think that Freemasonry and Scientology are the same, which they're not. But there are some people who think that. So I'm sure it annoys Scientologists probably as much as anything else. Dro Del Camp, welcome back, Dro Del Camp. I hope you're doing well. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. Well, the upside down pentagram, Eric, I think you're referring to the Eastern Star symbol. The 5 points are meant to represent five virtues as well as five women in the Bible. I can't remember which ones they were now. Ruth, Esther. Um, I can't think of the other ones now off the top of my head. Forgive me. Um, but yeah, it's the five virtues that go with them. Eastern Star. I'm gonna see if I can remember the names. Um, right. The fact that it's inverted, I think it usually meant to refer to like the spiritual virtues of the five women descending here onto Earth, where the Eastern Star members can take advantage of them. It was Adam, Ruth, Esther, Martha, Electa. So that was the five women. Um, Faith, loyalty, and duty, amongst other virtues. Okay, I mean, again, I don't know enough about Scientology to say. I'm not going to judge anybody's religious beliefs, and especially because I know so little about it, I'm not going to knock it, certainly. But yeah, it'd be good to learn more about it, to be honest. Okay, you can drop your heavy question, Nick. I can't make any promises I'll be able to answer, but I'll do my best um, to answer it as well as I possibly can. Scientology is wacko culture. Again, I don't know enough about it to say anything negative about it because I get annoyed when people talk negatively about Freemasonry. So I want to try to provide Scientology with the same level of respect and not talk negatively about it without knowing enough about it, right? Um, I studied this for years. You're definitely holding. I try my best. I don't always succeed, but I try my best, Eric, and thank you very much for that. And thank you for being here. I appreciate you being part of the Square and Compass family. I'm just waiting to see Nick's question. I am not Scandinavian. I got some Scandinavian in my family, to my knowledge, but I was born in Canada. My mom's Canadian. My dad was born in England. So, um, I, yeah, that's right. I'm sticking around. It's been a fun stream. I guess I'd want to know a little bit more about obsessive thoughts of death, Nick. Like, I definitely went through a period where I was more into, like, like I never went fully goth or anything like that, but I got more interested in, the afterlife and death, and I was listening to Marilyn Manson, and I was obsessed with anything that was kind of related to death or had that aesthetic. I got super into it. Um, I think it just goes through time. People go through phases. Um, I don't really think about those things anymore much. It was more just being young and rebellious, I think. What I'd say is, so if that's how you're feeling, then I think it passes. If you're actually thinking about self-harm or, harming yourself, then don't, rely on it to pass or wait for it to pass. Contact somebody to talk to get some help. 988 in Canada, the United States. That's a great number to call. But if it's just more of a general interest, I mean, I saw it a lot with a lot of my friends in our late teens and early 20s. There was kind of, again, if there were bands or groups that talked about death or kind of had this aesthetic of death, they had the black nail polish and the goth face or whatever it is. I came more interested in them and started thinking more about that stuff. So there you go. From the St. Petersburg, welcome, Vitalove. Thank you for being here. Um, I hope you're doing well. The leading cause of death is life, but still, being alive is pretty great, so don't take it for granted. You never know when it's going to be your last moment. We've unfortunately had a lot of stories of that recently. A lot of people, there was the shooting at Brown University, there was what happened in Australia at Bondi Beach, there was Rob Reiner today. I hope these tragedies remind us maybe to treat each other better, to be nicer to each other, and to be more cherishing of the time we have here on Earth. At least that is what I hope. Um, to exist forever and it fills me with dread. Um, Okay, so I'm in some ways, Nick, I'm glad that it fills you with dread. I would hate to read that you were longing forward or looking forward to it. I think, yeah, in that sense, it's interesting, Nick. I'm a huge fan of scary movies. There's a reason why a lot of slasher films, scary movies, are the main characters, like the victims, are all in their teens to early 20s. They're all either graduating high school or they're in university or they're graduating college. It's usually they're in between the ages of like 18 to 24. And that's because that is a time when a lot of people, for the first time, are thinking about death, right? When you're a kid, you never really think about it. Once you start to make that transition from childhood into adulthood, by graduating high school, by graduating college, by getting a real world, by getting your first job, suddenly you start to think about things like death a lot more, and the passing of life. Your parents are getting older, and for the first time, you start to think about your parents passing away. So, yeah, I think there's a reason why so often in scary movies, the main characters, the victims, are all aged in that teenage time period, because that's a time when death starts to become you start to think about it more. Um, and interestingly enough, within Freemasonry, there is a lesson that they teach you about death and about how we should view death, right? We should not be afraid of it. We should not welcome it. We should not be afraid of it. Rather, we should understand that it's part of the story too, but we should use it as a way to motivate us that while we're here on earth and before we pass away, we have the opportunity and the ability to try and make the world a better place, however we can do so, and we should do so. Um, What's a good movie to watch that's about Freemasonry or has Freemasonry? Great question, Droll DeCamp. I'm going to give an answer that probably most people, including Masons, would not like because it does tend to portray Freemasons in a somewhat negative light, but I still love the movie so much that I got to recommend it. From Hell, starring Johnny Depp. I understand a lot of people will probably watch that movie and say, how could you claim that? It's not that I agree with how they portray Freemasons. They don't get everything wrong, they get a lot incorrect, but I still love that movie because I love scary movies. I love Victorian England. I love the way it looks. I love the actors. So I got to go with that movie. Just don't take it too seriously. If you want to, honestly, another great thing to watch is Homer the Great from the Stonecutters episode. Yeah, I think most people would say Psycho was the first slasher movie. There's actually a movie out of Italy. I can't think of the name of it now that some people call the first slasher, but I can't think of what it's called now. Yeah, well, Mormonism, I mean, the person who invented Mormonism was a Freemason. I'm told, I'm not a Mormon, so I can't say for sure, but I'm told that he borrowed a lot of Masonic ideas and interpreted them or incorporated them into Mormonism, but I'm not a Mormon, so I can't say. What I will say is it's only fair, since Freemasonry borrowed a lot of stuff from different groups and brought it into Freemasonry, turnabout is fair play. National Treasure is great. Yes, National Treasure is great. That's a great movie that portrays Freemasonry in a more accurate light. Not again, we're not hiding treasure or any of that stuff, but at least the philosophy of it is a little bit more, is fairly accurate. It gets the feeling of Freemasonry correct, if not the details, if that makes any sense at all. But again, I love the movie From Hell. I just do. Okay, for me, it goes Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4 and 5 are my two favorite movies of all time. Days like today, when it's a little colder out, it's Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5. But I love Halloween. I love Friday the 13th. I love them all. Um, Interestingly enough, you can't see it, but I have a tattoo of the Elm Street right there. You can kind of see it. This is the Elm Street sign in honor of Nightmare on Elm Street. And this is from Halloween. Nobody will know our names a couple generations. That's okay. So long as they know our names now. And even if they don't know our names now, so long as we're trying to make the world a better place now, that's what matters. Yes, I agree, Joel DeCamp. Do you have a favorite Nightmare on Elm Street film? For me, it's 4 and 5, like I said. But I know everybody has their own different views. And it's okay if nobody knows our name. Our impact will last far longer than our name. At least I think that should be our goal. We should make our impact last longer than our names. Well, Jonathan, then I'm going to show you something. Because why not? Now I got to find it. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's see. If you love Freddy movies, then you might love, this is a picture of me with Heather Langenkamp, signed by Heather Langenkamp. And this is a picture of me with Freddy Krueger himself and Lisa Wilcox, Alice from Nightmares 4 and 5. Yes, I agree. I just heard about that. I don't know what happened, but I love The Bear, one of my favorite TV shows. He was a character on The Bear, and it's incredibly, I don't know enough to say anything else other than it's incredibly sad. And he'll be missed. This is me with Kelly Jo Minter from Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5, signed. And this is, again, this was signed by Andres Jones and Lisa Wilcox from A Nightmare on Elm Street 4. So I've been lucky enough to go to a lot of these horror movie conventions, and I love them all. Corbin, say happy birthday to my boy. No, Corbin, I'm not falling for that, but good try. You got to get up pretty early, though, to get one over on me, let me tell you. I'll also, why not, take a few moments to show some more of these because they're pretty awesome if I do say so myself. Let's see what we got. Oops. Stuff's... I gotta get these better organized. All right, I'm gonna go through them all. This is me with Fiona Dorff from the Chucky movies. This is, I can't think of her name now, but she was in You're Next. Oh, this is Tyler Main from Halloween, from Rob Zombie's Halloween. Hello, A Storm. Thank you for being here. Scout Taylor Compton. Christina Klebe. These are all from the Rob Zombie Halloween films. Daniel Harris. Legend. We got, Tamara Glynn from Halloween Part 5. And we've got, Kelly Meeker. I can't think of her name, but she actually does a lot of yoga stuff. She's really cool from Halloween Part 4. So that's all of my that's all of my horror movie collection thus far. Hopefully I can get some more. Imagine not wanting to sleep to avoid your deaths. Yes, well, that is from Freddy Krueger, obviously, and that is quite terrifying. That was like the genius of the concept, right? I've always said when it comes to that first film, and I know this is going to get me in trouble, so be it. It's not a great film, the original Nightmare on Elm Street. What makes it great is the concept. The actual story is pretty beat for beat. Like, it's a pretty typical slasher film. It's nothing crazy unique about it. It was the sequels that took the brilliant concept and grew it into something really special. I actually wrote about that in this book, in this letter that was published in Horror Hound magazine, which I got signed by a whole bunch of the people. So that was really, really cool. The actors in the movies. So it was really awesome. 3, 4, better shut your door. Or is it 3, 4, better lock your door? I always get that mixed up. 5, 6, grab your crucifix. 7, 8, better stay up late. 9, 10, never sleep again. Or he's back again. This is my job, Lily. Please hit like and subscribe. And do a super chat. Just 99 cents will help out majorly. Please answer this. They're not horrible. I mean, I love scary movies, Eric Brooks, so I don't think they're horrible at all. I'm a big fan of those. Big fan of scary movies. I love them. It's just a personal thing to me, right? Everybody has the things that they love and don't love. Some people love scary movies. Some people love romance. Actually, I will say, no, it's not that. It's not Freddy's at Your Door. 1, 2. It's better lock your door. I agree, Courtney. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to find the lyrics. 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. 3, 4, better lock your door. 5, 6, grab your crucifix. 7, 8, going to stay up late. 9, 10, never sleep again. Or 9, 10, he's back again from Nightmare Part 5. Yes, and as somebody who has been going without a lot of sleep lately because of all the travel, 24-hour live streams, all the work, I definitely could probably do a better job at getting more sleep. Sketchy vibe. I hope you're not too sketchy to hit that like and subscribe button. I would truly, truly appreciate it. I hope you are doing well and having an excellent night. We're just hanging out, chatting. I don't really have any more topics. Tomorrow we're going to talk about Masonic fonts. If you want to know what I mean by that, you'll have to tune in tomorrow. But it's been a wonderful stream. I think we've had 2.5 thousand views, which is absolutely incredible for this stream. I'll be back on at 1 a.m., by the way, so don't worry. You can find me at 1 a.m. as well. Well, so it's not actually a Masonic font per se. It's really the fonts which we in Freemasonry are using to communicate. And that goes into more general term, like in our written communications. And that goes into a more general discussion of laying out our summons, laying out our letters, right? Within Freemasonry, there's a lot of written communication that still takes place, primarily summonses, newsletters, emails, that gets sent out to membership as well as to the public. And what type of fonts are we most often using? What does the layout look like? How can we do better at producing content in written form that is, easy to read, easy to understand? I bring that up because obviously fonts has become kind of a big news item lately with Marco Rubio and getting rid of Calibri fonts and all that jazz. Eric Brooks, usually no. Usually no. There have been times when I've got some assistance, but that's partially because I'm a Mason, that's partially because of this channel. So a brother, it's oftentimes primarily about accommodations. Usually Masons will let me stay on their couch. If I'm traveling to save expenses, they'll also often pick me up or drop me off at the airport to help me with those expenses so I don't need to take a taxi. And oftentimes it's food as well. Like if I'm traveling to a Masonic meeting, they'll have a dinner, a reception, they'll have food for me. I have in the past received assistance with air flights if I'm traveling somewhere for this podcast because it's something special that's taking place, but that's very rare. That doesn't happen often. Yes, my wrestling events have kind of taken a back seat because I've been focusing so much on Freemasonry. But I did a couple recently and they were a blast. I hope to do more very soon. M1LK, would it matter if I was? That's the question. I don't even know what that means, but that's funny. And if that was the case, then I would be very gay at the moment because it's very cold outside. It's been very cold the last couple days where I've been traveling to. Not a huge fan of Donald Trump, Jonathan. Not gonna lie, not a huge fan of Donald Trump. But everybody gets their own views on Donald Trump. So, I've got many people on the stream who are a fan of his. I'm not one of them, put it that way. But the best thing, if you want to support me in this channel in helping to make this a success, then consider doing a super chat, just 99 cents. Helps other people find this channel, helps other people find the stream, and would be greatly appreciated. We're just going to give it a bit more time. I'm going to wait to see who else joins. Thank you, everybody, for making this stream definitely one of the most successful stream I've had in terms of numbers and in terms of likes, in terms of subscriptions, all that jazz has been very, very helpful. Yes, we're all going to wrestle. It'll be fun. We'll all take turns. Certainly the poll question, I've got more answers to this poll question than anything else. I think 338 votes. So it's wonderful to see people so desirous of answering these questions about Freemasonry. It is greatly, greatly appreciated. I'm just going to wait a couple more, see if anybody else jumps in the stream, chat to say hello. It's been 5 hours. It's been a great stream. Not quite 8 hours. We're at 5 hours. I'm going to have to end this soon, but I am going to do some longer streams. That is my goal. Because I'm already well past 3,000 subs, which is incredible. But my next goal is to get over 4,000 watch hours. So, well, I don't, in Nicholson, I don't know if I'd say that. I think I don't understand why they would support Donald Trump, but What can I say? That's a democracy. Everybody gets to decide for themselves. Thank you, Adeline. That is incredibly kind of you. Greatly, greatly appreciated. All that stuff, when you're doing a super chat, when you're liking, when you're subscribing, if you're sharing, it helps other people find the stream, which is, it demonstrates to the algorithm that, it's worth putting this in people's feeds. I don't like Trump also. Okay. Yeah, not a huge fan of him myself, but hey, everybody, like I said, gets their own opinion. One thing about Freemasonry is we are taught within Freemasonry not to discuss politics or religion while in lodge. So, and I tend to think that's appropriate. Unfortunately, I think those things can become far too divisive. It can be dangerous, right? Freemasonry is about building communities up, not trying to tear things down through division. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. What type of games? Do you mean video games, board games? Underground Thomas, welcome. There is actually a Masonic board game I discovered that was put out in Los Angeles, though I don't think it still is around. There's also, Masonic video games, which is interesting. So, I am a traveler. It says right there. I am both missed call. I'm both literally a traveler in that I consider myself a professional traveler for work, and I am a Mason. I've been a Mason since 2007. Missed call 1984. Please hit like and subscribe. I don't know if 1984 is your birth date, but I was born in 1983. So we're about 1 year apart. I Not really underground because it's very hard for Freemasons to develop. Um, it's probably hard for Masons to develop mass marketed items because there's not a single Masonic like global entity that can produce an item that reflects all of Freemasonry, right? If that makes any sense. Different jurisdictions will produce different things. They'll produce pins, they'll produce coins. Like, I'll be back in just 1 second. I'll be back in just 1 second. So if you look at all of these, right? These are all different pins I've got on my travels. 99% of these are Masonic. There are some pins here for my blood donations, or this is a pin from blood donations, which is Masonic. But these are all Masonic pins. So they are kind of mass produced in that a jurisdiction will, produce hundreds, thousands of them to give away to guests, or in some cases to sell. They'll produce, there's like Masonic shops, like, where is it? These here, if you can see them, most Masonic shops have them, but they're oftentimes not produced by Masonic lodges, they're produced by companies who then sell them to Masons. Like, things produced and owned by Masons, it's hard to do them mass market because Ontario produces one thing, Manitoba produces another thing, Texas produces another thing. Nice, Spirit of Justice. That is awesome. No, didn't offend me at all, Adeline. I appreciate you being here. Again, if you think he has some good moments, you're still welcome on the stream. You could be, a diehard mega fan, and you would still be welcome on the stream. I would have a hard time naming 3 moments myself personally, 3 good moments, but that's just me. Oh my gosh, Jonathan, stop reminding us of our ages, all right? I feel old enough as it is. I don't need to be made to feel any older. I guess we donate blood, and I'm very proud of my blood donations. I think I've donated 13 times so far. Rosie Carlson, hello, thank you for being here. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. I very much appreciate it. Mishra, Arian Mishra. Okay. Let me know. What is the question? What is the important question you have to ask? I will do my best to answer it. I can't make any promises I'll be able to answer it well, but I'll do my best. Orcha English, thank you for being here. Please hit like and subscribe. I would truly appreciate it. The Last Man, I'm in a wheelchair, so I cannot do a backflip. It would be potentially very painful, The Last Man, 7113. But what you can do is you can hit the like button and the subscribe button. That's what you can do. So just keep that in mind. With the plaque, the washing board? It says Double Handy. It's a washing board. It's an old school washing board. Let me see if I can. From back in the day. I was born without legs. Do a wheelie. If I do a wheelie, Jeremy, will you hit the like and subscribe button? Yes, my jug band phase. That was a very important phase. All right, let's see if you can see it though. Can you see me? Here we go. Ready? Whoa. Whoa. Look at that. Does this make you happy? If you guys aren't liking, subscribing, and hitting the heart button, I don't know what's wrong with you at this point. I don't know what more I can possibly do. Look, I can even go forward, and I can go backwards. You see this? I can go forward once again. Thank you, Jonathan. I do my best. We've had a lot of subs, in fairness. It's been pretty great. So thank you, everybody who's been subbing on this stream. That's right. Masons should never be afraid of anything, including doing a wheelie. The great architect loves us more than anybody else. I feel sorry for you, sir. Life is hard for anybody. I don't think life is any harder for me because I have no legs, to be honest. I think, if anything, probably, I've had a very easy life compared to a lot of people I know. Well, Eric, I can't do it again. You're just going to have to trust me that I did it. Maybe I'll do it at the end of the stream. Thank you, Droll de Camp. Don't forget, you can follow me on, if you enjoy my streams, you'll probably enjoy the other content I produce on social media. Check out my Instagram, my Facebook, my Instagram, my Twitter, X, Blue Sky. I have a cat though, so that's all I need. I have my cat, that's good enough. Well, Mr. McLibtard 8P, also a lot of these people are not subscribed to my podcast, so please subscribe, and thank you for being here. I don't know who that is, but I'm more lucky than a lot of people, or luckier than a lot of people. Well, I wouldn't go that far, Eric. I think my disability is part of who I am, part of kind of the person I am. But put it this way, I wouldn't want to not be disabled. If I could go back in time and was told, like, you can be born with legs, my answer would be no. I like who I am, and that includes I like who I am with no legs. It's, I'm too handsome and too funny for women. They find it intimidating. No, it just never happened, It's okay. I still got time. A lot of people are getting married a lot later in life, so... So on this channel, Droll de Camp, if you go to Square Encompass Promotions on YouTube, under the videos section, you'll find my podcast. You can also find me on Podbean. You can find me on YouTube. You can find me on a lot of different places. Instagram, Facebook, etc., etc. Famous Australian. Okay, good for him. Sounds like he's crushing it at life, so I've never heard of him before, but I'm sure I hope he keeps up the great work. Why haven't I been picking up my phone? I haven't picked up my phone for a while because I've just been very busy. I'm actually pretty terrible about answering my phone. Send me a text message or email. It's far better to get in touch with me if you would so desire. And I feel like Maverick, you're trying to reach me about my extended warranty at this point. Oh, okay, I'll check him out. Good for him. Serious, sweaty. I'm not sweating now. I was sweating in Bogota because it was so hot. Not sweating here. But I hope you are doing well. Thank you so much for joining me. I don't think that's fair. I find that most women, they're people, right? And because they're people, some are toxic, some are not toxic. I think generally speaking, though, I mean, certainly I think women have a lot of challenges in the world that can make it challenging for them. Maybe sometimes what you view as toxicity is just them trying to navigate difficult situations. We are one like away from 100 likes. I don't think I've ever got 100 likes on a live stream. So please, if you're not done so yet, hit that like button. Help me get to 100 likes. Also hit that subscribe button. Oh, we got 100 likes. Look at that. You're not wrong, Michael Moore. You're not wrong. I have not seen The Dancing Spider-Man. Just got to 100. Yeah, and sometimes both parties can be toxic in the same relationship. Thank you, Orca. I mean, if nothing else, for me personally, I hope that I can be a source of motivation for Freemasonry. I hope I can help people find a passion for Freemasonry if they're already a member. If they're not necessarily join. I'm not interested in encouraging anybody to join, but recognize that Freemasonry is actually an important part of their community and an important part of the world. I mean, if the relationship works for you, then that's good, and congratulations on being rich. Hopefully, sometimes there's maybe more to relationships than that, but I'm not in a position to judge anybody's relationship. I got me and my cat, and that's the only relationship I managed to maintain. So I'm not one to judge anybody's relationship. Just taking a few moments to check something. Okay. 100 likes. That was incredible. Thank you so much. There you go. You got your cat, you got your mom. Well, cats, I don't know if they love you unconditionally. I think my cat loves me because I feed her and give her water. Beyond that, cats are not like dogs. But that's what I love about cats, right? Is that they're like a disinterested roommate. They're really cool because they're chill. They'll let you hang out and do your own thing. They're not rushing to always be around you. Right now, my cat's on her bed, just hanging out, sleeping, chill. If I had a dog, the dog would be on my lap all the time. Bowling Alone. So that was a great book from 1991 or 92, written by Putman, which was this year turned into a movie called Join or Die, which was a great movie. Both of which very relevant and important to Freemasonry, and both of which I think people need to check out, especially if you're a Mason. Organize like a showing for your lodge, I think that's really critical. And will be incredibly, could be very beneficial to you and to your Masonic Lodge experience. But Robert Putman, he did a really great job describing the problem of declining civic engagement in the world. All right, let's just give it a bit more time. Let's wait to see who joins. I'm going to be ending this stream soon. It's been a great stream, 5 hours and 13 minutes so far, over 100 likes. Over 3,000 subs now on the channel, 356 votes on my poll question. Don't forget, I'll be back on at 1 a.m. tonight, so you can find me there as well. Or find me then as well. And I hope that you guys will do so. Thank you, Jonathan. Yes, throw some hearts in there if you want. The heart emojis, just to, show the love. Or the congratulations emojis, that works out well too. Thank you so much, though. Thank you, Mishra, and may Jesus bless you as well if you're a Christian. Whatever faith you are, I hope that your supreme being blesses you and helps you, brings you peace and comfort. Well, because I think for the stream, there's a lot of people who come in and out. And if you're just joining for a couple minutes and you don't know what we talk about, I want to make sure I use the term Masonic Lodge, because lodge can refer to a lot of different things, right? And so lodge can mean like a hunting lodge, a cabin. It could mean another type of organization. So I want people who are coming on for a couple minutes to just know that I'm referring specifically to Masonic lodges. Some do. It depends. I've been to some Masonic buildings where they actually set up a Christmas tree, both inside and outside. Some don't. It just depends on if they're willing to exercise. So yeah. My grandfather has a big symbol. Awesome. Welcome, Canada 1477. I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. Many people who are Masons have the Masonic symbol on their grave. Some do, some don't. My grandfather actually was a Mason, but he doesn't have the symbol on his grave. At least my mother's side. My father's side, I'm not sure. When I pass away, if they cremate me, it's not an issue. If they get buried, then hopefully I'll have this symbol on mine. Canada, thank you for being here. I'm from Canada myself, Windsor, Ontario. I always say Canada is the greatest country in the world, in part because you have the greatest neighbors in the world. I don't drink, David, so I cannot drink alcohol. I just, drink lots of coffee. What does Freemasonry mean to me? Freemasonry means that I believe that the world can be made better through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. That is what Freemasonry means to me, and I'm very proud of that. Not a big fan of that ideology of any country first, Canada 1477, because we're all part of this world. We all have to find a way to get along. If I was friends with somebody and they kept telling me it's Jim first, I don't think I want to be their friend anymore. And we cannot make it in this world without friends, either on a country level or an individual level. I was in Colombia for, I guess, really Masonic work, right? I checked out the Grand Lodge. I checked out the Colombian Grand Lodge, went to some meetings, posted a bunch of pictures, checked out the Museum of Freemasonry in South America, posted a bunch of pictures of that as well. So it was really, really cool and really special. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of this idea of anybody being put first per se. I mean, if somebody in the world, so I'm Canadian, right? Live in Windsor. If there's somebody who's fleeing persecution, or is not Canadian but is starving, I'd much rather they receive assistance from the government than me, even though I'm Canadian, because I'm doing pretty good. And I'm willing to accept that if we are not willing to help others, they won't be willing to help us. And that's incredibly dangerous. We need to be willing, if your neighbor's house is on fire, you don't argue about the cost of the hose, is what FDR said. If we are willing to say it's us first, no one else matters, that's how things like World War II happens when, Nazi Germany is allowed to grow unopposed from America because it's a European problem, right? We need to understand that. And it's also how if we ever struggle or have challenges, we need to rely on others to help us sometimes, right? The world runs on reciprocal relationships as much as we like to pretend it doesn't. Thank you, M. Tyler. Please hit that like and subscribe button. Well, my ancestors may have built this country as well. I mean, my grandfather fought in World War II. Um, I understand that his parents or his grandfather, I think, fought in World War One. I don't think they were fighting necessarily to put Canada first. I think they were fighting for something beyond that. They were fighting for a better world, a better Canada being part of a better world. Because, when they went to, my grandfather was part of I believe, I could be mistaken, but if I recall correctly, he was part of the forces that actually liberated Holland from Nazi tyranny. That was not about making Canada a better world. That was about people who were being oppressed and freeing them to make Holland a better place. And he received, he received like thanks, and I think he went over there a couple times. The point is, um, I'm not a nationalist. I love Canada. Canada is the greatest country in the world. I've said it a million times, and I'm grateful to be Canadian. But I also recognize that we will not in any way, shape, or form be a world in which I want to live. I have no interest in seeing Canada being super strong while all the countries around us fall into disrepair or plunder. I don't think that makes anything better. It's a bit like if I live in a really nice house, but all my neighbors' houses are falling apart, sooner or later, my house is going to be affected. The property values are going to go down. I haven't, I need to care about the people around me, and I need to care about the countries around me. Um, no, but they did it to make the world a better place. And, because you could argue, what is freeing of Holland if not a kind of international aid? All the money and lives that were spent to free a country that has nothing to do with us, and all the people we brought from Holland over to Canada, including the members of the royal family. Um, you know, whether we're doing it over there or bringing them over here, I don't want to be the type of country that turns my back on people in need. Um, Welcome, Christopher. Please hit like and subscribe. I think, well, I mean, so obviously, yes, nothing is 100%, right? So when you say, I assume you don't mean we never help anybody, you know, in any circumstances. Um, and I'm not saying we always help everybody and we just open the border. I guess what I'm saying is I never like the phrase Canada first, America first. I don't like those phrases. I think they're unmasonic in some ways. To me, it's about rational self-interest, right? And to be rationally self-interested is to recognize that sometimes Canada's interests either directly or indirectly overlap with other countries, overlap with other individuals who are not Canadian. And if we're not open to that and we cut ourselves off from the world, sooner or later that will come back to bite us in the ass. And we've seen it happen in the past. Oh no, the princess, I forget her name, but there was a princess in Holland. I can't think of her name. In one of those countries, there was a member of some royal family that came to Canada when the Nazis took it over. I can't think of the name now. They would plant tulips every year as a gift to Canada. If anybody is a historian and understands the story, let me know. I can't think of the name of it now. But they would plant tulips every year at Parliament Hill in honor of being taken in by Canada. Um, yeah, and Underground Thomas is right. Even if we don't like it, all of our ancestors helped to create a globally connected world, economy, and society, and that's just the world we live in. And this argument of we're going to find a way to untangle or unconnect ourselves in this world, I just don't think is possible. I can understand maybe having a desire to, but I don't think it's possible anymore, for better or worse. Yeah, I think Underground Thomas is right. And I think, there's benefits to it as well. Being as connected as we are, economically or otherwise, it makes wars far less likely. Because how can you go to war with somebody if you're buying products from them, or if they are buying products from you, or if you hold a significant amount of their debt, or if they hold a significant amount of your debt, right? How can you go to war with a country when you have trading routes and economic interests that are aligned? You have social media showing you feeds of people there and vice versa. Like, it's very complicated, but there are benefits to being as connected as we are. which I don't think we should forget. Is my oh so humble opinion on that. I am 2 subs away from 3,030 subs. If you all want to be so kind as to hit that subscribe button, I would truly appreciate it. Thank you everybody who's been part of this stream so far. It's been wonderful to have you all join. That's called the golden rule, Eric Brooks, and that is absolutely a wonderful rule. I support that also. Well, the Chicago deep dish, I did not get any Chicago deep dish in Bogota, obviously. It's interesting, actually, underground. So I went to a Masonic meeting followed by a dinner at a pizza place. It was delicious. The food was wonderful. And they told me it was thin crust pizza. And the Masons there told me that what I was eating was actually the true Chicago pizza. They said deep dish is for tourists. Thin crust is for real Chicagoans. It was Ravenswood Lodge that I went to. And they gave me, amongst other things, this very cool pin. So, thank you, Ravenswood. But I love Chicago pizza, so I love Chicago. I had an absolutely champion time. It was one of the best trips I've ever taken. I've taken a lot, going through Chicago and going through to Bogota. Even the stopover I had in Chicago of about 10 hours, getting the chance to visit a Masonic lodge while I had a stopover, getting fed. Hey, Windsor Pizza, that's fair. I shouldn't say that because Windsor Pizza is known as being like the greatest pizza ever, and it should be. Windsor, oh, so Windsor, Ontario. So just my city, Windsor, Ontario, in the south part of Canada. It's known for having really good pizza. The trick, Adeline, is they shred the pepperoni on the pizza. That's the key. So a lot of people will say Windsor pizza is actually the best pizza in Canada. I've known of people even traveling to, like living in other countries or living in other provinces, who actually get the Windsor pizza delivered to them. What they do is they have it done halfway, then like freeze dried somehow, delivered to them, and then they cook it the rest of the way in their oven. It's crazy to think that people will do that, but it's famous. What makes it famous is they shred the pepperoni on it. Not a plaque, it's a band, it's a washing board. So there you go. Amy Dale. Amy, please hit like and subscribe if you're new to the stream. What part of Alberta, if you don't mind my asking? I mean, you can try to get it to Australia. It might be kind of tough. You know, you can get some chips, that's one thing, but getting the pizza sent there, that could be challenging. Okay. There's a lot of Freemasonry in Calgary, actually. And I've interviewed a few Freemasons from Calgary. Really cool people, really cool dudes. So I think you're new. I don't recognize your name, Amy, but you might have been on here before and I've just forgotten. If that's the case, I'm very sorry. But thank you for being here. Detroit pizza, that's the square pizza. I recently went to a Masonic meeting in Dearborn, Michigan, and we went out to for pizza after. The pizza was absolutely delicious. It was true Detroit style pizza. Oh my gosh, CD. I hope that you are joking. If you put peanut butter cups on my pizza, I'm gonna go cry in a corner. Is that what you want, CD? For me to now you've started something. Just watch. Next thing you know, everybody's gonna be putting peanut butter cups on their pizza, and I'm gonna get blamed for it. When people are asking, where did this horrible trend come from? Why would we allow such a thing? They're going to say, well, it was Square and Compass Promotions and their horrible stream that encouraged this. I can't even imagine. I cannot even imagine why one would do such a thing. Oh, good. I'm glad you love them. Yes, I think ketchup chips are the best type of chip. I know that might be a little bit controversial because everybody has their favorite. I think that ketchup chips are the best kind of chips. To me, Freemasonry means that the world can be made better through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. And that's something I try to do every day. I'm not going anywhere, no filter boss, because I have no life outside of Freemasonry. If you want to support me, you can do a super chat of just 99 cents or share the stream. I am going to be ending this stream soon. Don't worry. I am going to be ending this stream soon. But I'll be back on at 1 a.m. and then 1 p.m. So, speaking of pizza, I got some leftover pizza that I need to heat up in my air fryer. By the way, if you want to heat up pizza, the best way to do so is air fryers. It feels like I don't sleep. I'm like that song from Practical Magic. My mind don't rest and I don't sleep. But you can help me by hitting the like and subscribe button. I can try to answer it, Mishra. I don't know, I'm old, but that doesn't mean I have more experience. I'm not that smart, to be honest, but I'll try my best to answer it. Liam, the 1% wants to divide us. I'm not one who necessarily believes there is a 1%. I think there's competing interests. I think we have a tendency to try to divide ourselves. We don't need any help from the 1%, unfortunately. I think human beings are naturally tend to divide ourselves. But Mishra, let me see if I can try to answer your question. Go ahead. Well, don't talk smack. Why would anybody want to talk smack? Nobody talks smack. There we go, because he's a fan. That's what matters. Well, No Filter was all. He's also a member. He's gifted a membership. I mean, Mishra, I am the worst person to come through for any type of relationship advice. It's just me and my cat. What I would say though is if anybody in a relationship ever makes you feel uncomfortable, you should just end that relationship. Right? That I think is, and that honestly, that's even true in some ways for Freemasonry. If you're ever part of a Masonic lodge and you're not comfortable in it, you shouldn't stay. If you're in nobody's telling anybody to shut up, No Filter Boss. We don't do that on the stream. So if you're in a relationship and somebody's pressuring you to do things that you don't want to do, then you should probably end the relationship, I guess. And if you're concerned about your safety in ending it, there are places to go and people to talk to. But I'm, again, the last person to come to for relationship advice. If that's what she told you, then you should go to the police. Right? If that is the case, you should go to the police, is what I would say to that. I'm the cult boss. No, I'm the boss of Square and Compass Promotions. I'm the boss of this channel. I have the power to put people on timeout, including you, No Filter Boss. So just keep that in mind. By the way, I'm one sub away from 3,030 subs. So Let's see if we can get up there. Though it's been a great stream. It's been an absolutely packed stream. 300 and I'll time anybody out if I'm not happy with what's going on. 336 votes, 104 likes, something like 2,000 views. Nam, welcome back. 6236 Nam Rof. How's it going? Or Nam Rofin, whatever it is. Been a while. How are you doing? I am the leader on the stream, and that's it. Nothing else. But it's been a very fun stream. I hope you guys enjoyed and agreed or even disagreed, but appreciated my views on the idea of Freemasons needing to disclose their membership to Metropolitan Police, and what my thoughts are on that, or what my thoughts were on that, which I'm not opposed to it based on my past experience with law enforcement. So, no one ever brings up, thank you, Mishra, I appreciate that. Just 99 cents helps out big time. No one ever brings up Opus Dei. It's because I don't know a ton about Opus Dei, Vic Morrison, but maybe it's a good thing for me to learn more about. I can learn more about it and see if I can't potentially do a stream about it. Let's have no cursing on the stream. How about that? Well, I don't know what list you're looking at, Flames, but I'm not on any such list. I'm very sorry to disappoint you. It has been, and it would be. So maybe that'll be what I talk about coming up shortly, Opus Dei. Because, like, that's the thing. Anything that you guys want me to talk about, please let me know on the stream. And I'll try my best to cover it. DH, what's happening? What's the subject? Well, we're kind of done with any specific subjects. This channel is talking about Freemasonry, promoting the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located. The topic earlier today, at second hour in, was the new requirement by UK's Metropolitan Police requiring Freemasons to disclose their membership to their bosses. My views on that, the views of the Grand Lodge of England, as well as the Metropolitan Police position. Now we're just chatting, chilling, waiting to see who wants to join and what you guys want to talk about. I did not know there was a connection between the Ninja Turtles and the Freemasons. Well, Vic Morrison, you're not wrong. And the reason I say that is because the coolness or lameness of Freemasonry is an individual's decision. There are some Freemasons who there are some people who find Freemasonry completely, uninteresting, lame, boring. There are some Freemasons who join and find it completely lame and boring, which is perfectly fine. And there are some Freemasons like me who love it. Whether Freemasonry is cool, not cool, lame, not lame, that really is, at the end of the day, an individual's decision and an individual's choice. It's like music. Is music, my favorite song in the world is Simple Man by Leonard Skinner. Genuinely love that song. Is that a good song or a bad song? Well, it's a good song to me because I love it. Other people, maybe you don't, and that's fine too, right? It's the coolness or lameness of Freemasonry is a preference. What I will say is, for me, I love it. I genuinely love it. I think it's incredible. It's given me opportunities to travel the world. Other people maybe don't like it, and that's perfectly within their rights as well. Well, definitely Freemasonry is harmless. I mean, I think by definition, Freemasonry is harmless in that Freemasonry, if it's followed, I think makes the world a better place. But again, that's my opinion. Okay, DH, what's happening? But thank you for being here. And please, I hope you'll hit the subscribe button. I'm one subscriber away from 3,030 subs, which would be incredible. So thank you so much for being here. We have somebody from Japan, Furushibia. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it. There will be no serious consequences. And thank you, Emery Sleepy. I hope you're not that sleepy, but thank you for being here. I'm sleepy because it's been a long stream, but a great one. I'll be back on at 1 a.m. tonight with another one, so. Sorry, what's not true? There are no serious consequences. No Filter is not a leader of any sort. Nobody joined his cult. He's just making stuff up. Sorry, Vic Morrison, what's not true? All right, No Filter. We're going to put you in timeout for a couple minutes. Cobart, no, that is not the case. Freemasonry is not all cloak and dagger and occult stuff. It's actually oftentimes quite boring. Not that it's not important. Freemasonry is incredibly important, I think, to me and to other Masons, and it helps make the world a better place, but it does so through the same old boring, dull mechanisms as everything else. Hard work, dedication, sacrifice. And that's kind of it. That's the way Freemasonry operates. Dismounting the quadriplegic. Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about, CJ Tacoma 22, but please hit the like and subscribe button. Bro has the 1,000-yard stare. I've been doing this stream for 5 hours and 41 minutes. What do you want from me? Hello, Journey Lambert. Thank you for being here. No, Freemasonry is wonderful. I mean, I'm consider myself incredibly lucky to be a Freemason. But my point is every person will have his or her own reaction to Freemasonry and to what Freemasonry is and what it offers, right? The thing I always say is Freemasonry is not special. What's special is the relationship between the Freemason and the individual. Between the Freemason and the lodge. It's that relationship. It's no different than music. A song itself is not special. What makes the song special is how the audience reacts to it, how the listener reacts to it. If you can react positively to a song, that makes the song special. And there's something about me, I don't know what it is or why it's the case, that I just love Freemasonry. It speaks to me in a way that I don't think it speaks to other people, including sometimes other Masons who join and just find it's not for them, which is perfectly fine, by the way. There's no law that says everybody has to love Freemasonry the same way I do. Enduro 6439, your third degree, welcome. I'm a Freemason as well. I've been a Freemason since 2007. I'm currently the Worshipful Master of Border Cities Lodge, and I'm a past master of a couple other Masonic lodges, been a Freemason for 20 years. This is about Freemasonry, savage but true. Every stream I have one specific topic, which earlier today I talked about the ways the UK's requirement to have Freemasons disclose their membership to join the police force. Now we're just hanging out, chatting, answering questions. Savage but true, please hit like and subscribe. Star of Music, please hit like and subscribe as well. Lucky Lad, no, that is not true. Freemasons are not trying to overthrow anything. We're not trying to overthrow governments nor the world. We're mostly debating what to have for dinner and hoping it's not green beans again. What is a Freemason, John Bingle? Freemason is a member of a Masonic lodge or Masonic body. About that, yeah. I joined in 2007. I think I would have been just turned 24 because I joined in October. My birthday's in September. So I would love to visit. I was just in London, actually. I got to go to UGLE, but I was only there for a little bit before traveling up to Edinburgh, Scotland. Um, but yeah, I would love to visit your Masonic lodge. I'm sure it would be incredible. I love my time in London. Great city, very friendly people. It was a blast. And yes, please sub. The degree that matters is third degree, which I am. I'm a Master Mason and currently Worshipful Master. I'm also 18th degree Scottish Rite, but a lot of people get it twisted with the degrees. They'll say that the one degree that matters is the third degree. That's not the case. Sorry, the degree that matters most is the 33rd. That's not the case. The degree that matters the most is the third degree. Um, it was London, and it was very friendly. I had a great time in London. I loved it. All right, Eric, I've told you a few times. I'll answer it one more time. To be a Mason means the world can be made better through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. That is what I think it means to be a Freemason. Um, and I'm very, very proud of the efforts I put in to try to make the world a better place. All right, guys, I think I'm going to end the stream very shortly, in a couple minutes. I will be back on at 1 a.m. And yeah, I hope everybody has an excellent, excellent night. Thank you for making this one of the most successful streams I've ever had. Onward and upward from here. All right, guys, talk to you later. Bye.